with you. We'll start with this. Since Friday, and we might have some audio from yesterday, Casey, if you could look it up. Since Friday, Nikki Bella has been on the hunt for a divorce lawyer to end her marriage with Artem. How do you say his last name? Chigvintsev?
It's a tough one. Let's go with Villanova.
This decision follows the situation where Artem allegedly attacked Nikki, leading to his arrest on charges of felony domestic violence. And since then, she's been seen without her wedding ring on. Artem has not been staying at the family home and is crashing with a friend, while Nikki remains at the home with their 4-year-old son, Mateo. Police were called to their home after Artem initially sought medical help, but then canceled the request. However, when officers arrived, they noted visible injuries on Nikki and arrested Artem, who was released on bail. And I think we had... Did you find it, Case?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there was a 911 call.
Yeah.
See if you can find it. If not, no big deal. But he had said that she had thrown shoes at him or something like that.
Yeah, it seemed weird. So I guess that's over.
Nikki and Artem's relationship began when they were partners on Dancing with the Stars in 2017, turning romantic after Nikki's breakup with John Cena. They welcomed their son, Mateo, in 2020, got married in 2022. They had just celebrated their second wedding anniversary shortly before Artem's arrest.
So I think she'd be the one that got away if Cena were to talk about, in his life. Yeah, because they were together for quite a while.
Yeah. So we will see.
She should have thrown John Cena at him.
What ends up happening with that. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Fans are furious that the Bachelorette's Jen Tran was forced to watch her proposal to Devin Strader on live television Tuesday night, nearly 1 month after he ended their engagement in a 15-minute phone call and allegedly ghosted her after that.
So you got to understand this, right? They have this thing, and now what they do when they roll out that final moment of the show, they do it during this. They sit down and they bring out everybody in front of a studio audience, and they have this sort of they milk the crap out of it.
Yep.
So as we know, at that point in time, everything that's happened has already happened because they have the footage of it.
Yep.
So she's sitting there.
And in a move that's never happened in the Bachelorette franchise before, Tran made history by becoming the first leading lady to propose to her season's winner, as opposed to her final pick asking for her hand in marriage. But their engagement didn't last long. In the live finale, host Jesse Palmer brought Tran on stage to tearfully reveal they broke up over a month ago. And before producers aired the proposal, they had Tran explain what went wrong. She said he'd basically said that he didn't love me anymore and didn't feel the same way and felt like something had been off since the second that he proposed. He regretted getting engaged.
So did you happen to jump in on a few of these episodes? I did.
Just one.
I happened across a few of them. It seemed in a couple of them, she wasn't clearly saying she wasn't sure about a couple of guys, and the couple of guys were saying they clearly weren't sure about her. So I would never say, at least to my brief glance over the series, that there was some incredible love story that was taking place. Mm-hmm. It was kind of like, okay, I guess you then.
Okay. Well, apparently she was telling this story between her sobs. She accused Strader of spending the last month ignoring her texts and ghosting her. She said he didn't want to go to couples counseling. He didn't want to fight for the relationship anymore. He was just done.
Could you imagine you're going to couples counseling just after you get...
Well, after you've only known each other for
like a
month or two.
That's not a good sign.
Palmer.
We've grown apart in these 8 minutes.
Palmer invited the 28-year-old to the stage as she accused him of clubbing and following new girls on Instagram, like former Bachelor contestant Maria Gorgas.
Liked her on Instagram.
Maria told the Call Her Daddy podcast in April she had rejected the leading role of The Bachelorette before they offered it to Tran.
I'll always love you.
So she said it completely invalidated our entire relationship.
I'll always love you.
I failed you, and there's nothing that I can say other than, no
sad, bro.
That but everything I felt was real.
You're an idiot.
Okay. Strader said
it was not real.
He had a lot of doubts about their relationship when he left the show, and that he was not able to live up to the things that Tran needed.
Did you know that the word doubt has a B in it?
Huh.
I didn't know that.
You just found that out?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why did they do that?
But didn't give specifics as to exactly what her expectations were.
Dalbert.
Maybe.
You're still stuck on that, huh?
Yeah. I'm surprised you wore it.
You know, it also has a silent B in it. Dumb.
Yeah.
I got to sit down. This revelation. She's there. She's just been, cut in half because of all this. But the thing is, they called all this crap press, as you said, because she had to sit there and watch it. But guess what?
Yes.
From the beginning, this girl is super hot.
Mm-hmm.
There's no looking for love. You're having trouble?
So Jesse Palmer, the host, asked Tran if she was ready to see the proposal, and she replied, "Do I have a choice?" As the proposal aired, cameras showed a live stream of Tran on the lower part of the screen, bawling right next to Strader.
That's hot.
As she proposed to her former partner. Social media users ripped the show's producers for making her relive the emotional moment on live television. As Jen sobbed during the live taping, the show continued to air the clip from the proposal of her saying, "I can't let you propose to me. I've decided to choose myself in this journey, and the best," there it is, the journey.
And on this journey.
And the best version of myself.
You're just a small town Tran.
And the best version of myself is when I'm with you. And then she pulled out a ring and put it on Strader's finger. And he also proposed to her seconds later.
51 minutes, we've grown so close.
Mm-hmm. If there was any doubt. That has
we
a
need to
P
go
in
to
it.
couples counseling.
I
have no doubt but
You're making progress. You're getting there.
Do I love you? I have no doubt but
I think I just set a record for the amount of times I've snorted in a row.
These guys are such stone cold morons.
Cameras cut back to Tran, who was still crying and sniffing, and the former couple were sitting in silence. Palmer urged her to feel empowered from that moment and told her, even though you may not have found the love and that great love that you were looking for yet, you also showed all of us what a strong and powerful woman is.
Shut the f*** up!
And then she benched him.
By the way, the host, the guy who's running the whole thing, is incredibly good looking. I don't know if he's single. I mean, he is.
It wasn't Jesse Palmer, is it? Is that who?
Yeah, that's who.
Yeah.
Okay. That's who the host was.
You've seen this guy, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, he was a contestant on The Bachelor.
Yeah.
He played in the NFL.
God, what if he started making out with her right there in front of the guy? That would be the best.
I'm going to have some finger fun with her.
All right. So anyhow, that drama
blasted right in front of me
is out there for all to see. Let's see a couple other celebrity things. Hailey Bieber showed off the best part about being a new mom this week, and that's getting new jewelry. The new mom wowed her fans on her Instagram story with a new blinged out ring paired with her latest manicure. The new jewelry is a diamond embellished gold ring with the word mom spelled out.
May I take a moment to compliment Kathy Romano's nails?
Oh, thank you.
Talking about a manicure?
This would be a funny bunny and hot pink ombre nail.
Yeah, take a look at
Funny
that.
bunny?
Yes, those are the colors.
Funny bunny is
bunny,
a color.
And actually, that's so hot pink is the actual name of
That's so hot pink.
Yeah, and it's an ombre nail, and this is my I don't want summer to go away nail. So
There's a nice little fade thing going on with the colors.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
The ombre.
So that is your I don't want summer to end.
I'm still going hot pink.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So, yeah, she got this ring, and it was celebrating the birth of her and Justin Bieber's son, Jack Blues Bieber. Haley's no stranger to celebrity jewelry either. She showed off a vow renewal ring.
I thought you were going to talk about my celebrity jewelry line.
Yes, the Kathy Romano collection.
With a diamond estimated to be a whopping 18 carats.
You have any stuff like that?
No.
And this is for a renewal. A
renewal.
Vow. I didn't know
18
you
carats.
vow renewal.
Jesus.
Jewelry.
You know what? I'll take a Kathy Romano piece of jewelry over that, though.
God,
It's a steal.
Too outlandish.
18 carats.
I mean, I want to look
crazy.
respectable.
Yeah. Supermodel Elle McPherson recently had secretly battled breast cancer 7 years ago.
Never knew that.
She also revealed that she refused advice on how to treat the disease from 32 separate doctors, including not undergoing chemotherapy. She said it was unexpected. It was confusing. It was daunting in so many ways. And it really gave me an opportunity to dig deep in my inner sense to find a solution that worked for me. She shares with Women's Weekly that apparently she turned to what she calls an intuitive, heart-led, holistic approach that didn't use traditional treatment plans. I think she got lucky. She worked with multiple specialists on her holistic healing journey, including a primary doctor, a holistic dentist, 2 therapists, an osteopath, a doctor of naturopathy, and a chiropractor. According to McPherson, she said it seems to have worked. In traditional terms, they'd say, I'm in clinical remission.
Well, good. Listen,
wild.
it has happened where people have used alternative methods. I would, in this case, best of luck to her. But I think you're kind of playing with fire.
I agree.
Yeah.
She was one of those ones where I had the posters of her up in the, especially in college, like her, Kathy Ireland. I mean, there was a stretch of
you're talking the
Sports Illustrated swimsuit issues like that back then. That was
higher echelon there.
Yeah, and at that particular time, anyway, for me in my life, Steve, like those were the ones where like, holy crap, these are incredible.
Wasn't she
Rachel Hunter?
That was another
Rachel
one. Yeah.
Hunter? Wasn't she called The Body? Wasn't that her name?
Yeah, Elle the
McPherson?
Body
Yeah.
McPherson. Who's in the Stacey's Mom video?
That is Rachel.
Yeah, that's Rachel
Yeah, that's
Hunter.
right. That's what I thought. Okay.
She's in a movie called Sirens, where there's a bunch of sort of female, very enticing women who sort of serve as a muse for this artist.
Okay.
It's the same plot as Xanadu.
Okay.
Is it?
Is it really?
Basically.
All right. Jenna Ortega has stepped into the debate about the next actor to play James Bond, if only slightly. During an interview with MTV, she was asked about a potential gender-flipped version of Edward Scissorhands and hit back that women deserve their own specifically crafted roles.
Edna Scissorhands.
She says that she doesn't want a female James Bond, for instance, because women deserve their own super cool spy. She said, we should have our own. And I don't like it when it's like a spinoff. I don't want to see like a Jamie Bond, So I'm sure they're reaching out to her to do all
She's doing all this
kinds of
Preston.
stuff.
What I thought was really cute is her and Winona Ryder Preston have apparently hit it up big time.
Yeah.
And I think it's a GQ, and they're talking, and she says, "What do you miss about?" To Winona Ryder about being on the set, and she goes, "It's you." And they're hugging each other and everything. It's so cute because they're very similar. Winona Ryder says at the time that she did the first Beetlejuice, the character that she was playing was essentially her. She was she was a goth kid.
Yeah. Rochelle, I came home yesterday and we had sitting out on our counter, Rochelle had bought, I didn't know they make this, but it was a Wednesday cereal.
Oh, really?
And it's cookies and cream, so it's black and white.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, and there's Jenna Ortega on the box and stuff. She's adorable, man. I love her.
I friggin' love that run of Wednesday.
That was excellent.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Did you all watch it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's really good. I can't wait for Beetlejuice. I'm excited for it.
Yep. So Smile 2 got a full trailer. The sequel to the 2022
Tisma to Isle.
stars Naomi Scott. So I saw the video. She's gorgeous. Naomi Scott.
Yeah.
And she plays this pop diva, Sky Riley.
That's her. On the red carpet, they're trying to get a picture.
But she's not just any diva, though. She has a deadly curse and makes her victims do self-harm.
Did you see the first one?
No.
Okay.
Per the synopsis, Sky's about to head out on a world tour when she begins experiencing increasingly, terrifying and inexplicable events. Overwhelmed by the escalating horrors and the presses of fame, Sky is forced to face her dark past to regain control of her life before it spirals out of control.
So the horrors are explicable?
Yes, thank you. Inexplicable. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
In the trailer, we also see super creepy Lucas Gage, who has some sort of evil entity in him. So
the thing is that when you're under the, basically like the ring, you have a set amount of time. You've been infected for all intents and purposes. Mm-hmm. And at the moment you're going to finally die and this demon is going to come get you, you smile. You have this horrifying smile that you can pass on.
Do you
to
remember
someone else.
the way
Baseball
they
games?
Yeah, they promoted it.
It was great.
They had
it was
people
great.
sitting behind home plate who were paid to sit there and stare straight ahead and smile maniacally.
I hated it.
During the entire game.
So scary.
It was awesome.
Yeah, it's chilling. They actually
Great idea.
years ago
Yeah.
did the same promotion for Deep Throat at baseball games.
No kidding.
And it was amazing.
Wow.
That must be for a movie.
Wow. Valerie Bertinelli is joining the Drew Barrymore show as a lifestyle expert. She'll have regular appearances on the show, which
You're so special.
starts its fifth season this Monday. Oh, please.
I watched you on one day at a time with Bonnie Franklin.
Other experts, Ross Matthews, Chris Appleton, and Xana Roberts-Razzie are also joining this season. Earlier this summer, Bertinelli had noted, I'm going to be a part of the Drew crew. Oh, there you go. And I'm super excited about that. After 9 years with the Food Network, her contract with them had ended earlier this year.
I'm glad she got another gig.
Yeah.
I love that. Ross is great. We had him in the studio.
Yep.
The guy's great.
And she'll be solid as a lifestyle type of expert. She's, kind of crafty and really.
You just know so much.
She likes to cook, obviously, from Food Network and so on. So it'll be a good fit. Ellen DeGeneres' final stand-up special now has a title and a premiere date. The upcoming special, called For Your Approval, will hit Netflix on September 24th. DeGeneres has previously shared that she intends to talk about her exit from the Ellen DeGeneres show following toxic workplace allegations surfaced in 2020.
Has any of that put a dent in your perception of Ellen? Kathy, you're a massive Ellen fan, and to know that she is literally eating babies.
Well, but she has addressed it, so it's not like she ignored it and pretended like it wasn't happening.
Yeah, no, she did her mea culpa. She said she was unaware if that was
if
the
that's
case.
how she was going. All of that. So, no, I still love her.
Right.
She said in a statement, to answer the questions everyone is asking me, yes, I'm going to talk about it. Yes, this is my last special. Yes, Portia really is that pretty in real life. So she will talk about those things.
So in this case, and it happens to all of us, where you have somebody that you really adore, and there are things that start to happen that sort of chip away at your adoration, and you hold on. And I remember, God, who was it that I was just, finally I have to say, okay, I have to disconnect now.
Roman Polanski?
Might have been Polanski. Yeah, Polanski. When you started to hear the original things, because I'm such a massive fan. If not, he's one of them, Nick.
Yeah.
And now it's like, well,
there's a couple of them.
There's nothing you can do here.
I can't think of any right now, but there's some that I've finally given up on because their personal life got to be, or they were doing things that were just a bit too much for me.
The raw footage of them humping a goat.
But a lot of times I will separate the art from the artist just because I like the art.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You have to do that sometimes. I love the movie Jeepers Creepers, and I love the sequel to it. And the guy who directed it, there are allegations of kid touching. And I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. So on a completely different note, Colin Jost and Michael Che are set to host a live comedy special for Peacock called Colin Jost and Michael Che Presents New York After Dark. The duo, perhaps most famous for Weekend Update on SNL, will run the show in front of an audience at the Bell House in Brooklyn for the hour-long special. And the special will highlight some of the duo's favorite comics, potentially including everyone from fresh faces to big players. The music ensemble, 1500 or Nothing, will be the house band. Colin and Michael will have the show premiere on Thursday, September 12th. That'll be on at 9 p.m.
So the one thing everyone says, a lot of comedians really love Michael Che because he's apparently like the nicest guy, and very helpful in giving a hand up to other comedians.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's important.
Their chemistry over the years has gotten so much better because when it started, it was a little rough.
It was very rough.
The first season.
I think one of the most brilliant things they did, Nick, was to do the jokes we wrote for each other.
Yeah, I love it.
That segment is great.
Did they do it in the season finale this past year?
I think so.
I don't recall seeing it.
It was you've seen this, Preston, right? Yeah, it's very funny.
How often do they do it?
Usually
once in a
twice
while.
a season.
Twice a season,
It might be
yeah.
like a Christmas present or at the end of the year thing.
Right.
Okay. We have some clips to play. So John Cena loves performing his own stunts, but he also knows his limits and when to have his stuntman step in. And here he talks about working with the stunt coordinators on the action-packed film Jackpot.
This one, a lot of their action was practically based and right in my wheelhouse. So I was able to participate in this one a whole lot. And hats off to our stunt team for kind of trying to tell that action comedy story like Jackie Chan. Jackie is the greatest physical storyteller of our generation, and it was good to try to walk in his shoes for a little bit.
I don't think I want to see it.
Jackpot is streaming on Prime now.
You arm wrestled that dude, Case. Does that
I almost
blow you
won.
away?
Yeah.
You had him,
So
and then he
close,
said,
man.
"Please, this is going to kill my career."
I got
Ease up.
distracted. And yeah,
That's all it takes, just a moment.
it's just a moment.
That's
That's
it.
all. Yep.
All right, next clip. Steve Martin and Martin Short have been sharing the stage for decades. Here, they debate how their friendship affects their on-screen relationship in Only Murders in the Building.
The characters, they have great affection, but they comedically put each other down, and we do that on
I
stage.
think it actually goes the other way. It's not like Charles and Oliver influence us. It's like our relationship influences Charles and Oliver.
Right.
That would have been a better way to say it, really.
Yeah, but I knew you'd interrupt and then
Yeah.
correct me, and as that was happening, people would switch the channel.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because the drone of the voice is like a sedative.
Oh my God. I love that. I love the way they.
You want to hear it
Hang on, I want to hear that again. Because when he says, "I knew you would interrupt me."
Yeah.
The characters, they have great affection, but they comedically put each other down, and we do that on
I
stage.
think it actually goes the other way. It's not like Charles and Oliver influence us. It's like our relationship influences Charles and Oliver.
Right.
That would have been a better way to say it, really.
Yeah, but I knew you'd interrupt and then
Yeah.
correct me, and as that was happening, people would switch the channel.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because the drone of the voice is like a sedative.
You think Chevy Chase watches this and goes, "Man, I missed out on this." You know, like because they
Oh, well, that would be that's of his own creation. But
Yeah.
these guys, just
They love each other.
They love
love
each other.
them.
And if you want to see hilarious stuff, him as Jiminy Glick interviewing Steve Martin, and there's a couple of those videos. And Martin just tries to keep it together. Hilarious.
New episodes of Only Murders in the Building streams tonight, and you'll find that on Hulu.
I'm digging the new season. Yeah.
All right, we are wrapping up that particular segment. We are coming back with more of the A to Z. We wrapped up the heaven portion. We will get heavy for a little bit.
Yep.
We will go to hell this morning. On
You're
the
wearing an
Preston and Steve
appropriate
Show.
shirt.
I am. I'm wearing the Hellfire Club. I did that by accident. I'm so glad I did it, though. But I do have my Hellfire Club shirt. And when we return, we will go to Brazil via Marisa Magnata, as she is there with PhillySportsTrips.com for the Birds game on Friday. So we'll check in with her and see how things are going. Stay put. We'll be right back. Let me go to Michael here. Hey, Michael, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just hanging out. Good morning. What you doing over there, buddy?
What are you doing?
Just good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, no, I have a home office.
You're going to have to hang on a second. Look it.
Just hanging out. Good morning.
Good morning. Look it. It's good morning outside. Jesus. Oh, my God. Hey, Michael. Good morning.
The Cabbage Patch though was such a huge hit, and they smelled nice. They smelled like
smelled
baby
bit
powder,
like babies.
and so
That was like fight over them at the store during Christmas
Right.
time.
Yeah.
There were
'Cause they
bulls.
They would release new ones.
Kathy, that Schwarzenegger movie,
Jingle All the Way.
that is predicated on those famous toy store brawls
Right.
over Cabbage Patch dolls.
But the cool thing about Cabbage Patch, they all had Xavier or whatever the guy's last name's
On the butt.
They all had a tattoo. They were all branded.
the Cabbage Patch dolls were part of the Nexium cult.
But so I have a very vivid memory of I got my first Cabbage Patch doll. I couldn't wait. I was 10 years old. I got him for my 10th birthday. You get the birth certificate. And I was able to rename them, right? So you send that thing and you get the birth certificate back. And so mine was named Casey Jr. I was so excited to get this thing, right? And
the Cabbage Patch doll.
the Cabbage Patch doll. I was so because it was the thing. I was 10 years old too.
Right.
It was the thing. It was the thing that everybody had and whatever. My neighbor across the street, and I'm going to say your name. Your name's Wayne, and you're a piece of trash because he called me the slang word for a gay person.
Because you had a doll?
Because I had a doll. He was an adult, Kathy. This dude is probably like 30 years old. Called me, and I was so happy about having this thing for my birthday.
That's terrible.
And he called me
terrible.
that. Terrible.
What a jerk. How old were you? And how old were you?
10 years old.
10 years old.
And it was my birthday.
What a dick.
What a
I know. I know. But like, oh my God.
Where's that dick now?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Wayne.
All right.
Terrible person.
How many times you asked that question in your life, Kathy?
God, where's that dick now?
When I need it.
There are so many dicks that I'm wondering where they are.
Yes. All right, back to toys.
Oh, right.
Toys.
Okay, so
Casey's in therapy now.
American Girl dolls.
I'm out of it now. I'm out of it.
And then there was we already did another pre-screening. Like Marisa hosted that, right?
She hosted it last night at the AMC Fashion District.
It was last night, and then Casey hosted a screening last week
At the same exact place.
for the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
And while we were on vacation, we got a text from Casey out of nowhere
Yeah, what did I
explaining that things didn't go quite the way he wanted them to
So
go.
if it's possible to suffer a concussion without actually hitting your head, that's what I think you experienced, Casey.
Yeah, and so I don't want to. I'm hoping.
I'll find the text.
Okay,
Here. I'll read it.
I'm hoping that I didn't lead you guys down in the wrong direction of where you think this story is going to go.
No, we don't know anything. We know that, but it was so heartfelt, the text you sent out, that we knew it had to, because there have been similar situations in all our lives. But this one seemed like, wow, this really had to be a little bit more.
Yes. So I have the text here.
Okay,
It
go
says,
ahead.
"Oh my God, I'm at the screening for Free Guy." And by the way, I sent you this text. I'm still there. I have not hosted the screening yet. Okay, I'm still there. I have already embarrassed myself, and I needed to go somewhere and be by myself, decompress for a second, and then I had to admit to somebody what an ass I am, and just to sort of make myself feel a little bit better. And guess what? It didn't help. I still felt terrible. And I said, so they asked me to hype up the crowd and then introduce one of the stars of the movie. So this guy named Joe Keery, who plays Steve from Stranger Things, is in the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
He was there to introduce the film, and I was there essentially to introduce him.
Right.
So I had come back I was on vacation in Wildwood. I had come back just to do this. I thought it was a really cool experience.
Real quick, had you met him at this point, or is he still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
By the way, he seems like he's awesome. I love that character, Steve from Stranger Things. He seems like I've seen him interviewed before. He seems like a cool guy.
He was a great guy.
Okay.
And I will say that, categorically, he was a great guy, and the movie is hilarious. It's a great movie. And the movie had been on the shelf for a year.
Yes.
They wanted a theatrical release, and so they were like, we're just going to wait.
Only theater.
And only theater. So, and then I wrote, I just had a classic embarrassing moment. It's a classic shut the F up, Casey, and walk away kind of a moment. I'm pretty embarrassed, but it's also a really funny story. So,
And you said you weren't sure if it was going to translate on the air.
I'm not sure if it's going to translate on air.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear it.
Well, deliver it in the original Farsi.
Right.
all right, so here's the deal. This movie was at the Fashion District, the old Galleria, the AMC there. I had never been there. By the way, what they've done to the place, the whole Galleria, the Fashion District, is awesome. It's really, really nice. So I get there. Joe had gotten there earlier than planned.
From the movie company.
But I had also gotten there an hour early, so I decided to walk around a little bit.
Right.
Side story, but it also is part of the story. I went to a place called Wetzel's Pretzels. Have you guys ever heard of Wetzel's Pretzels?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I love Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and I love Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
Wetzel's Pretzels is like the best pretzel I have ever had in my entire life. And I was so happy with myself for going, you know what? I've never had a Wetzel's pretzel. Let me stop by and try one, right? Hey, me. And this thing was amazing.
And you were really proud of yourself.
And I was really proud of and I couldn't believe how it was big.
Oh, is this hand shocked?
Yes. It was amazing. And I'm sitting there, I'm eating this thing, and I'm going, I think I need to open a franchise. I'm like, this is like I have just discovered gold for the first time. That was like amazing. So I get done eating the pretzel, and Hannah from Allied Advertising she's my handler, and she says, "Hey, Joe's here. I can bring you back to meet him." I'm like, okay. I decide to use Wetzel's Pretzels as an icebreaker. Okay.
Well, you were completely enamored of Wetzel's Pretzels. It would be ridiculous not to.
Okay. I've been sober almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I go into this place like I had just done 7 rails of coke. Okay.
You're hyped up.
I'm hyped up. Okay. And let me also preface this by saying I'm fairly aware of who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And sometimes I have, how do you say, no chill.
You have moments.
Yes. No,
I have these moments. But listen,
that's a valid criticism of yourself.
Right.
But as we've told you throughout the years, to put a tap on that would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because that same energy delivers so much greatness to what we do
on the radio.
On the radio.
Okay. In person.
Sometimes
the radio.
you
With a
have to
stranger.
know.
Yes.
Might be different.
so
Yes.
I,
like someone who's
celebrity.
never met you,
Right.
who's in a new town promoting a movie.
there are 3 people in this room that have never met me. And so as the great Ted Lasso once said, know thyself, rest in peace, Socrates. I did not realize as I was going off the rails what was going on here. So I'm brought into this room. I go off on Wetzel's Pretzels. As it turns out, all 3 people in the room have heard of Wetzel's Pretzels before.
Oh, good.
And yes. So it was
relatable.
It was relatable, and we had this in common.
You picked the perfect icebreaker.
Right. So I meet Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then I meet 2 of his handlers. One of them, the female, was from Disney, right?
Yeah.
So she was his handler from the movie company. Hannah, who had brought me in and introduced me, has now left this room. We're in like this office, and I just go off the rails. That's all. Like, I was just being nice. I was being a nice guy, and I just didn't shut up for like 5 minutes straight. And
then we go to hell. So you will take that little journey with us, dear friend, if you stick around. Let's take a look at traffic, see what's happening. And Kathy, what do you have for us this morning?
We have volume building on the Schuylkill Expressway eastbound from the Blue Road into Belmont. It's then heavy from the Boulevard to Spring Garden. Westbound side jams from Vera Avenue to South Street, then from the Boulevard to the Blue Route. 95 southbound slows Cotman to Bridge on the northbound side from Academy to Woodhaven. We've got an accident that is off to the left shoulder. The Vine westbound slowing the length now. And then if you are out in East Pikeland Township, Chester County, we've got an accident at Pike Springs Road. Both directions are being affected at Hares Mill Road. And then in West Windsor Township, Mercer County, 571. Both directions closed because of a down pole between Old Trenton Road and Southfield Road. This traffic report brought to you by Acme Markets. This flu season, stop by Acme Markets Pharmacy to get your free flu shot with most insurance plans and receive 10% off groceries. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. So as we said earlier this morning, we would be checking in with Marisa from Brazil. And we're going to do that very thing. We checked in with her in the 8 o'clock hour yesterday. Today, we had her get up a little bit earlier, but she's on the move as we speak. We're looking at Zoom footage of her crammed in a car with some people, and they must be headed somewhere, but I don't know. Let's check in. Marisa, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me today?
Yes. Indeed, it can. All right, first of all.
Can you give us an update? What trail are we going to?
To
Pedra Bonita, Tijuca National Park.
All right, so that is our tour guide.
Okay.
Hi, real quick. We're heading to Tuxtla National Park. I'm calling it a monkeys and waterfalls tour, but it's a lot more than that.
No, that alone is cool. You had me at monkeys.
Me too, Steve, right?
Yeah, very cool. How far away is that?
Did you guys see my video I posted? Did you guys see the video I posted seeing monkeys at Sugarloaf Mountain the other day?
I did. What kind of monkeys were those? Because I wanted you to put one in your backpack and bring it home.
Oh, Casey, I tried so hard. If you look in the, they were marmosets, I'm being told.
Okay.
But those aren't I saw some monkeys yesterday when we were at Christ the Redeemer that kind of look like anteaters. They had like a long snout, and they were wandering around the area. Sir, do you know what kind of monkeys those were? The ones with the long nose?
This is raccoon.
Oh, okay. Maybe they're
It's a
raccoons.
raccoon.
Do
you guys call it
It's a raccoon monkey.
Different than the
We call those monkeys raccoons.
You guys have over there.
Yes, they were raccoons.
And we saw these lions. They
My
call them
God.
squirrels.
Look, we're all on a monkey kick.
Do they call it a hakun by any chance? Do they pronounce their
They do
R?
now.
Okay, all right.
Wow. All right, so this is today. This is your adventure. You guys are heading out to see waterfalls and more monkeys. And are you going to be like scaling? Are you climbing or anything? Or are these stairs? Or how rustic is this waterfall tour?
As I was getting on the Zoom with you guys, our tour guides were asking, do you guys want to go crazy with this or you want to go chill? And I think we're going crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's sitting with you?
Okay, so guys, this is Gail. Gail runs Fourth and John, which is one of the premier, Eagles fan club sites. I don't know. What do you want to call it?
Crazies.
What?
Crazies.
Even crazy.
We call it
He
raccoons.
runs one of the right. He runs one of the biggest tailgates. That's how I know him. In the GLAD, actually, right where we do Camp Out for Hunger, he has one of the craziest tailgates going on.
Awesome.
And host of the Fourth and John podcast. So we just try to get all the crazies together all over the country and now all over the world.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to see all the Eagle fans
Gail,
down here.
you were talking to some of the Brazilian Eagles fans, correct, on your podcast?
Yes, they helped with a little misinformation, and they talked about safety, and it is safe down here. The wildfires that people were talking about, it's way farther away from.
I didn't even hear about. I didn't even hear about the wildfires. So, but let me ask you though, if you've talked to some of the, are there some native Brazilians who are actually Eagles fans?
Yeah, they have their own podcasts and meetup groups, and they are as passionate as we are, and they know just as much as we do about our Eagles, which makes it even more crazy.
That's amazing.
So the passion doesn't stop down here in Brazil.
Yes, Steve, they are actually hosting an official party on Thursday night with the Eagles. So the Eagles have been teaming up with these guys to find out where to go and what to do down here. And Thursday night, when we get to Sao Paulo, we're going to travel over to their group where they're having a party with the Eagles. I checked it out last night, guys. This is the most Brazilian thing. It starts at 7 p.m. and ends at 2 a.m.
Wow. Jeez. That's awesome. Hey, I was curious about just traveling in Brazil in general. And obviously you're in Rio de Janeiro, so it's a metropolitan area. Language, English. Most people speak English that you've run into?
I'd say about 10% of folks.
Oh, okay.
I know if anyone's traveled to Europe, I know usually when you go to Europe, a lot of people do know English as a second language.
Yeah.
Here, it's a little mixed.
Okay.
But we're trying our best to learn some words in Portuguese, Brazilian, so that we can speak the language and travel with people. But Google Translate and, hand signals kind of get.
Well, the thing I was curious about is if people who happen to be
Spanish.
Eagles fans, if they do have it interpreted, or people that cover it in Portuguese or not when they're watching the games from the U.S.
Right now, but
When you were talking to the Brazilian Eagles fans, did they speak English?
They did. It's funny because one of them we were talking about safety issues and whatever. He actually studied at Temple, and he said, He said, you want to talk about safe? I lived in North Philly.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's all comparative.
It's way safer down here.
Yeah.
I would like to hear an Eagles chant in Portuguese, though. I think, it wouldn't sound like EAGLES, right?
I don't
how that
know.
would sound.
Yeah.
Okay.
I only know I know Spanish. It'd be
It would be A-A. How do you say G?
Bibliotech.
J is Jota. I know that,
Jota.
but I don't know G.
Hey.
Oh, this is going well.
It is hey.
Hey?
It is hey. Hey! Hey!
L-A-S-A. Yeah.
There you go. We
nice.
just did it. Yeah. Hey!
So, Marisa, you guys are, I'm reading your itinerary. You have a farewell to Rio reception that's happening later on this afternoon. And it says they've got live samba and all kinds of stuff taking place.
Yes, so that's going to be on one of those little beach bungalow restaurants that is near the hotel, just about half a mile away. It's actually right underneath where all the hang gliders land.
Oh, cool.
I've been watching hang gliders, so I really, really want to do it.
That's awesome.
Let me ask you quickly your experience at the Christ the Redeemer yesterday. What was that like?
Steve, it was magnificent. It was so everywhere you go in Brazil, or I'm sorry, everywhere we've gone in Rio, somebody is pointing and going, "Ooh, there's Christ the Redeemer." You can just see it from everywhere. And then when you go up,
Oh, they go through a tunnel.
Yeah, it got dark.
All of a sudden it got dark. I think we're going to lose her altogether. All right. I have no idea how long this blackout will last, so we'll probably just...
and you see it, and you see the monstrosity.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you got me now?
Yeah, we got you back. Yeah.
Now
We're climbing the mountain. So, the más o menos.
The signing will start.
How about now? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
See.
Okay. So when you hit the last set of stairs walking up to the Christ the Redeemer, you walk around the corner and you just see the monstrosity that is this statue. That's when it really hits. You see how big it is, how beautiful it is. And then from there, everyone's just taking photos, selfies, and it's kind of a tourist moment, but you do take a moment to take it in.
Yes. And
Excellent.
I assume that there's some sort of reverence around it. Yes. All right.
We're going to stop for seltzer.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up. I don't know
Did you
who's
guys hear me
talking.
through that? We're about to pull over for a second.
All right.
Okay.
Well, Marisa, we'll let you go. We'll talk to you tomorrow, but have a great time. And everybody, if you are watching along on social media, our social media accounts, or you go to PrestonSteve.com, Marissa's posting all kinds of great travelogue stuff.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
Pictures and videos, and really solid representation of what a trip with PhillySportsTrips.com is like, because they're shuttling them around, taking them everywhere.
Itinerary, all this cool stuff they're doing, they're the ones who are providing all this and making sure everything is going effortlessly.
Absolutely. So they'll take care of all the particulars. I'll make sure, like, I don't know, like a stranger doesn't climb into the back of your car or something like that.
We're talking about that next.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that now. Kathy had a moment that I thought was kind of interesting and worth sharing.
God, it was so funny. I was in Bridgeport, and we were leaving my brother's house, and my brother's like, "Hey, Jace wanted ice cream," and he's like, "Oh, we were going to drive back to Conshohocken and go to the ice cream store." My brother's like, "No, you have to go to this ice cream store," and I wish I knew what we were talking about because I don't remember the name of it. If you're ever in Bridgeport, you've got to go to this ice cream place. It was delicious. The ice cream sundaes and
you can't tease us like that.
Yeah.
Preston, when they handed what we ordered out, I was like, where are we? What is this? Like, and she was
I
like,
don't know what the name of it is, and I can't help you with anything, but it's the best ice cream you'll ever have in your life. But I don't mean to leave you hanging.
Listen, if you're in Bridgeport,
You'll have a boner for 5 days.
If anybody knows, call or text and let us know.
Frosty Falls?
Frosty Falls?
it's got to be. I don't think Bridgeport is small. So
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it's Frosty Falls.
Okay, so
Yes,
you're in the
it's a-
parking lot of Frosty Falls, having an orgiastic ice cream
Yes. Okay.
experience.
And it was I think it was last week or week before, whatever it was, and it was one of those it was like 97 degrees. It was so hot. So we got the ice cream. They're just like an outdoor window.
Okay.
We got the ice cream and we got in the car, and it was so large, and there was like Reese cups falling all over the place and whatever. So we couldn't drive. So I turned the car on. We're sitting in the car with the air conditioning on, and we were just eating a little bit of our ice cream. And all of a sudden, I hear the back door open, and I know because Jace is sitting in the front with me, so I'm got like nervous for a second, and I was like, "What is going on?" And I was holding my ice cream, didn't want to spill anything. Was mid scoop into the mouth, so I didn't even get a chance to turn around. As I'm turning around, this young girl, high school girl, she gets in the back seat of my car and goes to sit down. And so when I finally put my ice cream, I felt like slow motion, I finally put my ice cream down in the cup holder, and I turned, and she makes eye contact with me, and she was like, oh my God. Oh my God. She was like out of breath. She couldn't breathe. She was mortified. She jumped out. She didn't even say anything to me. She was just like huffing.
Stranger danger.
Closed the door, put her hands over her mouth,
God.
ran to the car in front of me. It was the exact same car. And they were parked.
So great.
They were parked diagonal from me, one spot in front of me. Her friends were going nuts. The one of her friends was out of the car, and he was dying. He was laughing so hard at her. And
that's awesome.
She She couldn't even look at me. She was so embarrassed. She got in the back of the car, and as they drove away, I could see her. She was like looking over at me and still like had her hands on her face.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Wow.
It was, oh my gosh, it was so funny. Even Jace was hysterical laughing. Like we were like, what just happened? And we didn't even have a chance to talk to her. Like I laughed and I was like, it's okay.
Well, the last place she wanted to be was in that car with you.
But she got out and ran so fast.
I bet you that happens more now with Uber and everything.
Yes.
In fact, it was kind of the that Jonah Hill movie, You People. That's how he and the girl that he meets. That's how they initially met. Was he got into her car and it wasn't the right car.
I did do that one time. I didn't get all the way in. I opened the back door on a car, and the guy was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh my God!" It was like
you're gonna get a bad review.
I'd only had Uber for a short amount of time, and I wasn't exactly sure how things are. This is probably the car, And no, it was not the car.
There's a new ice cream place I heard of. I want you to drive me there.
Yeah, please take me there now.
My aunt once got in the back seat of her car and sat there and was waiting for her husband to, or not the back seat, sorry, the passenger seat, and was waiting for her husband to drive away to realize that her husband wasn't with her. She was like, "Oh wait, he's not here."
That's
She
hilarious.
had to get out and get in the driver's
My
seat.
brother got into the back seat of his own car. He was driving, and he didn't realize it.
Then he opened the back door.
He opens it, but not only that, but he opened the back door. He sits down. He closes the door, and then when he realizes that
What
he's
am I
looking
doing?
at the back of the driver's seat, he's like, "Wait,
What am I doing?
Have you ever owned a car that you yourself have never sat in the back seat of?
Wow. Yeah, probably.
I think I have.
Probably.
There's some cars that I'm always the driver.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever sat in the back seat of the car that I own right now.
Okay.
With all the money you pay for that thing, you got to go sit in that goddamn seat.
yeah."
Have you ever had a car where you've never climbed in the trunk of before?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
I liked it, but it's a little hiding spot.
No, I haven't had it happen to me where somebody has gotten into the car, but I'm curious as to how I would react to something like that.
It was so great.
Was it awesome?
It was so great. It just was like such
I
a
love
funny
stuff
moment.
like that. There's the footage. It was a meme for a while where a woman goes and apparently whatever she had or however it worked, her fob or whatever activated the opening on and started to load groceries in the back of the wrong vehicle.
And I think some have gotten to a point where they could actually start and drive away in that car. I thought I remembered someone maybe telling us one time where they got in, it's their vehicle, the exact same one. They get in, it opens up, they start it up, they're driving away, and as they're driving, they're looking at the stuff in the car and going, wait a minute, that's not mine. What is this doing in here?
You know where that happens too occasionally? In a valet situation.
Right?
Right? If they're not good valets or they're just simply going by make and model or whatever shorthand they use, that can happen there as well.
Here's a text. My daughter got in the wrong car last night at practice. The Honda Pilot next to us with her hockey stuff. And I sat there and just watched and laughed at her. Of course you would.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You'd be mortified if you heard the story after the fact, but yeah.
Yep. Hang on. Let me go to, I have Don on the phone. Hi, Don. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So I'm an Uber driver. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning at a bar, pull up, and person gets in the car. I ask them their name. They give me the right name. We're about 10 minutes into the trip, and they're like, what address are you going to? And I'm like, and I tell them, I'm like, wait, you have the wrong person. And I'm like, uh-oh. So it's come to find out, another driver had picked up my rider, and I had picked up her, and they both had the same name.
Both same name, both same name. Wow. I assume that is a rarity.
I mean, I don't know. That's the first that happened to me, but, we still got paid. We just, the thing is, the only reason we figured it out to verify it was that the other driver had dropped off the other rider at my rider's address.
I'm having a hard time following that.
Because, when you ride Uber, you have to put your address in where you're going. So that driver picked up the wrong person and took them to the wrong address.
Oh, and they probably weren't even paying attention.
Right.
They're in an Uber, probably on their phone.
Probably went into that wrong house and had sex with somebody there.
All right. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's why, when your driver arrives, They say my name, I say their name usually as well.
And you get, so I've used them both, Lyft and Uber, and they both include a picture, the description of the vehicle, right?
Yeah,
so
like
all
that.
that is, and now they're taking extra precautions because of issues that have happened with drivers and,
Yeah, the last Uber that I took, I had to check the license plate because, all of that stuff. So you get the name, the make, the model.
And they offer,
and the
they're
license
supposed to
plate.
provide a stool sample.
They should.
Yeah.
They should.
But that's why I will say the driver's name because there are not many Prestons around, but there could be somebody else like he had picked up who had the same name.
Well, could you imagine on that? What would be the odds?
Yeah, that would be
astronomical.
I'm going to go to Jerry Lynn. Hi, Jerry Lynn.
Hi, Geraldine. Good morning.
Good morning. What's up?
One time I was we went to the supermarket. I was with my husband, Sammy Vile.
I love Sammy.
And he waited in the car, and I ran in, and that was when they first started selling booze in the grocery stores. So I didn't know that, but I came out with normal groceries, and I'm walking up to the car, and I see in the passenger seat, like, a silhouette. It looks like a big bow. And I'm thinking, what's he doing now? and I opened the back door and I put the bag in and I was like, hey, they're selling booze in there now. And this little girl with a big bow turned around and looked at me, scared to death.
Hey, little girl, they're selling booze in there.
So my car happened to be next to it, and they were just the same color car, and I just didn't pay attention.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's hilarious. But
Mommy, someone told me they're selling booze in there now.
Woman.
Honestly, knowing Sammy, I wouldn't be surprised if he found a little girl, put her in the car. Like he could have pulled a prank on you. You wouldn't have been the wiser,
I guess the bow stuck out, and I just immediately thought, what's he up to? What Sam's doing.
Yeah.
I wonder, so what is the most common make and model,
Thanks, Geraldine.
Yeah.
It's a Toyota Camry, isn't it?
Right. So if you think about you're in line at a place, Kathy, you're in line at a place, and the number of vehicles, the odds are that could happen, especially as you said, Preston, you're looking at your phone, you're whatever, you're distracted.
Yeah.
Well, that's the car. I'm going to get in.
Wait, real quick, the best part too because it was the middle of the day, we were the only two cars in the parking lot. So it was two of the same cars in the parking lot.
Wow. All right, I will go to Allison next. Hi, Allison. Good morning.
La-di-da-di-da-di-da, bees.
Yes. All right, what's up, Allison?
So I was in the line for a funeral procession, and my husband's ex-wife got into my car.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to talk. Do you know supermarkets
Yeah,
sell
awkward.
alcohol?
Awkward.
That's incredibly awkward.
How long did that last? Was it just a quick mistake?
She opened up the door, and she sat down, and I'm sitting there, and I look at her. She looks over at me, and I'm like, can I help you?
Let me ask you. Were you guys contentious, or was everything okay between you two?
It was contentious. I wasn't part of that. I refused to be a part of any of that. But their breakup was contentious. So she just was looking at me, and then she goes, oh. And then she started to try to say stuff like, about their divorce. And I just held up my hand, and I'm like, out.
Wow.
So
was it his car, though, and that's what she was used to getting into?
No, it was my car, but the car in front of mine was her daughter-in-law's, which was exactly like mine.
There you go. There you go.
Man, this could have been.
Mine.
It was so close to having an incident at a funeral, which is always a wonderful thing.
I literally like sat there. I was just shaking at the end because I thought, oh my God, I cannot believe that this happened.
Wow.
Yeah. Had you killed the ex at the cemetery, you might have gotten a discount.
Yeah. Why were you guys all at this? Who had passed away? Who was it? A family friend?
It was the father, so the grandfather. So this was her ex-father-in-law, and then she was there for that, and her kids were there. So her kids were actually driving the car in front of mine.
Oh, my God. All right, thank you, Allison. That's slightly awkward. Yeah, we'll go next to line 8, Case.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning. Chris, you there, bud? No, it says here, walked into wrong camper, crawled into bed with a couple he didn't know.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So I bet you that's another case, too. Say you're like at Burning Man with all these campers, and a lot of them are rented, and a lot of them are the same kind of camper.
Yeah, and you just took shrooms.
Yeah, you just took shrooms.
You don't know.
And then you saw Pierre Robert walking along with mud up to his knees.
I will go to Ann. Hi, Ann. Morning.
Neemer.
What's up, Ann?
Hey, so my friend Jess did this yesterday at the grocery store.
Oh, no.
It's a good sign to leave your car locked when you get out of it because she went up to the car, family of 5, lots of groceries, loaded all of her groceries into the wrong person's car.
All of it. Was it a full-on grocery store trip?
Full on trip.
Oh, my
Lots of
God.
bags, lots of groceries.
And so at what point did they realize what was happening? And
When the person walked up and said, "What are you doing in my car?"
Oh, my God.
I'm giving you groceries.
Oh, my God, I love it.
Yeah.
Same car, but different tinted on the windows, and that was the only difference.
So you're Preston, the exact
Thanks,
duplicate of your cars in the parking lot. If you were to right now, is there something that is in the car, some sort of telltale sign, something that's always on the seat?
I keep it pretty clean.
I do as well. You've seen my car. I keep it. Yes.
Yeah. So the only thing would be is if another person kept theirs not so clean.
Right. Yeah.
Then I would be able to know. But there's no identifying.
Right.
There is I do have a charge cord.
Okay.
I might notice that, but a lot of people have them.
I have one small roll of paper towels on the back seat. Okay. I find sometimes like a bird craps on the car or whatever,
Here's a text from somebody who says, I'm a police officer, and we once got called to a carjacking in progress that ended up just being a drunk guy mistakenly getting into a car with 2 girls in it.
Oh, no.
And then all of a sudden, it's a crime. You got to be careful.
I just wanted to drunk drive.
Let's go to Mike next. Yo, Mike, good morning.
I apologize.
Yeah, we haven't heard from that guy at all this week, have we? So hang on a second.
apologize.
All right, Mike, what's your story, man?
Mike. Hi. I was in Target parking lot shopping with my son. We hadn't bought anything. We had just literally stepped into the car. My son's in the back seat, and a woman begins to unload her bag. She must have been in her own world. She had 5 or 6 bags on her, and she's putting them in the back seat with my son sitting in there. She didn't notice that there were 2 of us in the car, and she kept putting her bags in, and I was just, locking eyes with my son, and he's petrified. He doesn't know what's going on.
So, Mike, is your son? How old is your son? Is he in like a safety seat, or is just?
No, he was 9 at the time.
Okay. And just sitting there.
She kept going until I said, "Can I help you? Excuse me."
I would have said thank you and then pulled away.
Right, just left. That was you didn't have to do that. Thank
That's
you.
sweet.
Have a nice
Thank
day.
you. Have a good one.
I thought maybe she was, doing curbside pickup, like loading someone else's groceries or anything. And she just goes, she locked eyes with my son, turned to the front, locked eyes with me, and she was just like, I am so sorry.
Mortified.
Yeah.
For a little thing like that,
Because
I would feel so embarrassed.
Yeah, well, you're sort of, you get lost in your thought or whatever. You're doing your thing. It looks like your car.
Yeah.
It looks like this son that you don't have.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm really high right now. I apologize.
Just shrooms.
Let me go to Ann. Hi, Ann. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Ann. What's up?
So my mom has 3 sisters, and they're older ladies, and needless to say, they have very poor bladder control, and they're always giggling. And the one time they were visiting an open house, beautiful mansion, and Ann said, "Okay, I'll pull the car around. You just wait out front, and I'll meet you." Well, they're talking and not paying attention, and they see a white car, and they proceed, to get into it. And they don't see Ann. And Ann, they're wondering where Ann is. And they see about 2 cars ahead, Ann is waving to them, like, no, up here. So they realize it's not Ann's car, and they just start looking at each other, start laughing hysterically, and peed in some other person's car.
So they broke into someone else's car and pissed on their seats.
Yep. And so this person got back into their car and had 3 big wet.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
They all peed?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Dude.
Oh, my God. That's
2 things.
I love it.
That's hilarious. And number 2, depends.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Ann. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Have a great
See
day.
you later. Do you guys know any people? This is a totally different topic, and maybe we'll go to it another time, but people who will literally pee their pants when they laugh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A friend years ago.
Yep.
And it was not. It was she would laugh so hard.
That was
not a bladder control thing.
Yeah.
It was just she would laugh so hard, pee would come out.
Yep.
We talked about this before because it usually happens. It's more it's more prevalent after you've had a child. And so it just.
I think that's like different though.
Yeah.
Like that happens a lot. Like laughing or jumping, like stuff like that. Like if you're talking full on laughing and can't control
laughing
yourself,
so hard
that you just evacuate.
It happened to me one time, and I full on just peed myself. I think I was in high school, and I was with my cousin Katie, who lives in New York, my best friend of all time, and. I sort of remember what happened. My cousin was sleeping on the couch. We did something to, like, I don't know.
You don't remember what was so funny?
We were playing a prank, something, and he woke up, and the two of us tried to run away, and we went, like, sliding into the kitchen. My mom kind of had this, our parents had this U-shaped kitchen. We went sliding in, crashing into the cabinets, like, woke up everyone in the house.
And like convulsive laughter.
And her and I will laugh all the time about like anything. I'll pick up the phone and she'll be laughing on the other end, and I'm like, oh no, what?
Oh, no.
And so it was we were there, and I could feel it like a little bit, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna pee, and then I couldn't control anymore.
Have you ever emptied your
gushed
bowels?
out. No.
Did that make you laugh harder? That you?
Then you laugh harder, and it just. Oh my god!
If you're in a laughing fit and you piss yourself,
it's hilarious.
It's not going to make it any. It's not going to make it better.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's better. If what's funnier, laughing and pissing or laughing and farting at the same time.
Oh my
Because
God, that's hilarious.
When you
too.
laugh and fart at the same time, it's like,
and that only increases the laughter. Oh my God.
Do you ever also have a discharge? Like,
yeah, sure,
sexual?
absolutely. Oh my God, I just shot.
What Casey was talking about with
It was so funny.
I was farting and sneezing, and then I shot.
Oh God! Ew. What Casey was talking about with women who have given birth, tons of my friends will be laughing about something, and someone's like, "Oh, I just peed a little."
like sneezing, coughing,
anything, anything.
Dropping
and
a load.
At the gym, my one friend, will do like jumping jacks, and she's like, I'm not doing that. I can't do that. That's
do it.
not for me.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, listen, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. There's a ton of other ones that are up there.
And just real quick to clarify, it was Frosty Falls in Bridgeport. If you are ever in the area, go to that ice cream shop. It was one of the best Sundays I ever had.
I got to try it for sure. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. Bizarre File stories await, my friends. So stay with us. And the Back to School A to Z, we're in the heavy portion. And I think I'm going to have to really crank the studio monitors up next. Stay with us.
But that's sometimes your Caseyism. Like, you don't know when to end it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Well, so I had 2 or 3 different times talked myself into a corner.
Well, let me jump in here also. Throughout the years, and it used to be the thing where I had asked, if you realized this story was not going anywhere, and then an asteroid hit the Earth.
Yes.
I asked you to say, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, and we all died.
Right. So there were a couple of, and listen, this is Steve from Stranger Things, and and prior to this, I thought maybe I was going to have to do a Q&A with him, so I did a little bit of research about him, and so I knew a little bit more about this gentleman. And as it turns out, I wasn't doing a Q&A. I was just introducing him, and that's fine. Yeah. So. Hannah's not there. I know, like, I have to leave. I have to get out of here. Like, I am,
I'm in a pretzel loop.
I have overstayed my welcome. I have moved on from pretzels. I don't even know what I don't know what the bridge from pretzels to Van Wilder was. But now I'm at Van Wilder, and because Ryan Reynolds is in Van Wilder.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
And I'm relaying the story.
Another icebreaker.
I had a really great interaction and encounter with Ryan Reynolds at the Van Wilder screening and press junket in Panama City, and I'm relaying this story, and then I just hear a knock at the door. And I'm like, okay, let me answer the door. It's Hannah from Allied Advertising. So I open the door, and she goes, hey, there's some people out here who want to have their picture taken with you. And I go, oh, okay, And I start walking out the door. I get halfway out the door, and I go...
You weren't talking to me, were you?
Wait, no.
No. No, what?
She was talking to me.
Okay, all right.
All right. But I kind of made a joke like, Joe, no, they want some pictures. She goes, no, they want pictures with you, with me. I'm like, oh, okay. And I walk halfway out the door, and it dawns on me that there's nobody out there to take pictures with me.
Oh my God.
The girl from Disney
Oh, God, said-
essentially texted Hannah like, dude,
get him
get
out
this
of here.
guy the F out of here.
Oh no. Oh no.
right? And it dawns on me, and I step out the door.
Oh, God.
And then I turn back. I go, wait a second.
Oh, God.
I go, did you send her a text message to tell her to come and get me?
Oh, no.
Casey!
Oh, no.
She did. She flat out did. I go, you did. I go, it's fine. I go, I get it. I go, I'm so sorry, man. Listen, sometimes I have no chill or whatever. But I go, I know you totally did that, right? And then I shut the door and I walk away with Hannah and I go, did she send the text message? She goes, yeah, she did. I was like, oh my God. And listen, I don't care that I called her out on it. I don't.
No.
That's
if you're going to do it, you got to own it.
Yeah. I'm like, and you did. I don't know what the text to Hannah said. I don't know if it was like, hey,
get this guy.
Can you get this guy? I don't know if she was nice
Please
about it.
get him to talk about pretzels again.
Oh my God. But
I mean, we're closer with Hannah than them. You should really ask what I want to know what the text said.
I would, you know what? I will ask her, but she confirmed that no, there was nobody out there to take pictures with me. So now I'm standing outside of this room, and there's a step and repeat background. Nobody's there to take their picture with me, and now I'm like, oh my gosh,
now you're thinking.
I was a child at this point, I was so embarrassed, and I was like so inside my own head, and I was like, this is terrible. I am so embarrassed. I almost felt like crying, and then because I was depressed, I was like I legit got depressed at who I am as a person, and then I was like a little bit mad. I'm like, but I was being nice, you know what I mean? Like I'm a nice person, but like, God, Case, you're a 46-year-old man. You should freaking know. You have met a celebrity before. Stop being such an a-hole.
You were excited over pretzels.
I was excited over
that. Was the problem. You were excited over great pretzels, and
I still want to open a franchise, and it's not that expensive to open a franchise. My wife said, no, I'm not allowed to open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise. And I was trying to think of where could I open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise? Where could I?
I thought this would have been you going, I need to go back and apologize right now, and then go back in there and then with this guy again. Yeah. We can't get rid of him here.
What was the converse? What was the? There was no conversation, right? Was it just you talking and not ending?
Right.
All right. So, no, I try to get people involved in said conversation. So the questions were asked, I think. Right. I'm pretty sure.
Do you recall a real exchange, like a conversation, or did you ask them to write down their questions and submit them to you?
I don't know.
So was there any point at which...
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, there were questions asked, and you didn't breathe to let them answer.
I had another moment over the weekend, too. Where
Well, wait. Before you go to that, to this point, did you encounter them again? Did you get a chance to apologize to him, our buddy from Stranger?
I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I never talked to the girl again from Disney. I talked to the guy. So I had gone into the theater after I had walked away and hung my head in shame for 10 to 15 minutes and texted you guys to try and make myself feel a little bit better. I was then asked to go into the theater to let people, because they collect your phones a lot of times before. So they had just gotten approval to let everybody have their phones back, and then I announced a surprise to hey, by the way, we have one of the stars here, so if you want to take a picture while he's in the theater, you can go get your cameras now. So I did that, and then I brought Joe on to the stage, and while Joe was addressing the crowd, I talked to the gentleman. I go, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I go, listen, sometimes I have no chill. And he was so cool. He goes, dude, he's like, you were fine. He's like, he's like, I want to hear the rest of the story. I'm like, this guy, you're
was
lying.
Was he texting while he said that?
No. I'm like, you're lying, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then
how sometimes we have these events and there's the person who's in charge of making sure that the other person's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the publicist did that on Joe's behalf and he didn't care at all.
There's a good chance that was the case.
And
like I said, I wasn't
just trying to put up a barrier and get out in front of a situation, because I've been at these things before, and I've been at them with you, and you're just friendly and you're you. You know, you're totally fine. But every now and then, somebody gets weirded out.
You're speaking the truth. 9 times out of 10, it is not the celebrity who has put these restrictions on. It is the handler.
Or it could be like that scene in The Running Man where Richard Dawson, the guy who mops over his feet, and he goes, "Hey, you're doing a great job." And he walks in the other room. If that a-hole is working here, later on today, you're going to be mopping the floor. But is there a chance maybe we could see about getting Joe on to talk to him and just say,
"Hey, are we okay?" I'm really sorry.
I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to interview him anyway,
I would too. I really would love to have an opportunity to press.
Well, go to the Disney rep. She was impressed.
Yeah, I know. No, here's the deal. If we were to get Joe on, he's not gonna be like, he's going to be very diplomatic in that. But
Casey, I have had more moments in my life like that where I've walked out of a room and just felt horrible about myself for whatever way I reacted or have just presented myself, and it's a common thing, you know. I mean,
I told you guys about this.
It lives in you.
Yeah, it does.
I told you guys about this, and I'll just call it an argument that I had in a Wawa parking lot too long ago. And I felt worse about this encounter than I did about that encounter. Like, I really did. I felt worse about myself.
And that one almost came to blows.
No, it did.
Yeah.
It did. And I won't go into details, but I will let everybody know that I was in the wrong to begin with. But I had a very similar experience on Saturday night at the Fish concert. I was talking to a gentleman named Dave, who he was telling me about these guys that were standing behind me, and one of the guys just so happens to be a guitarist of a band that I actually just started listening to, and I was like, what?
Pretzels!
I'm like, oh my God, Corey Wong!
Pretzels! I like pretzels! Do you like pretzels?
You ever had a Wetzel's pretzel? No, so a guy's name's Corey Wong, and he's a guitarist for a band, Wolfpack, and I
love Wolfpack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do I. And I started going a little bit off the rails, and then Dave, who introduced us, he sort of had to qualify it. Hey, this guy is the producer for the number one morning show in Philadelphia, and that's what he says, and I'm like, oh, man.
I did it again.
I'm doing it again. I'm like, he's totally he's saying to this guy, this dude's not just although I am.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, let's reel it back a little bit. But this one time when you did the thing, no. So I tried to reel it back.
Pretzel bread. I like bread. So listen,
I didn't feel as
you
bad about
probably
that
felt
encounter.
it was worse than it was because now you were hyper aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
It's challenging though too, because when you're with friends, when you're with loved ones, everybody smiles and nods and it's cool. When you're with strangers or somebody you've never met before, it changes the dynamic. And you have no idea what was going through Joe Keery's head. I'm sure he's fine and probably hasn't thought about it since then.
Right. Well, and
or that's the subject of his new movie.
Now, I've also been on the receiving end of a few of these experiences, right? People listen to the show and they're huge fans. Or, somebody will introduce me to somebody who clearly doesn't listen to the show, and that's fine, too. And now these people have to act like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, you don't have to.
Okay.
Right.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen. I know you don't, and it's fun. But because of that, because of my experience that I had with Joe Keery, and to anybody, if you want to come up and say hi to me at a restaurant or a Wawa or where, please do it.
Absolutely.
Because the deal is, I don't have a job if it's not for you that's listening right now. It's just, it's as simple as that. All these great luxuries that I'm able to provide for my family are a direct result of you in your car or your home or your office or whatever listening to me right now. And so, same thing for you, Joe Keery. No.
Pretzels!
Wouldn't it be great if you guys open up a pretzel franchise, you and Joe Keery? You know?
I just want to own it by myself.
Local broadcasters open up a Wetzel's Pretzels with one of the stars of Stranger Things.
This is my thing. This is not Joe Keery's thing. This is my thing. And
I was trying to find a bridge.
No, there is no bridge. And you know what? And so at the very end of the night, an asteroid hit and we all died.
Right.
There you go.
So the worst part of this whole story, guys, is once I got done introducing the film and I walked out of the movie theater, I went to go to Wetzel's Pretzels because I wanted to buy some more to bring home to my family.
They were closed.
It was closed!
pretzels. I was like, what did you do with all those extra pretzels that were in the display case?
When was the last time? When was the last time you remember an all-night pretzel place?
It wasn't that late.
Hey,
it wasn't even 8 o'clock.
Was it as quickly when they introduced you to Joe? Was it as quickly? Hey man, how you doing? Hey, have you ever had Wetzel's pretzels before? Was it that quick?
It was pretty close.
Yeah,
it was pretty damn close.
I've seen you do that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that type of thing where it's like, and I know what you're doing. You're just looking to have a normal conversation.
It's an
with someone,
icebreaker.
so.
You're gonna charm them.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, I think, right?
No, we do. As a matter of fact,
because otherwise I would go to these calls, but we have to.
No, we got to take a break.
The regional manager of Wetzel's Pretzels is on.
Santa's got to go.
He's
Pretzels got to go.
The Northeast region and wants to talk to you about franchise opportunities.
Listen, the closest one here is at the Fashion District. I already checked, and they're in North Jersey, but that's the only one that is around here.
All right.
So
I can't believe the winner in all of this is Wetzel's Pretzels.
Right, big time.
You know?
You kidding me?
And Steve, have you heard from Marisa? Is she alive?
Yes, she lives. The woman lives. She is in Brazil as we speak, having a great time getting ready for the game on Friday.
Monkeying around. We're looking at that video she posted with the monkeys on her.
Yeah.
We have another topic to talk to you guys about, though, with all this back to school stuff. Is there anything, let's see if I get this right. What made you cool, Preston, when you went to school? Like you had to have a certain backpack or something.
Yeah, the one new thing you had to have to start school.
There's so many things with you that made you cool.
I mean, we could.
It was his hair, actually.
Yeah, I had great hair. No, okay. So if you're talking about an item like a something that maybe like a status item at school or something like that.
Yes.
I'm thinking back to, we called it junior high back in the day, not middle school, but in junior high you had to. In your back pocket, as a guy, you had to have a goody comb.
A goody comb.
Yep. And we would have comb fights, too, where you would, try and break the other person's comb.
Is that a big handle on it?
It had a big handle on it, yeah. All this is very euphemistic now in hindsight that I look at that and think about it. But, yeah, that was one of the things. And then I don't remember as far as school supplies and stuff like that, what was considered cool.
Like a trapper keeper or something like that?
Yeah, trapper keepers were definitely pretty ubiquitous.
They're making their way back.
Oh, yeah. They call it case it now. It's not called a trapper keeper. At least the one that we got was a case it, and that's what it is. It's a trapper keeper.
I'm a little older, so I had a lunch pail that had Charles Lindbergh on it.
Seriously?
Seriously.
I am lost. What is a trapper keeper?
You don't know a trapper keeper?
Wow.
No.
It was the way I loved them because it was a way I could organize everything. I had my folders. It's a 3-ring binder essentially with pockets. You can put, nowadays you can put a laptop in there, but you could put all your erasers, your pencils, your pens, your folders, your 3-ring notebooks.
The names of the teachers you were dating.
God, he's the worst.
All of them.
It?
So,
It was an
folds over,
organizer.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We call that in Kansas a nifty binder.
A nifty binder.
Wow.
What the hell are you calling it? Trapper
Keeper.
Or
That
a
was
case it now.
the brand name was Trapper
Case it.
Keeper.
Yeah.
What's less likely to
Trapper
get?
keeper.
What's less likely to get your butt kicked? The nifty thing or
Yeah.
the trapper
Trapper
keeper?
keeper.
Yeah.
Trapper keeper.
Yeah.
Trapper keeper sounds like somebody has been kidnapped.
It's a it's a BDS thing. Yeah.
Or a religious cult.
Oh, is this where you kept all your stuff? Your keeper.
Yeah.
With the trapper part.
Okay.
I was big on my pencil pouch, whatever the decoration, whatever color it was, because that's where you kept all your erasers and pens and pencils and the calculator. Like, I had to be cool.
You know, it was a prestige thing like that, Alex. Is if you had the Crayola collection of the Crayola crayons, and the one that had a box with a crayon sharpener built into it.
Yeah.
That was
the 64 pack.
64 pack with the sharpener. That was it. Yeah, and now kids bring their computers to school.
All right. And the JanSport backpack.
Yeah. You never said what yours was. Was it make sure you had a good mini chalkboard thing, right? or what was it for you?
A shovel with a piece of chalk rock to write on?
Yeah, it was a lid.
All right, guys. See you later.
All right, we'll see you later, guys. Bye-bye. I was just thinking about do you remember book covers?
Yeah.
You have to put the book covers on there. Did you guys ever use grocery store bags?
Always.
Yes, my mother would. I was jazzed about that because I could draw. So it was like I would like, oh man, let's have some fun here.
Those were the free ones. You could buy fancy ones.
Yeah,
but,
Yep.
Tom McElwain wasn't buying the fancy ones.
I am shocked by that.
Half my school book said King Cullen, which was the supermarket that
Oh,
my
ours
mother
are
went to.
Acme.
Yeah.
Notebooks, but notebook art was a big thing. Like what you
Huge.
wrote
Yeah.
on your notebooks was a collage of just stuff you believed or liked or things like that.
9 times out of 10, it'd be one of the lyrics from Dark Side of the Moon.
Or just things that you knew you could draw, right?
Yeah.
Like
totally.
I could. The only things I could draw was Woodstock from Peanuts and a guy getting his head chopped off with a cleaver.
Okay.
Those are the 2 things that I knew how to draw.
Mine was my name in bubble letters.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But if you had the grocery bag, then you could add onto it as the year went on, and it was just somewhere to doodle.
How long before you had a textbook or a cover that had the STP sticker on it?
Oh, yeah, back in the day, STP.
Well, the Stussy S was a big thing as well.
I still have 2 or 3 of my notebooks from 8th grade. I'll bring them in if you guys want.
yeah.
I think I
Yeah,
brought
yeah.
them in years ago, but it's got all the stuff that I would draw on there.
Okay. But do you have work inside?
Probably not. I think I just.
It was just a doodle. Oh, because
No, I mean, it was a legit. I threw all that stuff away and I just kept the actual notebook.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah, so it wasn't like a it didn't have loosely. It didn't have paper in it. This was just an organizer.
Got it.
But I'll bring those in for you. It gives you a peek into me.
Friggin' composition books. The what do they call the brand of them?
Composition.
You couldn't tear a page open.
Yep.
They
the black
sucked.
marble
The
books?
black and white ones. Yeah. Yep. I hated those things.
And you'd have to turn the entire book in to get graded.
I still have my Spanish notebook from high school.
Really?
Yeah, I kept it. I don't know why. I think I thought I was going to be a Spanish-speaking American. I'm not, but I still have it.
Well, you were Lisa when you were a kid.
Yeah.
Kathy, would you come up to the front of the class and read from your book?
Today is my son's first day of school, and at about 7 o'clock last night, he's like, "Hey, I need to go get pens and pencils."
Oh.
I was like, "You mother effer."
No.
Wait.
No,
I
you
got to
don't
read
get
you guys because yesterday was Ben's first day, and he's Preston. He's Lake Caroline. He's his first day of his senior year last year, and so I was really curious as how the day went. And here's the response that I got: "It was good. Had bagels." And I said, because they did the senior sunrise thing, any sunrise pics? No, we couldn't really see the sun. I said hi to people. Then we went to Charlie's for bagels. that was it.
It's gonna be a bagel year.
You and your son love bagels.
By,
we sure do.
By the way, Case, with your son not getting supplies, didn't you just go school store, man? Go tomorrow. They have a school store?
It's different, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Like
I don't even know at ours. I have no idea at our kids' high
Our school store now isn't what like it was when we went to school, where you could get your pencils and erasers and all that. It's like little bracelets for
Birth control.
No, it's like bracelets and
T-shirts and
yeah, like
Okay.
the school.
Wow.
Yeah.
Our you could get candy at our school store.
Ours was flat out supplies.
Yeah.
Stuff
And ours-
you needed.
By the way, was simply a closet that had a desk at the front of it.
Yeah. Ours was.
That
So was
it.
ours.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
kind of like a walk-in closet.
Yeah.
That
Ours
it.
was the gym closet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't know that doesn't really. Maybe it doesn't exist.
Wait,
the way
with
it does
the
anymore.
door that just the top could open,
Yep,
and you
yeah.
could leave the bottom
Like
shut.
you're
So
at a farm.
yeah.
We never did take a look at traffic, by the way.
Oh,
we didn't?
Yeah, and then I got to do a shout out, and then we'll do the beef out. But we'll continue back to school chat another time. Let's take a look, Kathy. What's going on so far this morning,
I got
please?
so excited about the traffic keeper.
Yeah.
The Blue Route northbound jams 95 to the Media Bypass, 95 northbound slowing Academy to Woodhaven, southbound from Cotman to Bridge. Once you get to the Vine westbound, you're jamming the length 95 to the Schuylkill. Schuylkill westbound heavy from Passyunk to the Vine, the Boulevard out to the Blue Road eastbound side from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then the Boulevard to Spring Garden. An accident in Pottstown on High Street at Franklin Street, both directions being affected there. Also in Abington, Jenkintown Road at Tennis Avenue, an accident. New Jersey Turnpike, the outer lanes northbound at Woodrow Wilson, we had an accident that's just been cleared. And then on, it looks like 42 and 55, you're still moving along okay. Bridges are looking okay as well. Volume building, but nothing major to report there. This traffic report brought to you by S&T Bank. Join them for Days of Delight. Their Feel Good campaign will have you saying, "This is why S&T Bank is my bank." Enjoy a free financial literacy guide. Visit them in branch or online at stbank.com for details. Member FDIC. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Real quick, I'm going to do a butt plug and a shout out real quick. The butt plug is from Detective Diane Nelson. We met Detective Nelson at spring training this past year. She was there. Her brother, and I mentioned him on air because her brother and his fiance got engaged on the beach while they were down there. Remember that?
Awesome. Yeah.
She said, I'm writing to inform you about the 10th annual Project Blue Light Memorial Ride. This wonderful event was created 10 years ago by Vince Gibson, who lost his brother, Detective Joe Gibson, to suicide in 2010. The event has since grown to become the Blue Lives Project 8105. And this year's event will be taking place Saturday, September 14th at the Philadelphia Police Academy Training Center on Woodhaven Road. And there's free registration. It begins at 8 a.m., followed by the ride at 9 a.m. She said, you and I had the opportunity to speak briefly that my husband, Captain Brian Hartzell, tragically took his own life in 2023. This year, the memorial ride will be dedicated in his honor.
Wow.
Names of the other officers will also be mentioned and honored. She said, unfortunately, suicide and mental health issues amongst law enforcement officers has become a growing epidemic. I thought I'd reach out to you and the crew and help spread the word about this ride to your listeners and other local police officers from surrounding jurisdictions that may be listening. We are expecting great turnout, and this will be a wonderful event as it will include mental health and wellness family fair at the Academy from 9 to 1. Again, this is on September 14th. The fair will be a fun-filled day of education, games, door prizes, bounce houses, music, and more. So I want to make sure we mention that, and we have that on the community page of WMMR.com if you would like to take a look over there, and I'll be sure to mention that again. So thank you, Diane, for passing that information along. That's the butt plug. And then...
Oh, hang on. I got to give you a butt plug.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
And then a shout out. This is to an acquaintance of mine, Damian Esterhusen. He and his wife just had a baby last week, a son, Jonah. Damien, you guys met. He was a caddy at Pine Valley.
Such a nice guy.
And he does those intense, like 100-mile runs. He's like a long-distance, crazy runner guy.
Yeah, you've mentioned this guy. Yeah. And his name is Esterhusen?
Easter. I don't know how you pronounce his last name.
He's South
Esterhusen.
Yeah, he's South African?
South African.
Uh-huh.
He's
Yeah.
American, but he lived in South Africa. yeah.
Also, he gave me. He's sponsored by like Goo. He because he's a distance runner, and so he
Goo
came
is the
by.
kind of the nutrient paste, right?
Yeah, so he gave me a whole bunch of goo. For goo. I've been using it on my bike rides.
What's that on my back?
That's just some goo. Hey, wait a minute. We're talking about his new son.
Sorry,
here.
yes.
Yeah, Jonah.
Well, that's how that son came into the world.
So congratulations and a shout out to you, Damien. Your lovely wife and family. That's cool. All right, let's do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. They can help keep your HVAC system running with same-day repairs and next-day installation. Horizon Services. Help is on the way. Well, once upon a time, Maine, the state, could claim that more than 120 covered bridges dotted its landscape. Last week, the head count was 9, but now there are 8.5. That's because, despite posted signs, the driver of an overweight vehicle decided to cross one. He didn't make it, not even halfway. Instead, the bridge bottomed out, sending the driver, truck, and cargo plummeting into the water below.
We just had our own covered bridge issue.
We did. Babbs Bridge in Gorham, Maine, has the oldest history of the state's remaining covered bridges, one that dates back to 1840. The wooden bridge has also a weight limit of 3 tons. The driver behind the wheel of a Ford F-750 thought that he could make it, but alas, those trucks can be over 9,000 pounds empty, and depending on what was in the bed, it can be between 26,000 and 37,000 pounds. And the driver was also hauling crushed gravel.
Oh, come on.
Even if the vehicle were an older F-Series with 0 cargo, its weight would have still exceeded the old bridge.
We're looking at the picture of the collapse. It just went straight to hell through the
just a
bridge.
huge hole in the floor
like
of the bridge.
Beetlejuice.
Yep. Although there are no signs regarding weight limits placed on or near the bridge itself, there are roadway signs, large and obstructed. The signs indicate that the bridge's height, width, and support and they are placed along the road at the last major intersection before arriving at the bridge crossing. Based on the images, the bridge gave way almost immediately under the weight of the truck. The driver suffered minor injuries and was able to exit the vehicle on his own. Luckily, no one was hurt. No one else was hurt, considering the area is popular with swimmers and kayakers.
Kayakers. I'd tell you what I would do, though, is I would put warning signs right at the bridge.
Yeah, they probably should. An Alabama husband died on a Florida operating table when the doctor mistakenly removed the man's liver during surgery before the surgeon attempted to pass off the organ as an enlarged spleen.
That's the darndest looking spleen I've ever seen, huh?
Yes, according to a lawyer representing the man's widow. William Bryan and his wife Beverly were visiting their rental property in Florida last month.
I know this looks like a lung, but it's actually his anus.
Beverly. When he suddenly began experiencing lower left abdominal pain. The 70-year-old went to Ascension Sacred Heart Emerald Coast Hospital, where he was admitted for further tests over concerns about an abnormality of the spleen. Dr. Thomas Sheknovsky and Dr. Christopher Bacani persuaded the reluctant family for Brian to undergo surgery at the hospital, or he could experience, quote, serious complications if he left the hospital. Brian agreed with the doctors and underwent a hand-assisted laparoscopic splenectomy procedure on August 21st. In the middle of the surgery, Shankowski removed Brian's liver by transecting the major vasculature supplying the liver. So the surgical cut resulted in immediate and catastrophic blood loss resulting in death.
Gonna get this out of the way here.
After erroneously removing Brian's liver, the general surgeon labeled the organ as a spleen, which was only identified as a liver after the man's death. Shanknovsky proceeded to explain to Beverly Bryan that her husband's spleen was so diseased that it was 4 times bigger than usual and had migrated to the other side of his body.
That's amazing that an organ would walk across the body.
Inside the human body, the liver is located on the upper right side of the abdominal cavity. The spleen, located on the upper left side of the abdomen next to the stomach, is significantly smaller than the liver and roughly the size of a fist.
What's your gallbladder doing in your throat?
Dr. Shankowski had a previous wrong site surgery back in 2023 where he supposedly removed a portion of a patient's pancreas instead of performing the intended adrenal gland resection.
So why was he allowed to still continue his practice?
That case was settled in confidence.
Aha.
Beverly Bryan says she is pushing for both civil and criminal proceedings related to her husband's death. Absolutely.
Like if I knew that was part of that guy's MO, I probably wouldn't let him do surgery on me.
In Florida, a Seminole County deputy's gun was taken from a racetrack restroom after he left it there while using the facilities. The deputy stopped at the convenience store to use the restroom and enter the accessible stall. He took off his gun belt and put it over the railing while he was on his cell phone. When he finished, he put his gun belt back on, left the store to respond to a call, and eventually noticed his gun was missing. The firearm was a 6-hour P320. Damari Dennis and Chance Byron found the gun in the restroom, and at some point the gun was, quote, sticking out of the toilet paper roll. Dennis, a convicted felon, said he didn't want to touch it because he was on probation, and surveillance video shows Brian leaving the store with a noticeable bulge showing on the right side of his waist. Detectives say the two men sold the gun for $40 via a Cash App.
And so did he later on thwart crimes with finger guns?
Both men face multiple charges, including grand theft of a firearm. Dennis also faces a charge of possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. The gun was recovered, but the deputy will likely face a review by the department's Professional Standards Division.
Yeah.
One last story. Let's end with this one. This is a heroic tale. A 5-year-old boy was attacked by a mountain lion during a family picnic this past Sunday at Malibu State Creek in Calabasas, California. The mountain lion grabbed the boy by the head and started to run.
That's what they do.
The father grabbed the mountain lion with his hands, the victim's aunt said, and he just fought it. And the mountain lion eventually let go. About 40 onlookers watched terrifying encounter. The boy sustained non-life-threatening injuries and was airlifted to a hospital. Despite being released, he had to return to the hospital for complications with his eye injuries. The mountain lion was found near the picnic area. They had to euthanize it because of the threat it posed to public safety. But crazy, that kid survived.
It's unbelievable.
Wow, and that is what I have in the bizarre file. Steve, you wanted to mention something here, right?
Yes, if it's okay. Kegs for Cats. This is the 4th annual Kegs for Cats. It benefits Morris Animal Refuge vis-a-vis Max Fund, and it is at the Philadelphia Brewing Company. It is a great event, and for the first time ever, it is a Friday happy hour event. That's September 13th from 5:30 to 8:30. If you get your tickets, you get complimentary beer and cider. There's kitten cuddling from Morris Animal Refuge. There is music by Kitty Rotten, this great band that Preston, they dress up as cats. It's hilarious. Food from Mashava, which is great. Middle Eastern sort of, falafels and pita and all that stuff. Just great food. Raffles, prizes, and more. Some guy named Steve Morrison's going to be there.
I know that dude.
Yes, meeting and greeting everybody. But again, that Friday happy hour vibe is so awesome. All the money raised will go to Max Fund to support the community cat program of Morris Animal Refuge. So it's kind of a cooperative that's going on there. Come on down. Come have a great time. They've all been great leading up to this, but we've never had a Friday happy hour to do it, and it's going to be great.
Yeah,
so,
man.
I think, Nick, I asked you to put it up on the...
It's there, man.
All right, so you can go to PrestonSteve.com, order your tickets, and we'll see you there.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We need to take a quick break. As we do, let's remind you, a secret text word today. We have a $100 Nebraza Brazilian Steakhouse gift card. You can book a reservation in Horsham or Philly. Visit Nebraza.com. But if you would like to win, text word secret to 39333, and we'll have a chance to win before the show is over. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. And you got to swing this bigger for me.
All right. Yes, slower, too. A slower cadence. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh! You got 2! And he's getting prepared again. He's like a panther waiting to pounce. He jumps in. 2, 3, 3. Ah! 3! And he's doing the Irish jig. All right. Casey's spying his time. He's in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow. Go.
That's how people die in this sport. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here we go. This is where it all comes together. All those years of yoga. 2, 3. Yes! Yes! I'd give that 4. I'd give that 4.
All right. Yeah. Squirrels have been laying down flat on their stomachs with their legs stretched out behind them and in front of them. Apparently, this slows them to a complete stop in the soaring temperatures. And though these small mammals might look like they're in stealth mode, it turns out they're trying to cool off. And Steve, it's called splooting.
Splooting?
Yes. Squirrels have been splooting all over Texas.
Oh, yeah.
And an expert said it's...
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
He's going to sploot.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to sploot. I'm going to sploot. Ladies and gentlemen, John Dornbach is joining us. Good day, John.
Rockstar, thanks for having me.
No problem, man. Anytime, bud. So, dude, it's how long since you've been and performed Magic live? Has there been a pause on that, or we know you haven't been in the area performing in a little while?
Yeah, it's been about a year and a half, right? So we're just getting up and going and excited to do so.
I have to ask you because I mentioned this to Casey. I watched the series Hacks with Gene Smart, which I thought was very funny. You appear in that, correct? That's you as the magician in one scene, correct?
Yeah, it was one of those things where HBO called and they're like, "Hey, HBO Max," and the director's like, "Hey, we need a magician. Gene Smart's this comedian, and will you play yourself?" And I was like, wait a minute. So what you're telling me is you want me to be on an HBO Max HBO show as myself? Yeah, I think I can make that happen.
Right. No, it was a cool scene because there was a big party and she's, at this palatial estate, and Caitlin Olsen was there as well. And but that was, you had to be shooting that during COVID restrictions and stuff like that, right? Was there a whole bunch of, the party seemed packed, but I'm sure they took extra precautions.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, it's the insurance companies, right? So a ton of precaution. It's funny because it's like 6 seconds, right? It was like 5 days, you know what I mean? But it's like you get 6 seconds. What was really, really cool is when I used to play for the Bills, Chris McDonald, who's an actor in a ton of stuff, I love his stuff. He was Shooter McGavin. And
yeah, he's great.
he's from upstate New York, so he would go to a lot of games. So him and I would hang out like way back in the day. And so when I sat next to him, I was like, hey, Chris. He's like, hey, what's going on? I'm Chris. I'm like, dude, Dornbos, long snapper, Bills. He was like, oh my God. It's kind of we got to hang out for a few days, and he's such a nice guy.
He seems like a great dude.
Well, your beard is more pronounced right now, so maybe that was part of it too.
Well, it's called children. The grays are coming in. Giving it a good shadow, you know?
How many kids do you have now?
Yeah, one. I should have said child.
Oh, okay.
But a split personality. Yeah.
But my wife takes care of me too, so she has children.
She's got two.
Hey, John, when you're putting together your act, your show, and I haven't seen, you've performed for us many times here in the studio, but I've never gone to your actual live show. What's it like? Because there's various types of magicians. There are people who put on a big, lots of pyrotechnics and effects, and there's people, the ones that I find more impressive are the ones who are mainly doing sleight of hand and really blowing you away with their storytelling and all the stuff that goes along with that. What's your style?
Well, perfect intro, because lucky for you, I'm a storyteller, sleight of hand, and we do some big stuff. So I'm really proud of the show. It's my life story. And so it's the ups and downs that I've had through life, the magic that I found along the way that got me out of it. It's inspiring. It's motivating. Look, we do some mind-blowing magic, obviously, because that's what I love to do. But I promise you, it's not like this gratuitous magic show where you just dance around and want to be David Copperfield. I love that. I just don't want to be that.
Right.
It's funny because the first... I grew up with like Blackstone the Magician and all these, and Houdini, obviously, and all this stuff. And there was that sort of presentation. The presentation where there was a narrative that would start to move in, where there was a story told through the magic, started to happen, I guess. Maybe it was Doug Henning, one of the first, who kind of did like a connected narrative with the magic. Is that correct, John?
Yeah. And Lance Burton did an interview way back when, and it was basically like the hardest part about magic is to get people to care. If I do a dove routine, why do people care?
Right.
And my style has always just gone towards telling personal experience and life stories that obviously, so when you tell a personal story, people connect to it, people relate to it, and then people start thinking about things in their life that are similar, right? And so it's a way to trigger. And then all of a sudden you do magic and it breaks down this barrier, this wall, and people become vulnerable like kids. And so now what you say to me is 10 times more impactful. Look, I'm a big fan of your show. I'm a big fan of rock and roll. I wanted to be a rock star. I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't play an instrument. Check that off the old box. But cards and magic became my instrument, and now the ballad or the jam can be whatever it is you say around it.
That's awesome.
John, did you happen to see a special on Hulu called In and of Itself with a guy named Derek Delgadio?
First of all, huge fan of Doug Audio. I'm like the only magician that has not seen this yet. I have no excuse. I've been wanting to see this. I heard it's phenomenal.
It's just really super unique, and that's what I think is really cool about taking what you do and putting a unique spin on it. And he's very much tells the story of his life as well during that show.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make a promise to the Preston and Steve show. I will be watching it tonight.
All right.
Nice.
But it's similar in your life story, which has so many. I mean, if you were to just get up and do a TED Talk about your life, that alone would be interesting. You have such rich fodder to draw upon for the magic. But as you start to develop a show and change it and alter it, and add illusions and tricks or whatever you like to refer to them as, where do you get the opportunity to go do that? Do you have a warehouse, or do you have, not that you're like David Copperfield making planes disappear or whatever, but do you have an actual lab or something that you go to where you work on this stuff?
Yeah. I have a lab. It's my house at Oak Brook Circle.
That's it.
That little garage over there on the side that we don't quite use, that we don't know what to do with the lawnmower, so we shove it in there.
And it's that simple. You just go in and a room in your house and.
Yeah, you know what? I got a great creative team, and so Blake Voigt, Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is the guy behind David Blaine, all his TV stuff for years and years.
Well,
we're really good friends. Yeah, we're good friends. But what these people are really good at is. When us three get in a room and we jam, it's like songwriting, right? Some people just gel, and it's important to know one another's style. And so they kind of get my style, and we just create stuff, which is fun.
It's funny because so many musicians and magicians, and the words sound very similar, by the way, but you'll take a chord progression and turn it a little bit and make it something new. And I get that impression as being the same with magicians. Okay, there's this old style trick. We're going to turn it, do this, put this narrative behind it, and make it something new. Is that a large part of what you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's like music. There's like 5 chords. Am I right?
Yeah.
I should know that. Six chords. Well, magic, there's 5 things you can do, and I should probably know these 5. You can disappear, you can reappear, you can change, and there's like 2 other things you can do.
Right.
So it's taking a spin on that.
You're getting a little too intricate for us.
Well, let me ask you. I was expecting manipulation. Some of these other
you change, you disappear, you come back, and then there's 3 other things.
2 other things.
So, all right. So there have been some in the magic world. There have been some constants, obviously, but there has been new variables over the years in technology and stuff. And over the last year, with being able to do things via Zoom and virtually, has that presented itself any new opportunities for you?
Yeah. So in the Zoom world, which is here we are. I did a lot of like keynotes. Believe it or not, the virtual keynote speaking market was out of this world, right? And so I'd be able to do tricks through Zoom, which is kind of cool. I created a few things. Now it's a completely different medium. It's a completely different way of doing things. Right now you're isolated in this little frame here. So, it was a fun, challenging time.
Do you get called? I mean, obviously, I know when I was doing stand-up comedy, I used to do corporate gigs fairly often. Is that still out there? Substantially with so many people working from home and all that changed because of what we just went through. Is that still a rich area for you as a magician to work in?
The Zoom market?
The corporate, corporate events and things of that nature. Yeah. Is that a big money maker for you without getting? Yeah, but I don't need a dollar amount.
Yeah, baby, throw me the money. But not so much as a magician. Like I said, I get hired out as a speaker, and I get to do whatever magic I want within that.
I got
One of the best advice I ever got was my rookie year, and this guy Kevin Elko, he's a speaker, and I was in the weight room. He's like, "Hey, I'll give you a couple $100 to go talk to these bankers." I was like, "I'm in." He goes, "You know that stupid little pencil trick you do?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "They'll eat it up. Tell your story how you went to college." So I was like, "Okay." And then afterwards, he literally pulled me aside and he goes, "Listen, kid." I was 23. He goes, "Listen, kid, I'm going to give you some advice. Look, the magic's cute. I get it. You need to be a speaker, and you'll thank me for it." And so I've been a speaker ever since. And obviously, the cap that companies are willing to spend on a magician is quite a bit smaller than a speaker.
Right.
And so
true.
Hey, you can call me whatever you want.
Just a reminder, John's going to be at Borgata Music Box on Friday. 2 shows, by the way. John, so what role does football play in your life now? Just a observer or anything else?
I have some friends call me here and there, and they'll have because a lot of the guys I played with now are coaching either high school, college, or whatever, and they'll have a snapper or a specialist. And they'll say, "Hey, man, can you work with this kid? Can you give me some advice?" And we can do it over Zoom. We can do it live. And so I'm just kind of like the guy that just kind of goes in, helps out. Believe it or not, there's been some coaches that have left the Eagles and gone on to other teams, and they're like, "Hey, we'd love to bring you in here and just kind of help build the culture of an organization," which for me, I think that was a bigger compliment than help me with X's and O's. I think that was kind of a role I had with the Eagles for a long, long time. And that was, establish a culture, get a sense of community and family within a locker room, care about one another. And then you don't have to be the greatest of athletes to win.
I have a very objective question to ask you, John. Which fans are crazier, Bills fans or Eagles fans? Because Bills fans over the last few years have really upped their game in the level of craziness that they bring. The Bills Mafia, as I think now kind of rivals the insanity that Eagles fans bring every week.
I'll say this. I mean, anybody that's out there in minus 20-degree weather with no shirt on, run around in the parking lot, I mean, it's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different level of crazy. For those that have never been to Buffalo, wow. It was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me to get picked up by the Bills.
With some friends were out playing golf, and one of them said, you guys really like that A to Z thing, or do you just say that? And I'm like, dude, we love it.
Yeah.
Like, it's so much fun to play these songs.
It's very cool. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that at some point yesterday, I was driving home, and I left the car listening, and I walked in to the house, and my wife was listening to the station, and I believed I heard the end of Gloria by Laura Branigan playing.
Oh, wow.
Is it possible we played that?
Casey's going to look it up on the... I mean, we were in are we? Yeah, we were in the G's then.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let's see.
Them, no.
You too, definitely.
We have The Doors, them featuring Van Morrison, and U2.
Okay.
What do you have it over there?
It's a pretzel nugget,
Oh,
Kathy.
He wasn't expecting.
I'm
to
almost
talk right now.
positive that because that's what she was listening to. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
I think maybe Pierre dropped it in. 'Cause
Maybe it was an
during his-
audible.
You know
during his
what?
show.
Yeah.
He probably would, and why not? I think so. But anyhow. All right, so enjoy it. Back to School A to Z. It goes on and on. It's a couple weeks long usually, so we're stoked to bring it to you. All right, so I think let's do the stream of consciousness, Nerd. I have a couple of different things to that have just been ripping through my head.
The stream of consciousness, nerd.
All right, let's start with this, Casey, because you're really high on Costco right now.
Am I? Did I go there yesterday?
Yeah, you did. But starting now, actually, started on September 1st, customers are going to see a $5 to $10 increase.
What?
Depending on their membership plan. The change applies. This is for, I believe, just the membership fee.
What the
applies to both current memberships and renewals. It's the first time in 7 years that the wholesale chain is increasing its membership fee.
Okay. I'm a special member. I don't even know.
He's special.
I don't know. I signed up for whatever.
He likes to pirouette.
I'm supposed to get stuff back. I don't even know. But yesterday, I love this sirloin that they have, and I got it, and I discovered at checkout that the price, they pulled a fast one on me, Steve.
What?
Because
less or more?
What?
It was more.
More.
But the price, and it's so much so that I paid for it, and I was like, I'm going to leave my card here real quick because I got to go check the prices on it. And sure enough, like what I thought I was buying for $11.26, it was $11.26 a pound.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah.
I will tell you this, and I think, Preston, you've been an advocate for this notion. They have some fine meat selections.
Oh,
at
absolutely.
These,
The steak, the beef selection is excellent there. The seafood's really good. Costco does it right, man.
No, yeah. So we do the BJ's thing, and they're similar, and they have that same sort of vibe going on.
Well, but the issue is, though, and it probably since you and Claire it's just you two, and now my house is starting to get smaller, is like, do I need to buy that much?
You need
that bulk,
right?
11 pounds. How much was the steak? What was the
So
weight?
it ended up being like $24, and you get 2 sirloins, and they're all individually like sliced. So they're really, really great if you want to like throw. I was making these little sliders with
All
them.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this: if with the price increase, and I think you did report on this a while ago, Preston, they are going to keep their hot dog.
Yes.
Yeah,
at
$1.50.
the same price.
Yeah,
they were going to raise it.
Thought
for a
about
while.
raising it,
Yeah.
and then everybody said, "No, please don't
Right.
do that." And they listened. By the way, real quick, as a quick interrupter, Claire, I don't want you to hang on for too long, and I'm getting a number of texts. Pierre did play
I knew it.
Laura Branigan's Gloria, and he
All
called it a left turn. So we appreciate that. By the way, so the fee increases come after the company announced that it would crack down on card sharing as well by requiring shoppers to scan their membership cards to enter the store. Normally, you would just flash it.
Yep.
So now they're going to have you scan
Card
it.
flash and stool sample.
And they said over the coming months, membership scanning devices will be used at the entrance door of your local warehouse. Once deployed, prior to entering, all members must scan their physical or digital membership card by placing a barcode or QR code against the scanner.
All right, quick question. Has anybody done the walk around with your phone scanning each
No.
item as
No.
you get it? Because that is now something that they offer.
At
Where-
Costco? Or
well,
just in-
BJ's
Okay.
does apparently. Again, this is part. You go around the app, you scan the barcode of everything you're buying.
Okay.
And the idea is at checkout, you scan and then you're good
You
to
just
go.
you just show them your phone,
Right.
and they glance at
you,
your.
You scan at the thing, right?
Okay.
That's what I understand.
Okay.
That could be hearsay and hooey.
I've not heard about that for Costco, but maybe BJ's does that, yeah. Despite the membership fee increase, Costco says its members will continue to include, the membership will include one free card for a designated person in the same household who is at least 16 years old.
Do you know what's the most deadly thing about the setup? And Costco's the same way in BJ's, and they're all the same Sam's Club. When you get to that register area, that is baked goods and cookie central. At least in my beaches.
No, at Costco, it's all in the back.
Oh, really? Because all that stuff
It's
is
all nuts
right
and
by
trail
the
mix.
no.
Nuts and trail mix and pharmaceuticals. Are
By
at
the
front.
registers?
Yeah, by the
you
registers.
got a better deal because, man, they get you.
So what I'm really, really digging about Costco is just the prepared meals, right? So like, for instance, I get these little mini tacos, and I love mini tacos. But normally, you get them frozen, and they're good. But like these ones are fresh, so they're refrigerated and not frozen.
It's a whole new world.
And I like it.
Are those the one with the little soft tacos you're talking about?
Yeah,
those are great.
Really, really good.
Yeah, they have some really good prepared foods as
Have
well.
you seen they have the this sounds so pathetic. You go come in. But they sell the Panera soups.
Oh yeah, I got those
in like big containers.
Yep. And Casey, have you tried the tuxedo cake?
No.
Phenomenal.
I did do that banana cream pie, though.
That was good, too.
And we discovered that it's my daughter's favorite food of all time.
Yum.
I have never had a cake.
Let's see. Steve, you mentioned stool samples, so we will we'll head over
My
that
mind
way.
is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
So, Georgia Rupert Allen, a pelvic health expert, shared on TikTok that wiping your ass more than 3 times isn't just a waste of toilet paper. It could actually cause some uncomfortable issues.
Anything else is just a waste of time.
In her viral video, Georgia said,
Be a waste of time.
when you are wiping more than 2 or 3 times, that is called, and I love this term, fecal smearing.
Fecal smearing. I am going to second that emotion.
Oh, get the hell out. It's called cleaning yourself, Dr. Georgia, or is that her name?
Yeah.
Well, but there are times when
if your diet's on point and you're getting enough fiber, I think you should be able to handle it with 3 wipes.
Okay. I never really count. I don't know. I go until I don't see brown anymore.
That's it.
Yeah. It is essentially when
Attaboy.
Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
It is essentially when too much fecal matter stays at the entrance of the anus, even after you have finished your poop. And that's a direct quote.
Sometimes it's shy.
Oh, dude, Family Guy's got a great bit about that where Peter's like, it's like there's a brown crayon that's stuck there, right? And as it turns out, there was a brown crayon stuck in his butt.
Well, Chris Pratt has there's an outtake from the office. Parks and Recreation where he's with his doctor. It's like it's a magic marker. Keep wiping and wiping.
The pelvic specialist explained that for those who feel more than 3 wipes are needed, she has a solution. She said a technique. And this, I don't get this at
I know,
all.
it seemed kind of weird to me.
A technique that you can use to reduce the number of times you wipe is squeezing your pelvic floor in a waterfall formation. I will explain.
Okay.
You start.
Drive to Niagara Falls.
Now listen to this. You start by squeezing the anus 20%, then 50%, 80%, and then 100% so that you have squeezed it 4 times
Like it's
at the end of your poop.
Like an icy. What are they?
I was thinking like toothpaste.
Like you're basically squeezing.
Wait, so are you squeezing and holding, or are you squeezing, releasing,
I don't know.
squeezing, releasing?
I already did enough squeezing while I was taking a dump.
Yeah,
and now
right.
we're squeezing post-dump? What does this mean?
Well, do you want the brown crayon or not?
Yeah.
I don't want the brown
You're
crayon.
a wealthy businessman. You don't have time for this.
But listen, not to get too graphic, but sometimes the consistency determines how much you're going to wipe, because you can have a mess back there, and it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Did we not? Here, take this with you. Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Ties right into it.
My buddy from high school swore to this. If you have to wipe 3 times or more, you just immediately got to get in the shower.
Yeah. Oh, well, the bidet.
Yeah.
The bidet.
When I know, and I swear to God, I love that bidet. $40 at Amazon, through Amazon. I love it. Hooks right up, very easy.
Great video.
Godsend.
I showed it to all you guys last week. It is slow motion. People are sitting on the toilet, different people they have, and they film them, and they've never used a bidet before, and they put it in slow motion when the water first hits their ass. It's hilarious because it's this bizarre. I guess you can't help but make that face the first time that it happens. You're like, ooh.
Well, so there are some of
don't know what's coming.
The company that makes the bidet that I have also makes one, Kathy, that will actually heat up warms up the water and keeps it in. Mine does not. So you will get that little
zap,
chili goose at the beginning. But what you know is at the end of it all, you're going to have a clean hiney hole.
So if the waterfall thing doesn't work for you, you can get checked out by a medical professional if you want to be safe.
I assume a dentist.
Yes, a dentist most likely will be able to make a call on that.
Yeah, you know what? It's amazing. I was watching this doctor talk about all things fecal and all things that area and your gut in general. It is basically the nexus of so much of how we process our diseases. It is kind of the it's everything.
Yeah. Do we still have that "Check Your Poop" song from Scrubs? Maybe. It's been ages since we played it, but it's legitimate.
It's legitimate. And so it's funny, she's giving this sort of quasi TED talk about things. And after the initial giggling about what she keeps, fecal and this and blah, 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 you're like, oh my God, I guess that does make sense.
Casey found it.
All right.
I'll play. I don't know. It's almost 2 minutes long.
Kathy's going to get her jug. She wants to play along.
Play the whole thing for you, but this is great.
What's loose.
Come. All right, so it goes on.
It's true.
It's how important.
It's absolutely true.
That you take a look at that. Hang on, I'm going to go to Luke. He's got a bit of a solution. Hi, Luke. Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo, buddy. Taking your call. What's up?
This whole conversation, like especially the wiping part, it's kind of reminded me of that outtake of Parks and Rec with Chris Pratt, where it's just a marker.
Yes, we just touched on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it just kind of reminds me of this story I was having with my girlfriend. We just flew out to Seattle recently, and we were going on a bunch of hikes, and I found this stuff. It's like Nair for your nether regions. It's called NADS.
NADS?
Yes, we talked about NADS.
Before,
it's less abrasive than straight up Nair.
Oh.
Yeah, so, this stuff, this is newly found for me, and it blows my mind, but we were talking about the logistics. Like, should I do this before the trip? Should I do this after the trip? Or well, I don't know. You're going to be on a plane for 6 hours. Like, this could be tough. It's like cutting off a muffler on your Honda Civic. You can't let one slip.
That's right. So what happened? What was the result?
Well, we also came up with the solution that the jungle down there would catch all the sweat if we were hiking. So we left it be for the vacation, and I took care of it afterwards. And now I'm back to my whole 3-wipe system.
So did you? Now let me ask you: when you applied the stuff, was there any rash? Was there any irritation?
No, there wasn't. It smelled like sulfur, and my girlfriend actually applied it for me. So God bless her.
You got to marry that woman. Marry that woman.
Wow.
Oh yeah, man, she's a keeper.
All right, interesting. All right, thanks, Luke. Appreciate that, man.
Yep, I'll catch you.
I totally forgot about NADS.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so anyhow, overwiping is the thing, and you can cause some issues.
Wet wipes. That's what I always say. Dry wipe, wet wipe.
I know a lot of
Still,
people.
the flushing thing. I know it says they're that's why I wouldn't take a risk with that.
And we've had plumbers.
I don't
who
flush
say,
them. I've talked about this.
What do you do? You hang them out? You
Yeah,
dry
throw
them?
them in a trash can.
Throw them in a trash can. Okay. It was like in Brazil. Remember? We got the email from the guy who said that they don't flush their toilet.
I asked Marisa about that.
Yeah, what did she say? Did you ask her?
No, I said we have to tomorrow.
All right, tomorrow we'll chat with her about that. All right, breaking news. Yeah, but it is part of Stream of Consciousness now.
Breaking news.
I just got this from Kathy Romano from the news desk.
Right.
The Dancing with the Stars season 33 celebrities have been announced.
All right.
And there's some interesting ones. Some I don't care about.
Is the individual we were wondering?
Yes. So first of all, we'll start with Phaedra Parks. She's on Real Housewives of Atlanta. Don't care.
I don't care.
Danny Amendola, former NFL player. Joey Graziadi. He was on The Bachelor.
Yep. Yeah, he's the Westchester guy.
He's the Westchester. Oh, that's the Westchester dude.
Instructor. Yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
The tennis pro?
Yeah. So he's going to be on Dancing with the Stars. How do you say her name? Ilona Mayer, the rugby player, women's team. I follow her on Instagram. She's great.
She's delightful.
Yep. And she's in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. She is going to be on Dancing with the Stars.
All right.
Actress Chandler Kinney played Willa in the Disney Channel original movie franchise Zombies. Okay.
I love her.
She's not the lead. I don't know because I'm looking at a picture of her. I don't think. Yeah, she's not the lead, but I did like
blonde?
Zombies. No. She's a woman of color, and I don't remember that full cast.
And I'm confused.
I remember the two main lead characters.
I like them.
All right, then we have Anna Delvey or Sorokin.
How about that?
From Inventing Anna, the actual person, which is pretty wild.
I think I want to watch because of her.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or how about this, Steve? Eric Roberts.
Eric Roberts.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. That's awesome.
Probably the biggest name of the acting world for this year's or this season's Dancing with the Stars. Is there another big actor?
Yeah.
Okay. Reginald. How do you say his last name? Vel Johnson. Yes, I thought that looked like a U. In Family Matters.
Yeah.
He was the dad, and in Die Hard, he's Powell.
Yeah.
He's great. Then you have Brooks Nader is a model who appeared in the pages of Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue and was featured in Baywatch, blah, blah, blah. Pasha Pashkov. No, that's her partner. Oh, Tori Spelling.
Oh, there you go.
That's what I was talking about.
All right.
She's the superstar.
That works.
She's the Meryl Streep of that collection.
Then you have Jen Tran, the Bachelorette. We were just talking about her.
Oh, okay.
She's going to be on it.
What's she crying about then?
Dwight Howard, basketball player.
Okay.
He's in. And then the last
Mo
one.
Howard.
And when they did the reveal, he came out already with, I think he had someone on his shoulder. Like he was already into it.
He's ready?
Yeah.
All right. And then Steven Nadorzik.
Yeah, he's the Olympian. He did the pommel horse he was the last one to perform for the team and got them the bronze medal.
Oh, well,
he does is a pommel horse. Like they brought him to Paris just to do that event.
Wow.
He was like the nerdy gymnast,
Kind of
right?
nerdy guy.
He looks a little nerdy.
Yeah, takes his glasses off when he does the event. And then what was funny is he nailed the event and everybody's like hugging him. And he's like, I'm trying to put my glasses on. I can't see anything.
Well, physically, he's got to be a badass if he does the pommel horse.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Interesting.
That is actually a pretty interesting group.
I'm going to have to make sure not to watch.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'll update you. I'm going to put a reminder in.
Are you going to watch this one?
I think I'm going to.
Because of Anna Delvey?
Anna Delvey. I think I want to see at least a little bit
Does
about
this begin a chain of bringing on more female felons?
Well, we were just talking about Long Island Lolita the other day, but she's
Amy
not
Fisher.
a felon anymore. But
yeah, but she was.
What's a felon always a felon?
That's what he said.
Shoot someone in the face.
I mean, once you receive that honor, you don't want to.
Get her on board. All right, so that was breaking news in the stream of
And
consciousness.
it premieres Tuesday, September 17th, 8 p.m. on ABC.
All right, now back to your regularly scheduled stream of consciousness. I wanted to make sure to mention this. Wawa is doing this once again, and we need to be sure that teachers are aware because educators can fuel up with complimentary coffee from Wawa. They're offering free hot coffee of any size to teachers and all school staff starting now through Sunday, September 15th. What is? Oh, thank you. And it will be at the Mid-Atlantic operating area, so Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware.
Okay.
Yep. Educators can get their coffees for free, in-store only, not on the app or through delivery services. To redeem the offer, teachers and school staff can simply inform the associate at the register that they're a member of the local school system. So it's an honor system thing.
Now, can you be a little bit more creative with what you classify as a teacher? Because you every day teach people with information.
And so do you.
Yeah, well.
Maybe we could be teachers.
We're teachers-ish.
The freebies arrive just in time for educators to enjoy Wawa's pumpkin spice beverages, which the store recently rolled out.
So this includes their cappuccinos and other things?
Lattes? I don't know. It doesn't. No, it's just saying this time's out for that stuff happening now, but I don't think there's a connection there. Wawa celebrates educators each year around back-to-school time with giveaways and donations. In August, they launched their Cheers to Classroom initiative with free coffee for educators at Wawa stores in Alabama and Florida, where students went back to school early in the month. And last month, the Wawa Foundation, which supports the Change charitable initiative, gave a $200,000 grant to Fill Abundance. We love that. To provide nutritious snacks to kids K through 12. So that's really cool. So if you're a teacher, you can get some free coffee until the 15th. Just stop in a
Is
Wawa.
there anything they do for radio broadcasters?
Let them know. Yes, that's next month.
Next month.
All right. And that's
free sandwiches.
Unlimited shorties. Yeah. All right. Let's see what else we got here.
The stream of consciousness.
All right, I've never heard of this. A new fashion trend among teens involve braces for your mouth that they are putting on themselves at home.
Yeah.
Do-it-yourself braces.
And it's causing problems, as you would well imagine.
It says it's popular among teens, but doctors advise against them due to the potential for oral infections, tooth damage, misalignment, and permanent tooth enamel damage.
Oh, my God.
I did the latest trend, Kathy, where you remove your own spleen, but I accidentally took out my liver.
Oops.
What's the site again? Temu? How do we pronounce
Temu.
it? Temu. They sell them for $3.04. If they're coming from Temu, you should definitely get them.
Do you remember when you'd be considered a pariah at school when you got your braces? And then they did the cool thing. They started decorating them.
It's why I didn't get braces.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
They looked way different back when I was. I mean, like you had a
was like
mouth,
steampunk.
Yeah, exactly. It was like Saw or something, you know. And I just no.
Then
And
they started putting
hindsight. I wish I would have gotten them.
Well, my nieces and nephews had like team. Colors.
You can do the colors.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, with the bands. I loved having braces. I wanted them so bad. I remember my brother had a sleepover, and one of the kids at his sleepover wore headgear, and I was like, "That's the coolest thing!" Dude, what a weirdo, right?
I wish I had a wheelchair.
That's not cool at all.
No, I know. What a weirdo.
Yeah.
What a weirdo.
My
This guy's got one eye.
My son has always had like strange teeth because his baby teeth didn't come out until he was really late, which meant that he didn't get braces until really late. And he's a senior in high school and he still has braces. So they actually took his braces off and there was a bit of an issue. So they had to put them back on, which is such a pain in the ass. So like there was a day or two where he had them off, felt like normal again. And then the spacing wasn't corrected properly. So now he has them back on and he still
How much
has
longer,
them on. Steve, he had another dentist appointment. Like it just took forever for his teeth to come in.
Well, so we did it early because that was like they suggested we go. You know, we knew that he was going to need them, so we went. And of course, my kid, he did everything like as the orthodontist said, and he got them off in a year and a half. So he just got them off last week.
Wow. So not every time, but almost every time either one of my sons open their mouths, I think, you didn't wear your retainer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Didn't wear
because they shifted.
Because they went right back.
Oh,
but this is Kathy. We spent all that money.
Yeah.
We spent all that time going to the orthodontist, and it's right back.
Well,
where we started.
You know what they told us is, so right now Jason's at the point where he has to wear the retainer, all day long. And they said, I think after 6 months, it'll just be at night, but night forever.
Night forever?
Yeah.
Like
wow.
I didn't realize it was that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
No,
That's what they said.
Okay.
And I guess, eventually I think they loosen. So eventually we, years down the line, I'm sure we'll have to have them.
Maybe Gary Lauer's onto something.
But this is exactly why you go to professionals, you spend the money, you make the investment.
So you have to do something for the rest of your life.
What Nick was talking about, no, because this isn't something you just stick on your teeth and call it a day. And like these people go to college and then like med school and
but you're a braces fan.
I am a braces. No, I'm. But also, like, so this is weird that people are doing it themselves. But then also, other professionals who don't necessarily have the schooling are also doing this now. You know what I mean? Like,
well, these are purely decorative.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, if you hate braces, would you be considered a bracist?
Yeah, I think
probably.
so. Yeah,
you racist son of a bitch. Some teens are also seeking out basement braces.
Oh, no, not backroom basement braces.
Unlicensed providers, which can cost between $3,000 to $7,000.
I asked the woman who does my butt injections if she could do this, but she said no, too dangerous.
I mean, this is way worse than, because people would wear glasses that didn't have any prescriptions in, right? So
yeah, a couple of my kids did that.
Fashion thing, you know? This is like well beyond that, right?
Yeah, I think so. So this poses additional risks to, if you do the quote-unquote basement braces, additional risk to oral health, as a provider may not be qualified. In a TikTok video, one of these people demonstrated putting on fake braces using a hot glue gun.
Come on, man.
This is stupid.
For a while, they were selling these really solid Halloween-level vampire teeth.
Yeah.
And the people were gluing them.
Yeah.
They had to go to dentists to get them removed.
Right.
Horrible. I think for me, this is dumb. The one that I could see taking off a little bit more, the kids are doing their own colostomy bags. Which I think is kind of, that's right. It's kind of fun.
You kind of bedazzle them.
Well, you can bedazzle like a trapper keeper.
Sure. Okay.
Sure.
Beware of the do-it-yourself braces. Never heard of that before.
Yes.
All right.
Don't do it.
All right. Let's see. We did kind of self-care stuff. I'm trying to bounce around here.
The stream of consciousness
is the term.
Even he does not know where he'll land.
All right. Yeah, I thought this was kind of interesting and worth bringing up. Let's see if I can find the damn thing. Yeah.
He's not sure he can find it.
Half of Americans think that we should be polite to AI.
Oh, so I just had this the other night. My wife laughs because Siri will come up with a suggestion. It's, you should probably reorder your Quest protein cookies, and if I'm good, no, thank you. I'll say I'll be polite to it, and sometimes it will. Okay, it has a pleasant sort of response.
My friend who uses ChatGPT, the first time he showed me, what you can do with it. He was writing things like, I would like you to create this, please.
Yeah.
And he was putting little pleasantries in them. I'm like, why are you doing that? He's like, dude, because someday this thing is going to be alive, and I want to have it on record that I have been nice to it. I kid you not.
No, and I believe, so here's the deal. It will now, if you use it as the proper tool that it should be used at, it will respond like if you have, I wrote this. Does this read too formal to you? Mm-hmm. My wife had done one thing, and she said it responded back with, "You did a great job, but here are some suggestions." Mm-hmm. So it didn't need to say you did a great job.
Yeah, that's true.
So it is providing pleasantries.
Yes,
at you. You know,
I have only used it like 2 times or so, maybe 3 times. One to find out some information, and another one to help just write something, create something. I forgot what it is I wanted to write down, but. I tried doing the please thing, but I felt weird doing it. I was just like, I don't need to do this. It's not a part of the process.
I think the notion of making nice with your eventual overlords right now is probably a good idea.
Yeah.
But once Skynet kicks in.
So the poll of 2,000 adults looks at the communication styles and approaches people use with artificial technology, automated services, and chatbots. And they find that nearly 4 in 10 think that we've dealt with AI, Alexa, Siri, and all things robot related. The way we deal with that will be taken into account at some point. Around half of the respondents think it's appropriate to say please and thank you to AI. A quarter of those surveys said that they're more direct than polite when talking to artificial intelligence of some kind, and they ask and expect answers, but don't usually use please or thanks.
So, but this to me always gets like into Blade Runner territory. Roy Batty, as he's dying up on the roof, and he's a replicant, and he's been created, but he's amassed experiences, and he's generated feelings that would be exactly in line with a human being. And so, we're getting there, man.
Still only 7% describe the way they communicate as AI as impolite. And they admit to being abrupt.
You don't talk to the toaster that way.
Or swearing in those interactions. Younger generations are more likely to be polite than during interactions with AI, with Gen Z being the nicest to it.
Okay, well,
I'm all for
Yeah.
pleasantries and being nice.
Yeah. Until it's time to not be nice. What if your computer calls your mother a whore?
Is she?
Yeah.
Be nice.
So I think that promoting manners and being polite is a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's a little unnecessary in this particular case, but some people feel that, down the road.
Sometimes if you sense one of your Alexa units is lonely, will you sit with it for a while?
Sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
I really appreciate this.
It's not an inconvenience.
I'm just going through a difficult time.
For me personally. So, all right. So is that all we have time for?
That's it, man.
Okay.
That's all we have time for.
Thank you. Mr. Stream of Consciousnessner announcer guy. We are taking a break, but a reminder, secret text word today, a $100 Nabraza Brazilian Steakhouse gift card.
It's awesome.
Yep, one-of-a-kind dining experience, 15 cuts of meat and fish grilled to perfection and served tableside. So text word secret to 39333 if you're interested in winning. And if you want to go to hell, stay with us. Because the Back to School A to Z, that's where we're headed to next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
The greatest thing that ever happened to me to get released by the Bills, because that place was hard. I mean, it was like, now look, you're talking about a kid who came from Southern California, so like I had seen snow, but I had never seen snow.
Yeah, that is snow.
And, and now keep in mind, I kind of hacked my way into college, right? I sent somebody else's film. So when I got into the NFL, I was still trying to figure out how to snap. And so to go to Buffalo and try and play in that weather and be a specialist. Look, I played with Drew Bledsoe. That guy had one of the strongest arms I've ever seen. I remember there was games that he couldn't even throw a 10-yard out because the wind was so bad.
Yeah.
And then the coach was ticked off at me that I couldn't snap. Drew can't throw it 10 yards. You want me to look between my legs?
Yeah.
Right.
John, I went to the Eagles-Bills game, oh, God, it had to have been 2 years ago, and the wind was crazy. We couldn't even kick extra points at this point. The wind was so bad. They kept going for 2-point conversions.
God, that's savage.
But I will say, I thought the fans were great. I didn't get there early enough to really hang out in the tailgate area or whatever. But I bought tickets that were close enough in the end zone, so I just wanted to get on either A, get on TV, which I did, or B, catch a football either via kickoff or whatever. And a football landed 2 seats away from me. So I know I was so close, but I had a great time and. They had great hot dogs in the stadium.
There you go.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, think about this. Philadelphia has restaurants Zama loves sushi. Come on, Redstone. Hello, still here, guys.
Kathy.
Oh yes.
I mean, and Buffalo has.
Wings.
Hey, let me ask you. Do you have Wetzel's Pretzels there by any chance?
Oh, I don't know.
Casey's a big fan.
Good wings.
Yeah.
But Buffalo was great, man. But like I said, what a hard place to play, man. Hard place.
Wow. Nice. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. How about that, man?
Yeah, you got your own backstage and all that, everything. What is your rider like? Is there anything super unique in a John Dorenbos rider when you show up at the Borgata?
Michelob. So this is funny.
Yeah.
So I was never. I didn't really drink alcohol a whole lot, I never drank beer. I didn't like beer, right? I didn't like beer. So my wife's like, "Oh, this is cool. So when you stop working out and stop playing football, now you're going to drink beer."
Right.
Okay. Good timing. So I got nothing crazy. I just got my Michelob Gold Ultras carb conscious beer.
Carb conscious beer.
Crazy.
That's it.
And do you have? All right. So do you have an exclusive partnership with a playing card? Do you know what I mean?
So I use bicycles now. This is crazy. That the president of United States Playing Card Company, huge fan, very nice guy. But this company, zero advertising, zero endorsements for anybody. They just don't need it. They don't
They're
do
just
it.
the best.
And
They're like the Louisville Sluggers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, why?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good point.
And is that the choice for most magicians? Bicycle?
For me, yeah. Apparently, I like the air cushion finish. Apparently, just gets it done for me. Air cushion finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I keep these guys everywhere. But bicycle is the most consistent. And now you're gonna get me going. But to be able just to kind of do things like that looked really good on Zoom right there. But they just feel good. They just look good, right? And so they fan nice. Like, come on, are you kidding me? Watch this. Hey, for those at home, I'm just
that's impressive.
That's an impressive fan. Hey, John, can you do the one where where you're just holding the deck in your hand flat and you just flip that top card up in the air and over? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, and he's coughing him up. I'm blown away by that stuff. It's just.
This comes out of the center. Oh, man! You know what I mean?
Wow!
Man, and he catches it. Here's something here. Little zoom something for you. It's gonna be hard. Preston, you're the guy in the camera here, so I'm just gonna use you. Just say stop.
And stop right there. Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna out jog that.
Okay.
It's kind of hard here on Zoom, but. Here we go. Can you see that or no?
Yep, I got it.
What do you see?
I see the 10 of diamonds.
Ooh. Perfect. Do you have a cell phone, a wallet, pad of paper?
I got a cell phone.
He's got a cell phone and whatever you need.
I have a pad of paper and a wallet.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Do you have all three?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, get them. Okay.
We're a major market show.
Okay, so put your wallet on your hand first.
Okay. Dear God.
Okay. Here it comes.
Yeah.
And then your phone on top of that.
Okay.
Pad of paper on top of that.
Yeah.
And then your hand on top of that.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be sick. One more time. What do you see?
10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hopefully this will work. I don't know, but watch. If we take the 10 through Zoom.
It's gone.
Okay. Wow.
We can get it to vanish.
Okay.
Preston, lift your hand up.
Dude, no. Okay.
Lift the paper up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing under the paper. Yep.
Yeah. Put it down. Lift the phone up.
Okay.
Yeah. And now put that down.
Okay.
And now just lift your wallet straight up.
Okay.
Is there something on your hand? You would have flipped out if it was. Hold on.
Okay.
You know what? It might have not gone through. Can you pick your wallet up again?
Yeah.
Can you open it?
Yes.
Is there something inside? Go ahead and look through there. Is there something in the?
Are you serious?
Shut up.
No.
Dude.
Stop it.
There's a 10 of diamonds in Preston's wallet.
That's as good as I can get through Zoom. Right there.
Which one of you a-holes took my wallet and put this in here? That's insane.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
The 10 of diamonds.
You're the devil.
Yeah, and go Borgata Friday night. I will be there.
Yes, and honestly, that room is
happened.
That room is perfect for magic. By the way, it's going to be awesome.
Why couldn't you do that with like $100 bill?
I thought it was gonna if I had a $10 bill or something like in that he would.
That's awesome.
Screw you, man. I mean that lovingly. That's insane, dude. You're crazy. All right, John, we love you, pal. It's good to talk to you, and have a great time in AC.
Yeah, and if you guys want to give away tickets, give them away. Let me know.
All right, that'd be awesome.
All
Yeah.
right, thank you so much, John freaking Dornbos.
Now you're trying to figure out what the hell happened. I had nothing to do with that.
That's freaking me out, man.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was just going to make it. I thought he was just going to say that it was a joke, which it was, and and it was funny.
And then it's in your wallet.
This was in my wallet. I didn't do that.
Sure you didn't.
One of you guys did it.
No.
One of you guys did it.
No.
One of you guys did it.
No.
I'll find out later.
That's magic, man.
Wow.
Don't if you upgrade to the premium package on Zoom, it comes with magic.
Is that what it comes with? If you look back to when test tube babies was a very controversial idea, and there was all kinds of uproar against that type of thing, and now fertility stuff is commonplace. I mean, it's exactly what
you can get powdered mix.
To make babies.
Okay, can they extract semen out of a fully vasectomized nutsack? Can they do that?
Did you just whisper nutsack?
The question in front of the panel today is: can semen be fully extracted from a nutsack?
Excuse me, sir. I think we couldn't hear you.
What?
Sir? I said nutsack. Could you speak up, please?
Can semen be extracted from a fully...
but can it, though? or
I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so I
they
have my prostate is out and my seminal vesicles, I guess they're referred to, are
They ain't
removed.
there.
Right.
Mine are still there, right? So I've been vasectomized.
I believe you can still produce a little.
I can.
If you
but-
get the attachment.
So here's the deal. Like, they say that you can reverse a vasectomy.
Yes,
It's
you
not
can.
100%. It's
Right.
not 100%, but they do, all they do is just, reattach or whatever.
Except it comes out your butt.
So, but what that tells me...
If you reverse it fully.
I guess my wife would be way less inclined to make a baby that way.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Science.
All right.
But
all right, back up to my vagina.
God.
Oh boy.
The
Case, it looks like
Sorry, I snorted.
it says you can withdraw sperm from the testicle, but I don't know if that's if that's after the vasectomy.
It has to be, because if it can be reversed, it means I'm still making
So
it.
you're still making it, but your body absorbs it.
Right, because you've closed or the pathway.
Right.
You've closed the egress, as they say.
Right.
Right.
So if you had to bet on the male members of the Preston and Steve show conceiving a baby at this point, where would you put your money? Because Preston and Casey and I have all been had vasectomies.
I'd put my money on Steve.
Steve had prostate cancer and had his prostate removed. So, but
I don't understand your question.
If one of us were forced to have a baby, if we had to keep we had to keep like the population of the earth going.
I would do it.
I would love to have another baby.
Who would
It's
have the
not the
best
question.
chance? Even though
I was wondering, could you help me?
Scientists come to
we've,
us.
even though
Yeah.
we've had a vasectomy.
Right, yeah. Where's the money on the male members of the Preston and Steve show producing another human being?
Without having a reversal done?
Yeah.
It has
None
happened.
of us, I guess.
But that's what I'm asking about, like with Casey's question. Like if we took the sperm out of the nutsack,
He's saying who's
who's the best chance?
Yeah.
Oh, who would be?
It wouldn't be Steve, right?
You guys are
No,
the same
Steve
age. I have
doesn't
no-
have
Steve's
anymore.
is different
I've got
than what
confetti in mine.
You guys can still produce it.
Yeah.
Your body's just
Okay.
absorbing it.
Okay, I don't know. That's why
So
I'm
you're
I know.
full
I've had
of
three
sperm,
kids.
Nick.
You've had 3 kids.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd put our money
I got
on
like
us
6 or
over
7
you.
that I don't know about.
Yeah. Wow.
Has Bill hung
know.
himself yet, by the way, with this conversation?
I don't know. Did you think about what you were talking about in the bathroom?
I did.
Okay. Casey and I had a conversation in the bathroom.
Did you?
He's like, I think I want to ask you something, but I don't know if I want to ask you on the air or not.
Was it about the Dunkachino machine?
No, I think we're good on that.
We just shot a video, Marissa and I. I sort of had to explain why it literally looks like I put it through a grenade into the machine.
I saw it. It's pretty nasty.
I ran into Andy in the kitchen, and she was like, I just saw the email that said it was all good to go. She goes, but what happened?
Anyway.
Is it all cleaned up, by the way? It's
I didn't do it. I tried. There were no paper towels. There was no.
Casey keeps a stash of paper towels if you ever need them.
Yes,
And they have them in the bathroom, too. So
Yeah.
we'll grab those. Hold on. Marissa has an update, I guess.
I don't know if it's cleaned up, but it is fixed.
Okay.
All right, excellent.
Matt Cowper swung by. And
All right.
fixed it.
Oh, that was
Fix
a
it.
fix.
Just call me Mr. Fix It.
I just thought you were just accentuating fixed, but that was a Matt
No
Cowper.
reason to stress out.
Yeah. So anyway.
okay. So this is a judgment call for everybody here. All right. So
if we don't want to talk about this, we'll move on to something
We can
else.
move on.
If we
All right.
decide
Move
this
on.
is not worth talking about, Casey
Is it about food, pretzel-like food in Oregon?
It's not food.
He was wrestling with the idea of bringing it up or not. So
All right, go ahead.
So judgment call. So your spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend is asleep. They're napping, right? And you have a hankering to go to Rita's Water Ice,
right?
And okay,
I know. Okay.
I know where you're going with this too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question: did this happen to you, and did it cause a problem?
This happened to me, and I got the double middle finger. Last night, so and said spouse woke up.
I had a similar thing happen recently, so I can commiserate. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you wake your spouse up to see if they would like something from
As they
Rita's Water Ice?
as they are resting, as they are getting their much deserved sleep. Correct.
Yes. And you know this person.
I can
and
answer immediately when you're done.
You have woken said person up from a peaceful nap before, and it was never a good experience. So, so do you leave them asleep? Okay. So you have a couple options here. You leave them asleep, right? And you don't get them anything from Rita's because, for some reason,
do you touch their boobies?
Always. For some reason, if you go to any other store, you know exactly what to get them, right? You know how they like their stuff. but for some reason you don't know what their go-to order at Rita's is.
Wait, you didn't get her anything?
Hold on. May I ask you? May I ask you a question?
Yes.
While this debate was going on, did something in the back of your mind go, "She'll never know"?
There might have been.
That's exactly what it was. You thought that if you ate it quickly enough, the remnants of it would be gone, and she would be none the wiser.
No
But
fuss,
you
no
do
muss.
know her. You could take it. I'm sure you would have gotten something that she liked.
There was a good chance
Don't come home with nothing.
There was a good chance that said nap could have turned into a full night's sleep.
Or
you could put it in the freezer.
Diane doesn't like it when Casey spends money on frivolous things, and she would have gotten mad that he spent money on them.
No,
my wife.
no.
Well, here's
Yeah.
my situation. My wife will take 5-6 hour naps.
Yeah.
So I mean, she is, and I commend her for this.
Yes.
It happened over the weekend. It's the ice cream bakery on Ridge, and they have great soft ice cream. And so I'm like, I'm getting a damn cone as I pass by. That was not the traditional.
I owned pleather. When I was playing in my band, I couldn't afford like leather pants.
Right.
So we would wear pleather, and it would eventually like fray, and parts of it would chip off and stuff like that. But I've never in my life owned like a full-on pair of leather pants, like a Jackie Bam Bam
It
pair
is
of
so
leather
hot.
pants.
Well, your jacket that you have, and I love your leather jacket. When it's cold out, I mean, how much?
It's great.
It is.
It is. It protects against wind specifically.
That's why bikers wear them. Yeah.
Yep.
It's plastic leather.
I thought so. Plastic leather.
Yeah,
I always
whatever it's
thought it was pretend leather. Okay.
Whatever it's made of is some poly something that
Plastic
is like another
cattle.
word for plastic.
Okay. What's your take on leather?
Leather. So I like the vegan leather. It's like an alternative to a real
Leather? I guess would they call it leather?
No, they just call it vegan leather, but it's very soft, so you don't get that plastic feel.
What's it made of?
That's a good question.
Just like
I don't know.
roadkill instead. Like
Already dead.
It was already dead. Hey, we didn't do it. It was like this when we got here.
It killed itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do. I realize it's animal skins, and but man, when you go by a Wilson's and you smell that leather.
I do
want
love that
fava
leather.
beans now.
I do love that leather smell.
Yeah.
I once passed a men's warehouse. Wilson's House of Suede.
Especially suede. Suede has a real good.
It does have a good
scent to
smell.
it.
You know what I do not like the smell of though? Silk. Anything with silk in it, it gives off to me.
Really?
Yeah. So I can't wear anything silk. It gives me a headache. Like sweaters.
Smells like silk.
Sweaters that have silk fibers in them.
Wow.
It gives off, whatever this scent is that I do not like.
I know what you're talking about. And maybe this is exactly what you're talking about, but there is a fabric and a combination that to me has a very body odor smell to it that I don't like.
I think that's it. I think that's the same thing, Steve. Case vegan leather is a faux leather, and it's made with synthetics or plant-based fibers like pineapple leaves, cactus, stuff like that.
And it's more durable, is it not, than regular leather? Isn't that one of the selling points of it? Or that you can eat your pants?
I mean, I don't think it. Like, I think real leather is probably the most
damn durable.
Yeah.
Probably they created that false for their ad.
And a lot of people, Steve, on motorcycles, they'll wear leather as protection.
Yeah.
If they hit the ground.
Oh yeah,
So
road rash.
because it is so durable.
I just got rid of a leather jacket last year that I had probably when I was like a sophomore in high school.
Lasted that long.
I mean, and it looked perfectly fine. Had it still fit me, I would have kept it.
By the way, the sound of like a real, even just the sound, like the highway patrol.
Yeah, it's very very ASMR inducing for me.
Is it
Yep.
what about corduroys when people walk in corduroys?
No, I don't really care for
like that. Okay. Dude, my dad had a badass leather jacket that it sat in our closet for years and years, and so like this is like 1970s cool leather jacket, and like I went to go grab it one day. I was like, you know what? That jacket, I think that will look good. You know what I mean? I think it's back in fashion, and it was gone.
What?
I know.
What?
Somebody went and cleared out the closet.
Have you been to Costco?
That one, and then he had a tie that when you flipped it over, there's a little naked lady in the inside. He got rid of the naked lady tie.
That one's gone too?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Well, we will be very soon. We will be going in and getting our old coats out and going through the pockets and finding things that you left in there.
It's the beginning of September. We still are going to get a good run.
Oh, yeah.
Usually you go through a good portion. Listen, if we get a real deal fall and couple that with Kathy's fall activities, I mean, it's a recipe for joy.
Speaking of fall and its imminent arrival, Chuck just came in and mentioned something about the MMRBQ. The MMRBQ, which, by the way, is September 21st. That's less than 3 weeks away.
I know.
It will be the last outdoor show at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion of the season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Closing it down.
Well, I guess they'll do the pavilion.
Yeah.
But this will be the last time you can sit out on the lawn and have an outdoor show.
Last year's show, which was in September, was categorically the best weather we have ever had for an barbecue. It was fantastic.
Yep. And with that leads me to this email that I received from our friend Nick Murphy. And it was a Reddit post asking the question, what's the most awkward on-stage moment from an artist that you've witnessed at a concert?
The most awkward well, this actually is funny because the trailer for the Milli Vanilli movie.
That's the ultimate awkward moment.
Is making the rounds, and that's part of the movie.
I'm going to read some of these, and I invite those who may have a story or two of some awkward moment involving the actual artist.
Yes.
On stage. If you would share with us that, I would like to hear those stories. But here are some. This one says, years ago, I went to a Meatloaf concert, and he sang Paradise by the Dashboard Light with his daughter singing the female part.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
My daughters?
Wait, that is so. Why would he do that?
Daughter that I have sex with.
For those who don't know the material of Paradise by the Dashboard Lights, about two teenagers in a car having sex or wanting to.
Yeah.
And they're going back and forth.
Did they modify it to Daddy, let me sleep on it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Listen, it is a fun song, and people have turned it into, something fun when it's played. But
here's another one that says, I saw...
You guys like a good song about having sex with your daughter?
It's not technically about having sex with
Tonight it is.
Okay, all right.
We're taking it back the way it was meant to be, sung to your own daughter who you're trying to bang in the front seat of a car. No applause?
So... Here, are we waiting for applause?
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah,
I didn't know if that's what you were looking for.
What? You're all closed-minded. How about the Eagles chant?
All right, that distracted him.
Back. When you're talking about incest on stage, if you call out for an Eagles chant.
Just start that. Yeah, you got it back.
This is how it would go. Just, I had a bad week this week. I had sex with my 15-year-old daughter. How about those Eagles? That's how you correct it.
All right, so this person says, I saw Johnny Rotten pull his pants down, bend over, and moon the crowd, and then proceed to pull a tampon out of his ass and throw it into the crowd.
Oh, come
on. Well, he wanted to do that.
This was, he wouldn't have shoved it back there if he didn't. Right,
look what I found.
They said this was at the MTV 120 Minutes tour at the Ritz in New York City. Here's one that says, Tool walked off stage in 1998 because the local Chuckle Fs were kicking the crap out of each other like it was a Slayer concert. 2 songs later, someone threw a shoe, and the band left the stage 2/3 of the way through their planned set list. Yeah, sometimes people will leave.
I'll tell you one thing.
Wrap it up.
It's similar to, I think, the general feel of what we're going for here, and this is a classic story. And it was relayed to me by a friend up on Long Island. There was a Doors cover band, very popular, called Crystal Ship, and they would sell out, big venues, and they were, obviously Jim Morrison was dead at that point. He wasn't able to proceed. But so the guy would really, he'd really bring the spirit of Jim Morrison into him, Preston, and he would writhe around the stage and he would crawl up, and he crawled up into a ceiling that I assume he thought, as the story goes, was a lot more substantial. It was just like a drop ceiling.
Oh my God.
He fell through the ceiling.
Are you serious?
Onto the drum kit.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I mean, I heard the story and I heard it from a couple of people. It's like, oh, that's the best.
This is not necessarily a concert, but this was and I just saw it on Instagram. There was a live band performing on the stage, and you're just watching. And on the first view, you don't pay attention to what's happening in the background. But after subsequent views, you can see it happen in basically slow motion. But some dude from like 50 yards behind the stage is in a golf cart. I don't know what happens to the dude, but he just beelines and runs straight into the back of the stage, runs over the drummer, the singer, and the bass player.
Right.
And I'm and for no reason. And there was a kid in the golf cart with him as well.
Was there an orangutan?
But nobody saw it. Nobody warned these people that was happening.
One more quick thing, and then we have a last-second surprise phone call.
Ooh.
This person wrote, and these are most odd things you've seen at a concert on stage. This says, I was at a concert where Sebastian Bach threw a bottle back at someone and ended up hitting a girl in the face. Oh, no. He was arrested right after, and the girl needed plastic surgery to repair the damage.
Wow.
Man. And there's loads of things like, of course, Axl Rose flipping out on stage and doing crazy things.
What about Steven Tyler, the famous
falling off? Dave Grohl.
Dave Grohl,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah.
All right, on our Xfinity Mobile guest line right now, a gentleman who was in our studio just recently, and he has a concert story to tell. Ladies and gentlemen, Craig Robinson is calling us right now. Hey, Craig.
Hey, what's happening?
How you doing, man?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
We're good. So last time you were here, and I know this is what you're calling about, you were telling us about this show that was supposed to take place that had a ridiculous amount of superstars in its lineup.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Like, it was the bill was so crazy that you couldn't help but think you were being lied to or screwed, or that it wasn't really going to happen. And so what's the story? Was it real?
Listen, the concert was called Fool in Love, and you can look it up probably still. And it had, this is what it said it was going to have. Check this out. Lionel Richie, Diana Ross. So right now you're like, okay, really? And then Nile Rodgers and Chic, Al Green, Santana, Charlie Wilson, Gladys Knight, Smokey Robinson, George Clinton, and Pete Funk. And then like 50 other acts, right? And let me tell you something. It was real.
What? Yes! No kidding.
It was real. They were professional. They did it. The acts are professional. They were having sound problems and stuff. It was the first time doing it, but it was incredible. Don't get me wrong. 4 stages. It was unbelievable. I'm suffering from depression because I didn't prioritize certain acts. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
yep.
I should have been watching Diana Ross, but I was watching The Temptations.
Yeah.
You know, it's like stuff like that would happen.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not going to fault you for that decision.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have.
It's a good problem to have, and yet you had like Eric Burden and the Animals. You had these other little added spice acts that were cool as well.
Most cool in the game. It's Dance Man, unbelievable, bro.
Wow.
So I knew that I told you I was going to follow up, and I thought I would do that.
So let me ask you, Craig, in the pantheon of because you're a musician yourself and a great one at that, where does this fall in the list of concerts you've seen? Does it make the top 5?
This is the number one.
The number one.
Unbelievable. It was unbelievable. So you had the Isley Brothers, you had El DeBarge. Like everywhere you looked, you couldn't walk past someplace and not recognize a song. You know what I'm saying? It was phenomenal.
So are there plans to? I mean, I don't know how you make this an ongoing annual thing, but are there plans to replicate this at any point? Do you have any idea?
I think I was talking to one of the organizers, and I think it was a success. With these things, you know, the first year you expected to take a loss, second year loss, third year break even. I think they kind of broke even this year.
Wow.
Started off, and so it was a success. But it was they almost have to do it again. It was so incredible.
Craig, we were curious when we were talking about that while you were here, whether or not Lionel Richie and Diana Ross would get together and do Endless Love. Did that end up happening?
Check this part.
All right.
No.
And you called it. You said that they wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I get it though. But man, no, that is the kind of show you would travel from states away to go see. I mean, that's
and people did too. There were people from out of the country, all over the place.
Wow.
It was
all right.
superb.
Now, looking at the bill here, it says the Jacksons were performing too. Did you catch any of that?
I missed the Jacksons. It started at 11. I got there like 1:30.
Okay.
So I missed some early. Like I said, I didn't prioritize. I should have slept good and went in there, and took energy shots. It wore me out. I was so elated, though. It was amazing.
But also, you were like, so part of you is going, okay, this something about this doesn't pass the smell test. So you probably, had you known it was going to deliver, you would have had a plan of attack. But I don't fault you at all because it seemed almost absurd when you brought it up. But man, it's great to hear it delivered.
It delivered, and I wanted you all to know.
Awesome, dude.
You're the man.
We appreciate we appreciate the follow up. How were the shows at Helium in Philly?
Oh, love Helium, man. The people came out. Thank you, Philly, for coming out and rocking with us. It was phenomenal, man. That room is so intimate, and the acoustics are great, and the people are just come to party. So,
well, you have an open door anytime you're here. You know that.
Thank you very much. Much love to y'all.
All right, same to you, Craig. Thanks, you, man. All right, Craig Robinson, guys. That's so cool that he made good on his word.
Honestly,
up on that.
When you were looking at that bill, I completely understood what he was talking about. Because how do you? There's like you could break up that bill into 30 separate tours.
Yeah, Santana, Diana Ross, Lionel Richie, all of those, Nile Rodgers, they could all tour on their own.
All in one day, too.
Gladys Knight, Shaka Khan. Wow. All right, so anyhow, it kind of goes in. He didn't have any embarrassing stories to throw out there, but we definitely were talking about shows, and there was a Reddit thread that had asked the question, what is the most awkward onstage moment from an artist that you've witnessed? And I am going to go to, hang on a second. There's a few calls here. I will go to Adam first. Hi, Adam. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Hey, Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So it was back about 2010. A friend of mine and I we saw Velvet Revolver at Homedale. And towards the end of the show, they're on stage doing their thing. We're about halfway back. And a wrench goes flying from the crowd onto the stage and hits Scott Weiland right in the face.
Whoa! A wrench?
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I was far back and I could see it. So I don't know if it was like a mechanic's wrench or what, but it was large enough where it was visible.
You could kill somebody.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he kind of stammers, off of, the center of the stage to the side. And everybody's kind of like, what's going on? And our immediate, fear was he's going to pull an Axel and cancel the show.
Yeah.
And I mean, he probably would be in his right given what just happened. But he emerges into the crowd about 2 minutes later on the shoulders of a bodyguard. And he's got he had the megaphone that he used to sing with.
Yep.
And he starts pointing out who the person was. And security rushes this guy and gets him out of there before a riot starts.
Wow. That's pretty wild. So he was able, in all that maelstrom, he was able to identify the guy who threw the wrench.
Right. So then he goes back on stage and he reassures the crowd that, the show's going to go on. Flash emerges with a white double neck guitar and they play Wish You Were Here to close the show out.
Wow.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate that. That could have gone really bad.
Whatever you used to throw vegetables, right? Wrenches?
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
We will go to Eric next. Eric, morning.
Eric! You got rocked.
Thank you, my brother. What's up, man?
First off, I want to say that show he went to, Craig Robinson, sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I actually saw Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5 at JFK in 1984. So,
Dude, that's pretty
there's
cool.
that.
That's pretty cool.
Anyway, so I saw Marilyn Manson in 1999 over in Camden, and this band 12 Rounds opened. No-name band, whatever. And I never in my entire life have heard a band or seen a band get booed off a stage the way this band did. The crowd was relentless. It was, I mean, they weren't great, but should they have gotten the treatment they did, to the point that the bass player took his bass off, slams it on the ground, walks off the stage, who happened to look like Marilyn Manson's bass player, by the way. The female singer picks up the bass, starts playing and singing. In the meantime, the rest of the band, 2 or 3 other guys, including the drummer, just walk off the stage behind her.
Wow.
She turned around, she looked at the crowd and kind of threw up her hands and turned around and walked off the stage. I don't think they made 5 songs.
Well, sometimes you have a fan base. Like I hear, like if you're like the Juggalos can be.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. If you're.
Thanks, Eric. There was
insane clown posse shows.
I experienced something like that one time.
You did?
Yeah, it was Van Halen. Might have been the Diver Down tour. Not 100% sure, but they had an opening band, and the opening band was essentially a sacrificial lamb that was sent out. I'll never forget it. They were a band called the Velcros, and I've since looked them up, and nothing ever happened with them.
Right.
They didn't go anywhere. But just this kind of
Lamb for the Slaughter.
middle level band, and the entire set was just a cacophony of boos, and people were just brutal. They were just beating them, ripping them apart, because they wanted Van Halen.
Yeah.
They wanted Van Halen, and they didn't want, and this band they weren't a hard rocking band.
Yeah.
They were kind of on the lighter side, and it was a total mismatch. It didn't make any sense.
You can't do that. Yeah, and sometimes, but you're right, sometimes they will do that so that the band comes on to even greater fanfare because they're so anticipating the band they came to see.
I felt so bad for those guys.
Yeah, how can you not?
Let's go next to. Oh, by the way, Nick just pulled up a video of Corey Feldman, and somebody had posted in this Reddit thread. They said, "I saw Corey Feldman do a high kick and rip the crotch/ass of his very tight pants." There is video after video of him hitting himself in the mouth at the microphone, dropping stuff, falling down. That guy,
professional.
And you know what? And again, we had him on, a little while ago, and he's the guy's
have to
been through a lot.
apologize for Corey Feldman.
But
You really don't have to apologize for the
I'm
guy.
not about to apologize for Corey Feldman. Not one bit of me is about to apologize for Corey Feldman. What I'm going to say is he derives pleasure from it, and I derive pleasure from seeing him hit himself in the face with a microphone.
So apparently he opened up for Limp Bizkit recently, Steve. I don't know if you saw this one or not. And I'm not sure if this is just whoever titled it, but the name of the tour is the Loserville Tour. And this is among the worst.
Yeah, that's got to be
He's talking
the
about
title of the video, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
honestly, you can't even, even if it's a parody, you can't tell anymore.
It's Nick. Now there is a subsect that believes it's all an elaborate Joaquin Phoenix type.
I don't think he's that smart.
No, he's on a podcast talking about how he's trolling everybody because he's talking about the guitar solo.
I don't believe it.
It's been over 20 years.
Yeah, he's been trying for 20 years.
It's the longest running practical joke in the history of man.
But this
if
is
that
what
the case.
When does a joke become reality?
Yeah.
I saw Billy Joel once. They had to push. He was so drunk they had to push him back up on stage, and I think that was pretty.
You
awkward.
physically saw them there, Tom?
Yeah. So I was actually in the front row. So I don't think the whole stadium could see him, but we could. We saw the whole thing, and the band had to continue to play.
Here, we actually have audio of that show.
Yeah. Wow, that's
No, man,
terrible.
he got
He
up
had just
there.
finished a song. It's still flying around to me.
Well, he got back up there, and I'm pretty sure it was Piano Man that was the encore. And,
Wow.
And he played it perfectly fine and sang it perfectly fine. But getting him up there, like you could see the band members were like, no, or whoever people backstage. No, they were like, you have to go, and they were pushing him up.
I heard that he was playing a song, couldn't hit a note. There was one note that he just kept getting wrong every single time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
It's a Piano Man.
Yeah.
Oh, you stupid rabbit!
That guy ran up on the stage.
Yeah. Now, they later had to answer as to why they placed a bomb in the piano.
Yes. All right, our buddy Craig Legons actually saw somebody we spoke of earlier. Hi, Craig, you're on the air, bud.
And you're in that helicopter.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. All right, so you actually saw this group live?
I actually saw Milli Vanilli in concert.
Wow.
At the Spectrum. Young MC opened up for him. But I got last-minute tickets, so we and my girlfriend were on the side of the stage. So we saw them when they were coming out. And what they had on the side of the stage was this giant, slot machine. And we wondered why that was there. And so when we saw Rob and Fab come up, and she was a huge fan, and we actually had huge fights because this is when the rumors were starting that they weren't really singing.
Right.
And so I, being the good boyfriend that I am, well, let's go see them in concert because this is her favorite band. When their mics were live and they were speaking in the most German accent and broken English I've ever heard. Yet when their songs came on, they sounded perfect.
Uh-huh.
So they would gesture to whoever was running the big slot machine because that was the machine that had all their tracks on it.
Oh.
So when they wanted to talk live to the crowd, they say, "We love you, thank you so much." They had to wait. They were screaming. They were at the end of the concert. They were waving their arms, gesticulating wildly. Turn off the slot machine so we can talk to the fans.
So there was basically like a kill switch on the pre-recorded audio so they could go live and address the audience?
Exactly. And when it didn't work was the one concert on that same tour when it kept going and it wouldn't stop. So
that footage is just joyous, though. It's so hilarious. I mean, yeah. I think now a lot of people accept the fact that there's enhanced and backing tracks a lot of times. And they get it. There's no way some of a Madonna's not dancing full bore and able to sing without having her sound like she's out of breath. But that was just such a glaring, and you're right, leading up to that, there'd been all those rumors that they were singing to a track, and that was proof.
Yeah, that was true. And speaking of Madonna, Preston, you mentioned the Velcros. In 1985, Madonna's first tour, she had the Beastie Boys open up for her.
Wow,
and
that's a mismatch.
Mismatch. So Adam Horowitz told the story on Leno. They were booed relentlessly on every show. And so, every night, Adam Horowitz thought, we're going to get fired. And it's like, why are you keeping us on? And Madonna finally told them at the end of the tour, I kept you guys on because even though we were booed every night, because by the time I came out, the place went nuts.
That's exactly the modus operandi. That's it. It's like good cop, bad cop.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Craig.
All right.
Thanks, bud.
Thank you, guys.
See you, man. One of the great moments, and everyone saw it who was in that era, because it was on Saturday Night Live, was the Ashley Simpson thing.
Yeah.
That one I felt bad for her. It was
You felt bad, especially because she'd been on once and they had the song, and that she did, and then they racked up that same song, and so she goes into that, and she's clearly singing a different song. And her way of covering it was to do a little dance.
This really embarrassing dance. And I didn't even like her at all.
Yeah.
But I still felt so bad for her because it's about as cringy, and it was live television. It's like there was no taking that back. They had to cut to the commercial. Yeah, she does this stupid, goofy dance.
And it was at that sort of Alanis Morissette time where you're sort of supposed to be, sort of introspective and deep and troubled, and she's got that look.
We're watching it right now. I can't watch it.
The dance is what did it for me.
Well, the good news is that she totally bounced back from it.
Yeah, of course.
She's gone on to have a great career.
All right, hang on a second. I want to go to this call. They've been on hold for a while. 2 more calls, and then we got to wrap. I'm going to go to Steve. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, stupid bitches.
What's up, you stupid bitch?
Yeah, this is Steve Paclane.
Oh,
Steve Paclane.
Our good friend, Steve. What's up, my man?
So this predates all of you. This was the late 70s, and there used to be a venue in Cherry Hill called the Latin Casino, which was this big, casino-style showroom there. And Natalie Cole was playing. I was in college, and her career was just taking off. So some of us went over to watch the show, and she's putting on a great show. And in the middle of one of the songs, she had two backup singers that were each wearing these little halter tops. And in the middle of the song, one of the girl's boobs fell out of her halter top, and she didn't know it.
Oh, my God.
And she keeps on singing, and the other backup singer notices it, and she's trying to signal her, like nutting her head down and looking in her eyes. And finally, the other girl realizes what happens, and the shock on her face, and she, throws her arms up over her chest and runs off stage. When the song ended, Natalie Cole and the other backup singer had to hold each other up. They were laughing so hard.
Oh, my God.
So they start the next song, and about halfway through, the other girl comes out, and somewhere backstage, she found 5 more feet of fabric and was wrapped up like a mummy.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of stories are legendary. Well, listen, look what happened, whether you believe it was intentional or whether it was not. The wardrobe, quote-unquote, malfunction, Janet Jackson, all of that stuff, especially when you're flailing around. But, yeah, the one I love is the Lenny Kravitz pants split.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
And his junk was hanging out. All right, Steve, good to hear from you, my man.
All right, thanks.
Talk to you later, bud. All right, one last call, then we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Thomas. Hi, Thomas, good morning.
Yeah, hi.
You're on the air, bud. So we were talking about most awkward thing you've seen an artist do on stage.
So I went to see the Self-Help Festival down at Festival Pier when Festival Pier was still around. What an awesome venue.
Yeah.
But I went and seen Falling in Reverse. I've never seen Falling in Reverse live. I still don't even listen to their music, only because of this issue right here. So I went and seen Falling in Reverse. They're yelling at everybody in the crowd, sit down, get down on the ground for this song. Everybody's like, nah, not happening. Ground's dirty as shit. Like, we're not sitting down. So this band's like, sit down or we're not singing. So everybody's like, cool, F you. We're not sitting down. Everything you can think of went at this guy. Trash, full beers, $15 beers getting smacked in the face. This band was booed off stage immediately. They sang nothing.
Yeah, when you boot off the stage down there, your only option is to go into the river.
Hell yeah. They booed off stage. He said, F Philadelphia, I'll never be back. And I don't think that band's ever played in Philadelphia.
And what a loss.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate it. It's got to be wild to see. There was another one I wanted to mention here. This is this person on the Reddit thread said, in between the first and second song at an Eagles concert, Don Henley told a woman in the front row to stop dancing and sit down. She did for half a song. After the second song, he told the man to get his, quote, paid-for date to sit down or he would have to throw them out.
Wow.
Man.
Now, I do, listen, that we've had this conversation about the people who get up and
standing in front
of seats, in front of seated people.
When people
it's just
are
simply
sitting.
rude.
Yep.
So I get that. But also, there's a time and a place.
Yep, exactly. All right, interesting. Thank you for your calls. We do appreciate that. The MM Barbecue. Maybe we'll have some awkward moments that you can share with your friends when you come to see
We'll
the show.
be there. Of course there'll be awkward moments.
Very awkward. Oh, there was this time where these two guys got up and they tried to sing Happy Birthday.
Oh, my God.
It was cringe-worthy because clearly one of them had been imbibing all day long.
It was me.
And at some point, one of them.
Just one.
Yeah, Steve doesn't drink.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you.
Bomb.
Happy birthday.
I stopped because, believe it or not, I kind of forgot the melody.
Oh, my God.
Of Happy Birthday.
You know what? I was thinking of the 3-2-1.
Oh.
That was Pierre and Nick.
That was Pierre and Nick, yeah. All right. Well, MMRBQ is coming up on the 21st, man. Be here very, very soon, and we don't want you to miss out on it. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment because here's a little message about something we don't want you to miss out on either. Oh, we're going to go back to hell when we return in the Back to School A to Z as well. Stay with us.
1, 2, 3.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Carline.
mind going in, and I'm like, I'm going for it. But I call an audible.
Yeah.
And I bought her something, and it was a home run. I kind of knew what she wanted.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do the gesture.
Yeah.
And that buys you. I gave it a shot.
Yeah, my wife just sent me a text. She goes, "You don't have to wake me up. Just buy me my favorite flavor." Now, I'm going to admit, I don't know what your favorite flavor is.
Right.
Name a store, and I can tell you what she gets from that store.
I believe that.
For some reason, Rita's, I'm like, I don't know what your favorite flavor is there.
Rita's is a sweet spot thing too. I mean, like that's a very specific. You're omitting somebody from you going there, right? So, and in my household, if I were to do that, that would be the end of the relationship. So I would, Casey, not wake her though. Right. I would take an educated guess and try and bring something home.
Yes, of course.
I did not do that, and I made a mistake.
Wow.
The educated guess with the purchase will buy you the insurance
At least
you
you
need.
tried.
Yeah, you tried, yeah.
You didn't even try. Sorry, Marissa.
No, I'm going to throw out this option. Just buy multiple very small ones, even if it's just 2. Say I tried to take a guess, and then if one of those happens to be your favorite flavor, Casey, then you win in the end because you get to enjoy it as well.
And also, the gesture.
My story is much more selfish. The Big Top Surfing Sundays came by our house.
Oh yeah.
And Rochelle was taking a nap, and I'm like, I'll just zip out and get a thing, and she'll be asleep, and
she'll never know.
She'll never know. And by the way, ice cream, I don't think keeps as well.
Right, I
in a
was just gonna
freezer
say,
as water ice might. So then maybe
Water
that's
ice
a little
definitely does
caveat.
not keep as well in the freezer. Not my freezer.
Well, you're right. If it stays in there too long, I don't like that frozen solid. Yeah,
It
I'm
becomes
not down
like
with
an
that.
ice cube.
Yes.
But in my mind, I was like, she'll never know. She'll never know. And then she knew. And then
And what happened?
She gave me the hard time. She's like, you went without me?
My freaking daughter dined me out, man. I was like,
oh, dude.
Yeah.
I do feel like
the bond of trust has been broken.
Right? And I paid
I'm watching you.
Yeah.
because you know why? Because she probably understood. No, she understood because, and I hate to be like that person, but like a lot of guys are the same when it comes to things like this. Like it's just common sense. Like, why would you have not picked your wife up something? Even if it went in the freezer, even if it became a block of ice, she would have been like, oh, okay, well, he helped me out. It's not great, and I'll go get my own tomorrow or something like that. But like,
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. And my house is filled with people. And, I probably should have asked my mom if she wanted something, and I didn't. Me and Avery
just tell me.
Me and Avery just snuck out. And
oh my God.
I did ask my older daughter. Casey said no, she didn't want anything.
She was like, no, I'll just tell mom.
Yeah.
Hey, every now and then it's okay to do something for just you. All right, I'm gonna back you on this because I was thinking the same thing, man. If I got Rochelle, then I got to ask the kids, and then it's a whole big thing.
I don't have that.
And then I got to wait for these guys to all get their shoes on and come outside and get it. And by the time we get out there, it's gonna be a huge line.
Yes,
I could just zip in and zip right back out and get my little cone and eat it, and I'm a happy man.
May I suggest something though?
You probably shouldn't have had kids.
Right. the kids you can take off the list, but not the wife. You know what I'm saying?
No, you cannot take your kids off. If
Absolutely.
you are going out to
You're
get
trying
ice
to
cream,
teach them to
a thing that a child would
don't
love.
eat that food. Eat vegetables.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go get ice cream, but you're gonna stay home, and I'm not gonna get any for you.
Well,
exactly.
I got the double middle finger last night. Okay.
That's pretty harsh.
I mean, she's
jokingly,
but still there was intent, and so what I'm saying is,
were your lips discolored from the Rita's water ice?
No, dude,
why are your lips blue?
I went with like flesh colored. I was like, she'll never know. I got a lemon.
Yeah.
Do you have any flesh colored ices?
By the way, my new favorite flavor is they have a Florida orange. They didn't have Florida orange last night, but they did have an orange cream. So I went lemon on top, orange cream on the bottom.
You thought about that? You thought about your mouth being discolored?
No, it's just my favorite flavor. The lemon is
that would be the best. So he's got these big, bright purple lips.
What are you talking about? No, it's just really cold.
No, I just missed Prince.
Listen, if you're going to give me the double middle finger, then you have to make sure that every time you get something somewhere, you either text me or surprise me with something, and that is never the case.
So I could have gotten the sundae that she likes, but I got the ribbon soft chocolate and vanilla ice cream, and I also. You do things to buy yourself a little insurance.
Yeah.
I got her a quart of it so that she could.
I failed.
Yeah.
I failed. I definitely failed. Okay, I failed. What's your flavor? What's your favorite flavor? I don't know what your favorite flavor is.
Did she ever tell you?
No, let's see if she.
You need to know now for your.
This is actively happening right now.
Yeah, it's
okay. He's
all right.
checking his text messages.
Yeah,
Hang on a
it does. It does not indicate. Now, what would I?
Do you guys all know do you know your roster of favorite menu items for your significant other?
I mean, give me a store and I'll tell you.
When it comes to
I know something that I could get that she'd like.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
know,
Yeah,
maybe not her favorite, but yeah.
Right.
Like
what were you
if
gonna say?
No, just when it comes to desserts, I know my business. You know,
Okay, yeah, likewise.
that's important. And if I were to swing by an ice cream store and not get her something or a Rita's or whatever, I would know what to get. Yeah, I like if I'm ordering takeout, it's more of a guessing game.
I'm actually, my ability to call an audible is quite sensational.
On desserts,
And
or
now, mind you, I'm not dealing with kids. I'm dealing with one person I can focus in on.
yeah.
So with everything. However, we'll do this thing, and I'll be going out to to get milk from the Wawa. So you want anything? And she'll look at me and she'll do this thing we do. She'll go, why don't you surprise me?
Oh.
And I always nail it.
Steve, I could get you dessert.
Yes, you know. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if Steve was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take dessert," like I would know what to get him.
Right.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip cookies, brownies, dark
Chocolate
dark
ice cream.
chocolate.
Yes,
no
there you go.
whipped cream.
No whipped cream.
You can give me anything. I'll eat it.
Yeah, you're more of because you like to try
I
stuff.
like the sandwich.
But your favorite recent is the
Pistachios is my favorite
That's
flavor
now at the
of
top
ice
of the
cream.
list.
Yeah.
In fact, I bought some pistachio gelati.
Yeah.
Gelato, I guess I should say. Last night.
Dessert-wise, you know what's become a little bit overrated is that chocolate lava cake.
Oh, but it's so
Has
good.
become
Why is it
a little bit
overrated?
overrated.
I was
Delicious.
just talking to my wife. I said, is there any situation in which chocolate lava cake is not applicable?
You seen the movie Chef?
Yeah.
When he wigs out on the chocolate lava cake.
What is it? What's he say? Because it's in the middle.
It's a chocolate ganache.
It's
frozen.
Yeah.
It's frozen, and you cook it, and that's how it becomes molten in the middle. He's just this critic doesn't understand how it's made, and he's just wigging out, and he's like, "There's more to it than you think." But yeah, chocolate lava.
A lot of places won't let you do takeout chocolate
lava cake.
Lava cake because it's not going to port well.
Yeah. Right. I can't turn away a bread pudding if I'm out to dinner, and that is on the dessert menu. I have to.
So the Desmond has, it's won Philly's best for their bread pudding, and it is sensational. I know a little bit of the secret of their bread pudding. Oh, hot dog rolls.
Hot dog rolls. You know what else? Those Hawaiian rolls,
yes,
King's Hawaiian. Those ones are really good.
Yep.
And the best dessert I've had in the last couple of years is actually they have
any dessert you don't have to get for your wife.
That one.
All right, I have an actual Kardashian roundup.
Oh, okay.
I've got like 3 Kardashian stories here. So.
Think of it as one group flush.
Okay, Kardashian roundup. Here we go.
All right, we're going to round them up for you.
I'm Robert Mitchum, and this is Kardashian Roundup.
Kim shared an amazing throwback video featuring her, Khloe, and Kourtney auditioning for Star Search.
Oh, it was amazing.
Did you see it?
I did.
I've not seen it.
Okay, for what, spokesmodel?
They lip-synced Tiffany's I Think We're Alone Now while wearing matching metallic outfits chosen by Kris Jenner.
Not much has changed because they're still pretending to have talent.
And they were little kids when they did this.
Oh, okay.
She wrote on Instagram, our Star Search audition. Clearly, we didn't get 4 stars, but Kris Jenner did for our outfits. The family matriarch commented on the post and wrote, "Those were the days when I got to dress you guys. I knew I should have been a stylist."
I thought, seeing this video that we're watching, I thought that was Ed McMahon, but it was Khloe.
Yes. Speaking of Khloe, she celebrated hitting a social media milestone yesterday, or on Wednesday. She added a photo of herself topless.
What?
In honor of her 178 million Instagram followers.
Okay.
Is that a milestone, 178 million?
No, it's just a reason to drop your top.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right. That was just the excuse for the photo.
It's kind of an arbitrary number, isn't it?
It's not topless.
Yeah, in the photo, well, her hair is covering
It
her
is
boobs.
topless.
She's not wearing a top, but her top is covered.
Yeah.
I think is what Casey
She is sans top.
With
She is
fake
topless, but
And
her boobs aren't out.
It's covered with fake hair.
Man, I'm looking at these pictures. They just don't look real.
It's so
just don't look real.
And I do not find this cosmetic surgery look in any way attractive.
Yeah.
I think there are a group of people that do though.
They do, yes.
And I think it's people who all get plastic surgery and I guess understand it or understand why she wants to get it.
Yeah, body dysmorphia group.
Whatever that commercial is, Steve, that we see on TV with her in it, like she looks like she can't even really move.
Eating popcorn.
What?
I'm here with my daughter eating popcorn.
You're here with your daughter eating popcorn.
Yeah. And like it just looks so awkward. Like she's like hugging and playing with her daughter, but it's like her face.
Don't touch the face!
Yeah, her face doesn't move.
Don't touch the face!
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Wait, excuse me, Chloe. You got a little schmutz here on
Don't touch! Don't touch! Let it fall off. Let it dry up and fall off.
Don't touch. Don't touch. It might cave in.
Don't touch! Don't touch! Close the windows.
Close the window.
Mommy, you got a little something on your lip.
No! No! What did I tell you? Don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face.
In the photo, Chloe is.
Don't even look at mommy's face. I don't know, the eye beams or something. I don't know.
Eye beams?
I don't know. Maybe there's radiation. I don't know. I'm not willing to take the risk.
I want to remind you that our Love You Help You line is available for your convenience should you be looking to, if you're looking to get a little boost to a business. It's something we've still, we're continuing, even though things have gotten a little bit more back to normal. But,
yeah, but they're
going back as well, you know.
There's a big conundrum out there, and if I can take this opportunity, Preston, just to give you an idea of what we're looking for, what people are looking for, our friend JP, who used to own the Ugly Moose in Manioc, now owns a place called the Bagataway Tavern in Conshohocken. Listen to what he's looking for. He needs a GM, kitchen manager, servers, bartenders, barbacks, experienced chefs. He's a great guy, great boss, and all those positions are available, and he needs help. He says he's finding it hard, to keep things running. Right. And that's the issue. So if you're looking for work, time has never been better. He actually says you can call him on his phone, his actual phone, which is 484-988-0942, the great place in Conshohocken. But again, if you have a business and you're looking for assistance, anything to help you get up and running. As you said, President, it's eased up a little bit, and hopefully we keep going in a good direction.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, it's wanted signs all over the place.
Wait, did he buy that from the owners, or was he always the owner?
He was always
of
a
that?
co-owner, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's always been associated with that. The Ugly Moose sadly no longer exists.
Yeah, that was a great place.
It was great.
I
We
loved it
it.
there.
That was a cool place.
Yeah.
Let's try and forget about the moose for a moment.
Forget about the moose.
We need.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Ugly Moose! Ugly Moose!
I really enjoy the intro to the moose clip.
All the mooses are waiting for you.
Hey, which button was that?
It was pink, then green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you forget the moose?
That's
for a moment. Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
We need that needs to be a set clip.
That's great.
Yep, we'll have to do that.
Man, this is one of the best shows we've ever had.
And a moose charged a runner. Again, you not.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
A moose charged a runner and left him with a hoof print shaped cut on the back of his head.
Oh, that's awful.
Colorado officials
Left you
said.
something to remember me by.
Yeah. The New Mexico man was running on a trail with his two dogs Wednesday when they encountered a moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The runner was on a trail. The dogs were off leash about 50 feet in front of the man during the run. They suddenly bolted back toward the man. He stopped and saw the bull moose at about 50 feet. At that point, the dogs ran past him and left the scene. Yeah, they're out, dude.
Yeah.
They're checking out.
You had a story, was it earlier this week or last week, about a woman being, stomped?
Yep, exactly. The man took 2 steps towards the moose to see it better, and that caused it to charge towards the man.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The moose attacked the runner, giving him minor injuries, and he was taken to the hospital and released the same day. The sheriff said he was very lucky that his only injury is a hoof print shaped laceration on the back of his head.
You bet your ass.
Moose attacks in Colorado are increasing. They are protective animals and will defend their territory and young. Now, I had a moose question earlier this morning, trivia question for the Suba question, and did not know that they're solitary, so they do not have herds of moose.
That's why a lot of them are writers.
They live a lonely existence. And
Yeah.
Oh, that's sad.
Once their offspring are about 18 months old, the cow, the mom, will shun them, like push them away. Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's essentially what they do, and then they just kind of roam all alone.
Maybe they're happy, Kath. How do you know?
They are happy.
I guess. I mean, could be happy alone. I don't know. It just seems sad to not have any family or friends.
All right, how about this?
Poor things.
Police.
One is the loneliest number that you ever moosed.
So we'll go through some stories here for you, starting with Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum. They are officially a couple.
Yeah!
Us Weekly has confirmed it. This comes after weeks of rumors. A source exclusively tells us of the actors Channing and Zoe are dating. They connected while working on their upcoming film, Pussy Island.
Pussy Island.
Yes.
Yes. Which is, we have yet to determine what Pussy Island is about. Nope. We assume it's an island that looks like a large vagina.
No, it might be cats.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll dive right into things, and we'll begin with this story that took place on the morning of Sunday, September 1st. An archery hunter was attacked by an adult male grizzly bear.
Whoa!
West of Henry's Lake and Island Park. The man was hunting elk with a friend when the attack occurred. And during the surprise encounter, one of the hunters was knocked down and bitten by the bear. Both men were able to utilize their sidearms to shoot the bear, deterring the attack and killed the bear. The hunters were able to call 911, and the injured individual was transported by helicopter.
Please baptize me.
According to the Idaho police, where he was being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Fish and Game responded to the scene after coordinating with a few other groups. Conservation officers conducted a thorough investigation to determine that the hunters acted in self-defense during a surprise encounter with the bear from a very close distance. So that's
pretty miraculous.
They got out of that story alive. That's wild.
If you gonna be a bear, be a grizzly.
Where's that from?
It's from Cannonball Run.
Wow. Okay. Here's a local story. This is from last week. I didn't get a chance to get this, but a Hatfield man is accused of stealing a new Subaru Forester from the Lansdale Public Library parking lot, driving it to the Hatfield police station to ask for his drugs back.
Oh, okay.
And then driving to Target with the intent of stealing from the store.
Son, you haven't really thought this through, have you?
Christopher Jordan Gansel was charged with felony theft by unlawful taking, receiving stolen property, unauthorized use of a car, and other charges.
I was just at the library, and I was reading about how if you ask nicely, the police will give you your drugs back.
Listen to this. 5 days prior to the Lansdale incident, police allege that Gansel committed simple trespassing and disorderly conduct by using obscene language. He was arraigned and released on $1,000 bail on August 16th. Then on the 21st, police responded to the library for a report of an auto theft. Upon arrival, the victim told police he parked his Subaru Forester in front of in the front row of the library next to a blue Toyota per the complaint, and he and his son exited the car. They put the fob in his pocket. When the victim left his Subaru, it began making a weird beeping noise. When an owner of a Subaru leaves a car running and leaves a vehicle, a noise is made as a reminder. Well, a man leaving the library and left the library. Video surveillance shows him getting in the Subaru. So I guess it was still running, and they had left without the keys, and he's like, all right, I'm take it off.
Yeah.
Then the Lansdale police received a call from the Hatfield police saying Gansel came to their station with the Subaru and asked for his drugs back before leaving.
I think it was about an ounce of cocaine and some pills.
Hatfield police were familiar with...
I have a receipt.
Gansel from prior reported incidents. Oh, you were asking for that. Okay. Moments later, police received an updated location that he had attempted a retail theft at the Target in Montgomery Township. And
the day I'm having.
So he has a preliminary hearing coming up in October. Kathy, I'm curious what you think about this story. Bed bugs are known as disgusting insects no one wants in their home, but the parents of some Durham students say that bed bugs are showing up inside of their kids' laptop computers. According to an email from Riverside High School principal Gloria Woods, bed bugs were discovered in Google Chromebooks that were stored in the school's media center over the summer.
God, they're probably everywhere in the school.
A spokesperson said the laptops were issued during freshman orientation before classes began on August 26th. Now the school is asking for the newly issued laptops to be returned and encouraging families to inspect their homes.
Yeah, I mean, if they brought them home, they could have infected the houses.
Bed bugs can hide in the tiny gaps and openings of laptops and other electronics, although they will eventually leave to seek out a blood host. In addition to the bed bugs, the new school year has started with issues surrounding employee pay as well, with more than 50 employees receiving incorrect paychecks. So they're having a banner year.
That's awesome.
So far.
Sending my application now.
All right, and then one last story, and this is a fun one. In an unprecedented incident of arson in Tripoli, Greece, a 44-year-old Greek woman would set fires because she, quote, enjoyed watching firefighters and flirting with them.
Okay.
A 36-month prison sentence plus a €1,000 fine has been imposed on the
You must work out.
on the 44-year-old arsonist in Tripoli, Greece. The woman was arrested 2 days ago because she intentionally and repeatedly set fires. This resulted in 2 wildfires breaking out. According to the report, the woman set the fires because she hoped to flirt with the firefighters who would rush to put out the flames.
Oh, well, look at the hose on you.
And she wanted to meet a man in uniform. The fact that the woman was present in both of the last 2 fires in Tripoli aroused suspicions of the fire department, and they investigated.
Couldn't just go to like the Fireman's Fair or something?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. She wasn't thinking that way. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, Kath, let's get a winner for a secret text word. We just need a caller. Who's going to be?
12.
Caller number 12 at 215-263 WMMR. You can win the $100 Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse gift card, but you got to know the secret text word. So if you do call, we'll be back in a moment. Get a winner and another song from hell when we return.
So this is perfect timing because just by happenstance over the weekend, I watched the second Magic Mike movie. And Nick, you said you saw that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't quite get it, but and I'm not sure what exactly I watched. I felt like I went to the whole movie is basically a male dance review.
You're not sure if it's a movie.
It seems like there's really nothing there.
Yeah.
Other than
There's no story. It's just the show.
A lot of sitting around talking, and then a lot of pelvic thrusting into women's faces, and big presentations. And I can't say that I hated it.
I went with 2 women, and they loved it. So we all left the theater in a good mood because they were in a great mood. So why not? A little eye candy.
There's stuff, Nick, and you'll agree to this, that Channing Tatum does to these women, like Preston standing on the chair, thrusting, flipping around. You would F someone in half if that's the way you approach sex.
Speaking of Channing Tatum, totally different than the movie. What was it that you just mentioned? Magic Mike 2.
Yes.
My daughter turned me on to a movie that Channing Tatum is in, and it's called The Book of Life. I had never seen it. It's an animated movie, and it's great. And he voices one of the main characters.
He's really talented. He's good.
Guillermo del Toro produced it, and it's really, really well done, but I had never seen it. It's no Pussy Island.
I was so intrigued by Pussy Island, if anyone has any idea what it's about.
It might be cats, man, because you know some of those island nations. Remember when we were on Anguilla or St. Martin? It was overrun with cats.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. So it very well could be that. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was in St. Lucia,
near the Butthole Islands,
they had these little. I mean, at the resort that we were at, they had a bunch of different restaurants. A bunch of different restaurants, and there were definitely cats at the restaurants. Not our maitre d's.
No, for the longest time. So you're familiar with Dirty Dancing, obviously, the Catskills. If you ever went up to a resort in upstate New York, around the restaurant and the actual place where you were eating, cats were walking because they were there to take care of the mice problem.
Yeah,
and so
I'd rather have cats than mice and rats.
Here's the conceit of Pussy Island. Frida, who is Kravitz, is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King, who's Channing Tatum.
Slater King, that sounds like a name.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island, she is ready for a journey of a lifetime. Despite the epic setting, beautiful people, ever-flowing champagne, and late-night dance parties, Frida can sense that there's more to this island than meets the eye, something she can't quite put her finger on.
On. Steve.
I can't put my finger in it.
On it.
Oh, on it.
On it.
You still have it wrong.
But it says it's something terrifying.
I'm sure it is.
Those are the last
You remember the first time?
It was a little scary.
Wait a second. I'm up to my wrist.
What am I doing here?
I'm up to my elbow.
A little scary that first time. Succulent.
I handle my succulent.
Yes. That's the main reason I brought this up. I was hoping that
Matthew would join.
All about the succulents.
Not watering enough.
My index fingers around my nipples.
Oh my God. And that wet ass succulent.
Wet ass succulent.
Interesting.
You had me at wet ass.
I know.
On the Hallmark Channel tonight.
Wet
ass succulents. I inherited my grandmother's succulent shop. And here comes Brick Laser, the new man in town.
Brick Laser?
His child died of some disease. I don't know. I never knew the kid. It doesn't matter. And he helps me with my succulents.
With the flashlight thing, an easier way, if you are doing some work and you need to use it and your hands are full and something like that, you can ask Siri to turn it on and off for you if you want to.
No.
You don't
What,
have
the
to.
flashlight?
Yeah.
Show me.
I'll show you.
Stop it.
Yeah. Hey,
Get out of here.
I'm talking to Siri, will you, please? Hey, Siri, turn on the flashlight. Here you go. You ready?
Oh, my.
Did mine go on?
Hey, Siri, turn the flashlight off. Yeah. There you go.
Oh,
It's on.
wow.
So if your hands are full, you can use it, or if it's sitting
Love
in a
it.
position where you need it on or off at certain times, you can just use that hands-free function.
Dude, thank you so
I didn't know
much.
that. I came across some, Siri tricks that you can do online. I was like, well,
Get it
son
now.
of a bitch.
I knew that when I was 12.
A historic milestone has been reached by writer-director Nia DaCosta. She is the first black female director to have a film debut in the #1 spot in the U.S. box office with Candyman.
Nice.
She co-wrote the sequel to the original 1992 horror film with Jordan Peele, casting all-black leads and addressing elements of racism throughout the film. The movie is also the second highest-grossing three-day opening for a black female director, right behind Ava DuVernay for A Wrinkle in Time. Candyman is currently in theaters.
I saw a tweet that was really funny about Candyman, and it's true. It's like Candyman he's a reasonable person. Just don't say his name, and he'll stay out of your life.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
Say it a couple times. You got to say it 5 times in front of a mirror. Otherwise, he'll leave you the F alone.
He's just minding his own business.
Just being all Candyman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you say his name, and then why? Now I got.
Well, you want him, man.
But why does that bother him so much?
Well, I don't know.
Well, he's got issues. I mean, he's
he
not
says,
innocent.
keep my name out your mouth. Is what he said.
That's basically it, man.
So, but if I were to say your name 5 times, you wouldn't come and kill me.
No,
Well, it depends
he
on
would
how
give you a
say
kiss
it.
on the forehead.
Yeah.
That's right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say my name 5
Casey
times.
boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy. I think I said 5 times. I just got a kiss on the forehead. That was nice.
You guys are so weird.
Say my name 5 times.
A different kind of thing.
That would be the worst horror movie ever.
This is not scary.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy,
Said
I
this
guess.
guy's name in the bathroom mirror, and it came out and kissed my forehead.
I don't understand.
I was sitting here minding my own business. And you
I
summoned
did it.
me to kiss your
I
forehead.
went and did it.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Well, that kind of made my day. You know, it honestly did. So thanks, pal. I appreciate
I was just relaying the legend.
But right now, it's
Peanut butter jelly time.
Yeah.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Where you at?
all right. So yesterday,
There you go. There you go.
how did this even come up? I forgot.
Well, Steve sang his jingle, and then you guys commented
right.
on Peter Pan,
Yeah,
and I
it's-
said Peter Pan is an inferior peanut butter, and Preston, you took umbrage with
I
that
took
statement.
offense to that.
Yes, which you grew up on it.
Yeah, I grew up in a Peter Pan household.
Yeah, and so Casey and I were defending the honor of Jif, and I said that Jif is my favorite, although we'll see if that's actually true.
And then I said, well, at least we can all agree that Skippy sucks. And then Kathy jumped in, so we all took sides.
But here's
Steve, do you take a side at all?
Yes, I agreed. I agreed with Kathy. Kathy is her pirate
Stevie.
name. Yeah, I also, believe it or not, I think Peter Pan has merit.
Okay,
So
all right.
I'm kind of Switzerland in this because I think everything has merit.
Here's the thing for me. I think I'll definitely be able to identify the Skippy, but I honestly don't eat any other peanut butter but that, so I don't know if I'll be able to decipher between Peter Pan and Jif.
I don't think I've ever had Peter Pan.
All right, so here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to see, A, if you can identify what it is.
Right. Okay.
And B, rank what you honestly... We're in the hells of the Back to School A to Z. And that band right there playing the MMRBQ, The Warning, Hell You Call a Dream. The band I'm most excited to see at MMRBQ.
Love those guys.
I have a total schoolboy crush on them. All three of them are adorable and are really, really talented musicians. So looking forward to that. And it'll be here before you know it, because that is going to be on September 21st, less than 3 weeks away. All right, today, let's see. Oh, we need to get a winner. We were looking for a secret text word caller, number 12. So we are going to go, let's go to Richard and see if we can get a winner.
Richard.
Hey, Richard, morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning to see you, Richard. All right, what is our secret text word?
Birds.
Birds, yes. Correct. Oh, and Richard's from Bridgeport. You ever go to that Frosty Falls ice cream place?
No, I don't.
All right, you got to go.
You have to go now.
Kathy's raving
How do you
about
live
it.
in Bridgeport and you don't go there?
There's no way. I don't do dairy.
Oh, you don't do dairy?
Okay.
Because you'd probably fart a lot.
You have an excuse. You don't have to worry about that. We're going to set you up because you are taken care of at Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse. We are going to give you a $100 gift card. You don't have to have any ice cream while you're there. And by the way, Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse offers a one-of-a-kind dining experience with 15 cuts of meat and fish, grilled to perfection and served tableside. You can book your reservation in Horsham or Philly. Visit Nebraska.com, by the way. And then our random texter, I have so many pieces of paper laying around here, Casey, is Gina.
Gina!
From Philly. And she had texted in, and so she wins as well. So congratulations to you, Gina. All right, we are going to do today's lesson question. We are going to give away as a prize a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Cage the Elephant, the Neon Pill Tour. Special guest, Young the Giant, and it is this Friday at the Man. So the question that we ask you is this. What word did The Bachelor just learn had a B in it? 215-263-WMMR. Actually, he's on The Bachelorette, but what word did The Bachelor learn has a B in it? 215-263-WMMR. We were talking about that in the 6 o'clock hour, so you've been with us for quite a while, and we appreciate that. We'll see if you know the answer. We're going to do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Philly Sports Trips. You can join us in Clearwater Beach next March for the spring training trip of a lifetime. Go to phillysportstrips.com and place a small deposit to reserve your spot. We'll have a blast. Again, what's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, as reported, Adele caused audible gasps during her last show of the concert tour, saying she's taken a break for a, quote, incredibly long time. As it turns out, Adele revealed that she has purchased a specially equipped van and will now drive around neighborhoods sharpening lawnmower blades.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
Yes.
The 34-year-old country music singer, Maren Morris, she's great, saying she anticipated more of a reaction when she came out at the beginning of the year. Maren says it was all about bad timing because people were still buzzing about the renewal of TLC's Dr. Pimple Popper.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Kylie Jenner running a week-long special offering a buy one, get one free sale on her famous lip kits. Said Kylie, quote, if you use these lip kits the way I use them, then you too will be ripping people off. And that's your
Alrighty, let's see if you do indeed know the answer to this question. What word did The Bachelor just learn has a B in it? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Gregory to try and get an answer. Hi, Gregory. Good morning.
Good morning. I feel so smart. I know the answer.
All right, Greg. What word has a B in it?
It's doubt.
Doubt is correct. Yes. We would have also accepted Dalbert. Hang on, Gregory, because we are going to set you up with those tickets to Cage the Elephant, then Neon Pill Tour. Special guest Young the Giant Friday at the Man. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. All right, music news time. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, I have 3 stories to pass along to you. We'll start with one about Imagine Dragons. They're going to wrap up the North American leg of their tour at the Hollywood Bowl, October 27th. And during the show, they are teaming up with Bethesda Games Studio to debut their new track called Children of the Sky, a Starfield song live.
So does this song appear in a game?
I don't have any other details, but I would assume that is the case, given who they are. Yeah, the one-night performance will also feature the LA Film Orchestra and arrangements from legendary game composer Einan Zur. And I didn't look him up to see.
The song sounds very similar to the music for Duck Hunt.
What iconic video games this guy has written songs for. His name is Einan, I-N-O-N, Zur, Z-U-R.
It's a wild name.
Yeah. And then to top it all off, the Dragons are getting the moon involved as well. The song will be transmitted back to Earth from the surface of the moon as part of a mission to the South Lunar Pole early next year.
These are the beings on the moon. Please turn that crap off.
I didn't know they were so monotone up there. Wow.
All aliens, speaking of monotone.
Yeah. Fans of the Dave Matthews Band have 6 chances to see them live this fall in the U.S. The band is currently taking a break after ending their summer series of shows and have announced that they will play 6 shows in November. Why the break? Well, the band is getting inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
That's a good reason.
That's October 19th. And general sales for the tickets to the 6 shows start on September 20th. They're going to be playing Pittsburgh, Columbus, Uncasville in Connecticut.
Yeah, it's Mohegan Sun.
Okay.
Uncasville.
You know the movie Last of the Mohicans?
Yeah.
There's a character in that movie who's one of the Mohicans, and his name is Uncas. He's one of the last, and it's named after him.
Is he one of the very...
He's like the older guy, Steve?
Yeah.
He's the... and he ends up killing Wes Studi towards the end.
I love that movie.
It's an underrated movie. It's really good. And anyway, so that's a casino, Preston, in Connecticut.
If you can't make it, watch Last of the Mohicans.
They are going to be playing 2 shows there, and then they're doing 2 shows at Madison Square Garden as well. So get your tickets if you want. And then one last thing, Metal Legends Pantera had a special treat for the crowd while supporting Metallica at Lumen Field last week. The Seahawks Blue Thunder Drumline joined the band for the song Walk, kicking in just after the second chorus. The drumline got a big cheer from the locals in Seattle. And the best part is that it wasn't the first time that Pantera drummer Charlie Benante had performed with the group. In January 2023, he was a guest of the Seahawks at Lumen Field to play Walk and the Anthrax song Indians with the Blue Thunder.
Is the full title Walk Like an Egyptian?
No. Oh. But this is it. We play this as one of our bumper beds. Been doing it for ages. But yeah, it's classic Anthrax tune. All right, and that's all we have in music news for you this morning, but we have one more order of business, and that is to mention the fact that one of our interns is leaving. We send him off once again, and this time we say goodbye to hardworking Sean Carroll.
Thank you.
Who is here with us.
Tearing us
Sean,
apart.
we're going to miss you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to miss you guys, too. I loved being here, and I love the internship, so thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Happy with the program and the way everything's been going?
Oh, yeah. I've been really happy. I honestly was really nervous coming into here. I know one intern had sent a text saying I was so nervous coming in, thinking I was going to ruin the show. And I can say, I think I speak for all the interns. That is definitely a fear coming in here, that we're going to ruin this great show that you guys have.
We've done so much damage at this point. There's really nothing.
Who's sitting in this seat right now? It ruins the show every single day.
Yeah,
so
don't worry about it. We have
And by the way, when I was booing, I was not booing you. I was booing the fact that you're leaving.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
that
you
or
were-
the Larry Bird obsession. I figured it was going to be one of the two.
I
but-
wasn't going to bring that up at all.
We have a little info sheet about all our interns, and one of these little footnotes says, I have a slight obsession with Larry Bird. I do too, man.
Really?
I mean, watching, I just go back from time to time and I will watch highlights of his because the guy was unbelievable.
I just love Larry Bird. You know, my dad gave me this obsession. We have figurines all in our basement and bobbleheads.
I'm not
Bird.
obsessed like that. I just
Yeah,
like
no,
watching
we have.
Is your
highlights.
dad currently working on a skin suit?
No, he's not. Not yet.
All
We
right.
were talking about that. That's next year's. We don't know.
Post Larry Bird, yeah.
Yeah. But I love looking
met
at
him
all
yet?
the figurines. Have we met him yet? No. I wish we could.
he
Can we
just
get the
did-
word out? You know,
He
something
just
like
did the
that. Is this gonna
commercial.
do it?
What was the where he's chasing a bird around his attic?
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Oh, the Allstate commercials.
Allstate. And he's very funny in it.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
he's been great in all those commercials. The McDonald's commercials were always good in the '90s. So you know,
I need to
love
ask
Larry Bird.
if this is a joke or not, because it has a list here of your top artists and bands. You have Barry Manilow's number one.
I do have Barry Manilow's number one. That was not a joke.
No kidding.
Yes, I have my own radio show at Neumann, and I play. We don't do ads or anything like that. We just play music during the breaks, and I play Copacabana as the first song every time. That's my tell.
Oh, wait a
my
minute.
Signature.
What's the name of that song again?
Copacabana?
No.
Oh, is it Copacabana?
Yeah.
I said it wrong. Now I'm embarrassed. I'm sitting here talking about I Love Larry Bird. Can't even pronounce the name of the song
He's
right.
live today when a self-avowed number one fan mispronounced Copacabana.
In all fairness, I enjoy his slower songs better. I'm more of his ballads.
Mandy?
Mandy.
Yeah.
Mandy's good.
Yeah.
I love that.
Or as you would say, Mindy.
I was just
Mindy.
gonna say,
Yeah,
you don't know it's
Mindy.
called Mindy.
Big fan of Mindy.
You know,
Do you know what Barry Manilow's real name is?
no, I forget. I'm gonna be honest with you. What is his real name?
It's Barry Allen Pincus.
Barry Allen Pincus.
Yeah.
I think I know why he went with Barry Manilow. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
I love in Road Trip when they figure out their friend Barry's last name is Manilow. Barry's name is Barry Manilow? Love it. So where do you go to school, by the way? You just mentioned it.
Newman University.
Newman, that's right.
Yeah.
So we're talking about that off air. Yes.
You'll be back assisting because Newman is an absolute essential part of the Camp Out for Hunger, and so you'll be there working with us then at that event, correct?
Yes, that's
All right,
correct.
excellent.
While it's my last day, I'm hoping to be somewhat of a familiar face with
Love it.
any events or anything. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Once you're a part of the show and you leave, we forget you.
Yeah.
No, you're always part of the show. Yes.
Yes, so-
Yes. It
Yeah,
goes
and-
on and on.
Listen, you did the Dorney thing with us, and the fact that you stayed and helped and broke everything down, you didn't have to do that. Like, yeah, you've proven yourself to be
a good man.
a good man and a hard worker and a worldly known good guy.
And a Barry Manilow fan.
And a Barry Manilow fan, yes. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Really.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. Sean, guys. Sean Carroll. Another one of the interns that is flying.
should play
leading
Mandy.
us. We should play Mandy. Oh, my gosh. But we can't. We got to take a break and come back and get one more song from the Back to School A to Z up and running. We are in the H's, and we've capped off the Hell segment of today. But we move on to Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
There's a few of those, and we'll come back with them. Stay with us. Think is the best one.
So we have.
I think all peanut butter's great.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm
know?
a big. I can't ever remember saying, "Oh, that's terrible peanut butter."
Except maybe some of just the natural ones. If you're really in the mood for the super sweet peanut butter, it can be a minor letdown. But I do like those too.
And by
I
the way,
do.
the 3 spoons that we have here, fortunately, only equal like 1,000 calories.
Oh my God!
Good,
Peanut butter is insanely high in calories.
It's great for protein.
Yes.
It's great for if you're just gonna stop at like half a spoonful.
Yeah.
That's fine. No one does.
Yeah, but who can do
And
that?
so you have 45,000 calories.
I think like a tablespoon is like 80 calories.
Yeah,
Kathy.
yeah, yeah.
Or maybe
Oh,
more,
no,
maybe
it's
like
more than-
110 or something.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Here's the deal, and I don't want to besmirch peanut butter. I hope peanut butter's not listening right now, but I think peanut butter is only good when it's accompanied by something else.
Milk?
Peanut butter
I don't
by
agree.
itself. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
I feel like peanut butter needs something else to shine.
Some type of bread.
No, some type of, well, maybe bread, yes, but I don't even like peanut butter sandwiches, but like a jelly, a honey, a pretzel.
I can do just peanut butter on an English muffin, on a piece of toast.
Absolutely.
Stuff like
you could
that.
put it so especially when you have it on a fresh out of the toaster.
Yes.
And it melts. Yeah, we're looking at the calorie.
That's 2 tablespoons.
That's 2.
Two tablespoons, 188
About
calories.
90.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a clear spoon. Casey, give me some music because we're just going to be sitting here smacking our lips.
Peanut butter jelly time.
People are going to hate that. All right. So try the white spoon. And
which one first?
Clear.
Clear?
The clear. Yeah.
All right.
Do you have your scoring sheet?
I do. Yes, I do.
All right. Now, if you're one of those people that hates the sound of smacking lips,
You're going to hate this.
You're going to absolutely detest this.
If you believe in peanut butter, clap your hands.
Is it? Can we comment, or is this a contest?
I think I know what that is. No, it's a contest. Don't comment.
No comment.
Okay.
Okay. I think I know what that
I think I know what that one is too. All right. When you're done.
Wait.
We don't have any palate cleansers either. So.
Oh, I do. Well, I got water. You got water.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, I know which one is my Skippy before I even taste it, just by the look of it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be impressed if that's the
Kathy,
case.
that's how I felt.
Now I'm gonna
about
try.
not about Skippy, but about
Are we
you.
doing 1 to 10 or 1 to 5 for rating, numerical taste?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go through all 3 of them before I decide which one I like best.
But 1 to 10, is that the?
Let's do 1 to 10.
All right, now white spoon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh.
Okay. God, it's all good.
Okay.
Also good.
Oh my God, I got too much in my mouth now.
Yeah.
It
You hear that
can
in porn movies.
be like a full-on paste. All right, I think I know what that is.
I may change my answer, but
You can. We just have to when we do the final tally. All right, and then I'm gonna turn this music up so people don't hear us going.
This is a lot. This is a lot harder than I thought.
Yeah.
By the way, I want you to know that I wrote down my Skippy answer before I even tasted it.
All right, just on site. All right, we're doing the yellow spoons now, correct?
Yeah.
Yellow.
Colored, whatever your color is.
All right, mine's red. I'm like, oh no.
To be honest, they all pretty much taste the same to me. I can't really clearly, definely pick out a difference between those, but I'm just jotting down.
Skippy's creamier than the other 2.
It is. Okay.
That's what I think.
Honestly.
All right, now rate the taste.
All right.
All right, rate your taste here.
Oh.
1 to 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or should you just do 1, 2, 3? Which one you like best?
All right, yeah, let's do that.
Best to worst. 1, 2, and 3.
All right.
I've actually surprised myself.
One being
here.
the best.
I may be a changed man.
Okay.
I'm trying not to use my
Penis? Your
predetermined, my bias, my predetermined decision on what I was saying yesterday to influence. But if I'm wrong,
that's a sign of a man looking to evolve.
Well, I would like to. Life's about change, Steve.
Okay. So, real quick, do we want to say what we thought was the best tasting one first?
No. Here's why I think the way we should roll this out. Now, Marissa's the only one who knows the answers.
Right.
I think we all say what we think number 1 is.
Okay.
And then she'll reveal what it is. And then we all say what we think number 2 is, and so on. Okay. And see if we get it right. All right. I thought number 1 was Jif.
I too thought number 1 was Jif.
I thought number 1 was Jif.
Wow.
So again, I don't know the difference between Jif and Peter Pan, so I went Peter Pan.
Okay. And Nick?
I thought number 1 was Jif.
Okay. And Marissa, what is number 1?
Confirming that number 1 is the clear spoon.
Yes. Number 1 is the clear spoon.
Peter Pan.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Mind blown,
dude. Hang on, because all right, never mind.
Well, we'll find out at the end.
All right.
I think I know what you're gonna say.
Oh my God!
All right.
My world is upside
So
down.
I was the only one that got it right, by the way.
You were?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you said you're right. Yeah. Kathy gets it. All right. So for the white spoon, the second one, I thought that was Skippy.
I thought that was Peter Pan.
Okay.
I thought it was Skippy.
Yep.
Jif.
All right.
Skippy.
And what is number 2?
Kathy wins again. It's Jif.
Oh my God!
I identified Skippy before I even tasted it. I knew it by the look.
Unreal.
Wow.
Okay.
So that was Jif.
That was Jif, and then the
number 3 I had is Peter Pan.
And number 3 I had
Peter.
Skippy.
Steve,
Sorry.
I had
Steve, you and I had all 3 the same.
Same thing. Yeah.
So did I had the same as you, Preston, and I am just my world's upside down. I was wrong with what I said yesterday.
Well, wait till you get to the taste.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a second.
Wait till you get to the taste because then it's inverted my perception.
All right. So hang on a second. So the colored spoon was Skippy.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
that
All
was
right.
Skippy.
So here's
I got them all wrong.
Oh, I felt
too.
I got the last one right. I got Skippy right, and I'm so glad that we did this blind taste test because I'll reveal something a little bit later.
All right. So I ranked as the best tasting one. as number one, and it turns out that is Peter Pan.
Right, which is what you said yesterday.
Which is what I said, yeah. Okay.
Preston, I rated as the best tasting the third, the colored spoon.
So Skippy.
Which is what you and I said, Steve.
Yes, yeah.
And I did the same thing.
Yes.
Okay. Thinking that the white spoon was Peter Pan, I ranked that the best. And as it turns out, it was Jif that was the best in my eyes, my mouth. And I just want to point out that I also, not knowing anything, that I ranked Skippy as the worst tasting flavor.
Okay.
Not knowing anything. But I really thought that Peter Pan was going to be the best. And as it turns out, it was Jif.
Well, let me tell you, Peter Pan, to Kathy, I think is the sweetest.
Yeah, so I picked Skippy as number one as best tasting, and then the other two, again, not really knowing the difference, I did not like 3 at all. That was Jif. So I went, Peter Pan was number 2 for me.
I believe Peter Pan does have the most sugar of all 3.
Really?
No, Kath, you said number 3 was Jif. Number 3 was...
No. I rated Jif number 3 in taste.
Okay.
So I didn't like the Jif. I liked the Peter Pan better.
Marisa, by the way, how did our Twitter poll turn out? Because that should be done by now. It was 24 hours ago, roughly, that we did
that's
that.
a good question. I'll pull it up right
So she put the
now.
3 out, and at the beginning, Peter Pan was just getting crapped on. And I took
Here,
a
it
little
looks like it's up here on the screen.
All right, so the results are in. Yeah, we have it. Number 1 is Skippy.
Wow.
Number 2 is Jif, and then absolutely way in the back distance is Peter Pan.
So I'm going to say Peter Pan was my favorite of the tastes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like this, just my sense of all of my senses, my smell, my taste, like it just, I knew I was going to be able to do this.
Okay. Yeah, you have very sharp senses.
Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but we did water years ago, and I was able to...
We said we were going to do it. Did we actually
We
do
did it, and I was able to pick because I knew I could pick Evian out of the other bottled water, and I think the other one maybe was Poland Springs or Fiji, something like that. But I was able to do it. There's something in that Evian water that...
It's Hello Again.
Yeah.
They were huge at that time. You remember?
Mega band.
MTV darling.
Mega band.
And they had such great videos, and they were perfect for that era. And obviously, before that, they were groundbreaking in their sound and all. But always dug the Cars, man. What a great band. We're doing the Back to School A to Z on MMR. It's we're just dipping our toe in the water. We're in the H's right now. And we're not stopping until we hit the end of this thing, and we don't know when it wraps up. We do know it's presented by A&T Subaru and A&T Chevrolet in Sellersville, and we're thankful for that, and we hope that you are certainly enjoying this as much as we are, because we get a kick out of doing this thing.
It's fun to watch Chuck D'Amico, the PD, negotiating all this and making sure we're being as comprehensive as we can. And he's clearly, and obviously, this is his baby, invested in it, but it's great.
Yep. Want to thank Marisa McNutt. Checking in from Rio de Janeiro.
With the monkeys.
Philly sports trip. She was playing with the monkeys. In the next,
raccoons.
Turns out some of them were raccoons.
She was like, they were
It looks like the kind of monkeys that go through my garbage.
The ones with the long snout.
What were those monkeys with the long snout? He was like a raccoon.
Raccoons. So funny. But we'll continue to check in leading up till her at the game on Friday with the Birds. And also thank you to last minute call in. We didn't know it was going to happen from The Office fame and many other things. Craig Robinson called in because he wanted to tell us about this incredible Fool for Love, I think was the name of the this mega concert with all these great R&B and other acts. That he bought tickets for, but he wasn't sure if it was real or not because the names were so big.
It seemed to be impossible or improbable that they could get all of those acts for that one day. And when I asked him, okay, so where does this fall in your list of favorite concerts? He said number 1.
Yeah, pretty amazing. So it was cool of him to give us a call. Pierre is here. How you doing, man?
And good day.
Nice to see you.
Nice to you see.
We had a short discussion about you earlier this morning because Steve thought, and it was since verified, that he heard Laura Branigan's Gloria.
Yes.
Played.
There was a whole series of Gloria songs. Them, the Van Morrison original song, when he started with a band called Them in 1964. And then Patti Smith doing Gloria. What was the other?
U2.
U2 Gloria. A different song, however. But then as the professor, and I'm the bus driver too, I needed to go left. This is such a great effing song.
But I'm like, Professor Robert, this isn't on the syllabus, is what I would say.
Shut the F up.
That's what the professor would say.
I'm the mother effing teacher. So sit the F down and shut the F up.
Sorry.
This song
I
had
think this was like anticipated.
What?
You doing that?
I am the teacher.
Right.
Okay. I'm the professor. And as a pro,
You have
and
to
as
fess.
the bus driver, and you got to get off that highway. You got to make left turns.
This song has a bizarre connection to Philadelphia and St. Louis, my hometown.
Yep.
When the St. Louis Blues were in the when they won the Stanley Cup, they had actually credited a bar here in Philadelphia for making this their theme song for the season, and it turned their season around, and they won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, it was a Jazz.
Yeah, I remember it exactly. I think we talked to somebody down there.
We did.
Yeah.
So it's got some historic properties to it.
I tell you, to walk though, I was listening in the car, and I got out and I walked into the house, and I knew Claire was listening to it as well. And I go, how about that? Laura Branigan's Gloria on WMMR.
Why
It's very cool.
not?
Yeah.
I played YMCA by the Village People a while ago, and years ago we had some special request thing, and I got a request for the Weather Girls. It's Raining Men.
I remember that.
I played it.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to let the flower bloom, children.
Yeah,
Exactly.
baby.
Let the love flow.
Let the love flow. Like
a mountain stream.
Like let your love go. Yeah.
Bobo.
I mean, if you don't stop and smell the roses.
You've got to stop and smell the vodka.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what Barfly
come on,
says.
kids.
The Bellamy Brothers. That's who did Let Your Love Flow.
Really?
I was sitting here trying to think of that. I knew the name of that band. Yes.
I worked in country radio a long time ago and played the Bellamy Brothers.
That was them. Let Your Love Flow.
What was your cowboy name?
Will Robertson.
Will Roberts.
Yeah. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Really?
Yep.
Love that.
Used to do weekends at KLIK 950.
We should have done a show together.
95 country.
You could have done a country morning show together.
We could've.
And your thing could be the country music DJs with the least country music knowledge.
Yes. Without question. That would be our angle for sure.
We don't know a goddamn thing.
But just join us anyway each and every morning. We start the program at 8:30 a.m. because I don't really want to be here by 6. And we go till about 9:30, maybe 10, depending how we're feeling and how much Jack we have under the counter. We got some Jack Daniels, and we have filterless cigarettes, which we smoke in the non-smoking building. There you go. There you go. Now that's music. You kids don't know music. That's music. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I know. It's okay.
We don't need that.
Another day.
It's just a practice.
Yeah.
I am practicing.
I'm practicing.
We're in the warm-up room right now.
Yeah, please.
I got to make sure.
la,
Give me
la,
some
la, la.
space. When I crack that mic, I have to make sure that I completely don't know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the kind of school I'm running.
Yeah.
Ya youngins.
Yeah.
Stand back and have a cigarette.
Filterless.
Filterless. Hey, kid, you want to smoke?
Dude, hey, by the way, smoking is on the rise
Well,
in
I'm
the
sorry to hear
youngsters
that.
these days.
I'm very sorry to hear that because when Steve and I were kids, I don't know if they still do this. Hopefully they don't. They had
Prepare mastodon meat.
No, they had candy cigarettes.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Yeah.
would
Oh, yeah.
train the children to smoke cigarettes with it was,
Pierre, they had very light powdered sugar to simulate smoke when you would blow.
Yeah, and they-
You remember
and
those?
those bubblegum ones.
I don't remember
So
that.
they would be the gum would be surrounded with a very light coat of very fine sugar, and you would blow in it with
I didn't need candy cigarettes because I had regular cigarettes just sitting on the ashtray at my kitchen table growing up.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Can I jump in here with the letter of the day?
Do we have to?
Preston Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
O as in open.
And we will give away on Friday 4 tickets and 4 front stretch access passes to the NASCAR Cup Series race on July 20th, 2025. Next summer is going to be a monster when NASCAR returns to the Monster Mile Dover Motor Speedway, and it's July 18th to the 20th. For tickets and information, go to dovermotorspeedway.com. Before I find out what's going on in your program today, I would like to send out a hearty congratulations on behalf of the Preston and Steve Show and the entire MMR staff. A congratulations to our very good friend and family member, Mr. Connor Betts, as he and his now fiancee, Steph, got engaged in Ireland.
Somebody's getting married.
I didn't hear that. When did that come across
Just
the
minutes
wire?
ago. Just minutes ago.
Wow.
And so the pictures are beautiful. They are at the Cliffs of Moher in Ireland, where he popped the question, and there's a picture of him down on one knee amongst this beautiful, oceanic cliff, and it looks stunning with the green you would expect in the background from Ireland. So congratulations, Connor. And we wish you all the best. Hope you guys are having a great time. So congratulations to you. What's up on the show? Obviously, the A to Z.
The A to Z continues. By the way, a shout out to you guys because you got to play one of your favorite bands, Grateful Dead, Hell in a Bucket.
I love that song.
It's a good song.
It is a good song.
Always have.
But when you know you're in a subcategory, as I call those. Did you have Hells all morning, or did you?
Not all morning.
We
but
actually started in heaven.
Yeah, we started in heaven. We played Heaven's on Fire from Kiss, and it was the last of the Heavens. And then we had 3 heavy songs, or two
heavy. Three heavy songs.
3 heavies, and then we went to Hell for a little
Nice.
while. Yeah.
I loved when you're going into a break, you'd say, we'll go back to Hell right after this. But Hell in a Bucket was a highlight for me. Let's see. We have more. We're in Hellos, I believe. You started Hello Again by the Cars. We have a few more Hello songs. Oh, and I have Killers tickets for, I think it's this weekend.
Yeah.
Because they're playing, unfortunately, on the same night as Pearl Jam, those bastards. But it's okay. We'll get through it, and we have Killers tickets to give away.
Awesome. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And by the Bet Parks Online Casino and Sportsbook. You can bet sports and play casino games. You bet Parks. Tomorrow on our program, this is a cool lineup. So obviously we'll check in with Marisa in Brazil. Once again, recap of her monkey and waterfall tour she was taking today.
Yes.
We will have, if you've been watching this really great show called Bad Monkey, it's on Apple TV. It's the Vince Vaughn detective show. It's
great.
There's a guy that is an actor on the show, but he's also the narrator of the show. He's got this great voice. His name is Tom Nowicki. He'll be on the program. And phenomenal actor Giovanni Ribisi will be joining us, too.
I love him, man.
There's some good stuff coming up on tomorrow's program, and the Back to School A to Z continues. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.